Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the Unfinished Story Volume 2 Part 1. Chapter 24 Part 2. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, why are you there too? There aren't that many magicians over here. What it been 3 days since he'd patrolled the inner city, and this was the result he'd come to after comparing information with Jin. Hearing that, Jin was momentarily dumbstruck, but soon retorted. You said those guys were the ones you needed to be most wary of. That it wouldn't be so simple that it wasn't just knights patrolling around. That's what I thought, but when I actually looked around, I found that it wasn't all that. That's what you found in your patrol too, right? That's true. There had been a time that Li Xin-Wu had assumed that all high-leveled magicians would be on par with Kreischer. However, that wasn't the case. Kreischer was the exception. Then again, she was a hero. She wouldn't be a hero if she wasn't the exception. Moreover, it's pretty obvious that their intellect went down considerably when they turned into the undead, though I'm not sure about their magic. Normally, there weren't that many undead that could even use magic. Even if they could, most of them could only focus on 1 or 2 spells. That's because they wouldn't be able to properly cast the spells without the calculations. The spells that they could cast were ones that they'd often used while they were still alive and were deeply instinctual. Of course, the higher leveled they were, the more they regained their abilities and intellect, so more higher leveled undead could use magic. However, the effectiveness of their magic was still a few levels down. Then what about that feminine-looking undead? There's a level 6 undead in the castle. Yeah. There is one magician in this city that I have to be wary of. Though there were few that were defending the inner city, the reason that the Lord was so willing to send most of his knights to the outskirts was because he had someone he could count on in the inner city. It was none other than the level 6 magician leader. The magician leader was dreary and feminine. The fact that he could ascertain what gender she was made it clear that she was a high-rank undead, and like the Lord, looked emaciated. At first glance, she looked slender, but she possessed impressive magic. It was at a level that didn't trail behind Kreischer's, whose magic had checked before they parted ways. But that just means I have to be wary of her during battle. That's all. I'm sure of it. Her communication abilities, surveillance abilities, and even her skill in basic magic searching is worse than mine. Even if she saw normal patterns that moved magic, or if I used magic to secretly provoke her, her response was always the same. If you provoke her, she might report it to the Lord. Including all that, don't we need to see how she responds to such a provocation? That meant that he was confident that his identity wouldn't be exposed, regardless of how she responded to the provocation. Jin felt sick of hearing Li Xin-Wu's confident attitude. The most surprising thing was that it wasn't arrogance. That confidence always came from a thorough analysis. And as a result of my tests, she wasn't able to sense my magic until very late, and was barely even able to sense it. Next, I released magic a few times into the air. Ultimately, it seemed as though she thought she was seeing things and returned to what she was doing. That trait of finally sensing magic, but then not really doing anything about it really fits an undead right. In other words, no matter how powerful they were, their brains were damaged, and thus they were idiots. Her magic's offensive capabilities were likely unquestionable, but this wasn't the first time Head fought against a powerful opponent. Li Xin Wu was even confident enough that he could get close to and take care of her before she could even start casting her magic. The magicians aren't really following the imperial command. The alarms in the city or the patrol routes aren't covered by magic, and their only real purpose is to act as artillery troops. Then there's nothing to be afraid of now. Let's go to the secret facility. No, not yet. There's just one more thing I have to do before we can move on. It was to find their communication line with the 12 generals. If he just found it, and either destroyed or secured it, then he would have nothing to be afraid of. And now that Head figured out that the magicians weren't all that strong, the thing he had to look out for was the Lord. You're just doing this for fun, aren't you? In doing this so we can avoid danger and get a clean victory, you know our Jin. Starting now, figure out how to covertly get into the city without being seen. Can't we just kill the Lord and prevent them from contacting the 12 generals? Well, you'll see. Li Xin Wu wasn't blowing everything out of proportion just so that he could fulfill Guillotine Steelworker's request. He wanted to use this chance of infiltrating the city to figure out how the Empire operated. He also wanted to take over the Level 3 Danger Zone city as well. To do that, he couldn't just kill the Lord and run. But if Jin knew about this, he wouldn't really cooperate with me. Had already experienced clearing several Level 2 Danger Zone cities, but the Level 3 Danger Zones and up were completely different. There were 3 Level 6 elites in this city alone, and there also some normal Level 6s. On top of that, there were also hundreds of Level 5s. If he added in the Level 4 knights as well, they couldn't take on those numbers. It would be barely doable to fight straight up if he had all of the pawls and golems with him. However, Li Xin Wu couldn't use up his valuable resources here. Those guys, I should be able to use them. He left his lodgings and returned to doing his duty whilst his brain turned hectically. How could he destroy this city whilst completing his objective? He was gradually estimating how he would go about it. Now give your regular report. It had only been a day since Head marked the Lord as his primary target. Yet surprisingly, things were progressing much faster than he expected. While Li Xin Wu was on his regular patrol and wasn't even bothering to hide his presence, he began to see a peculiar magic reaction. Though it seemed like the Lord hadn't expected him, a mere knight, to see him. Here this way, Li Xin Wu didn't miss the Lord's flow of magic from beyond the bedroom door, and clearly remembered it. It seemed as though the Lord wasn't guarded in the least, and was letting the world see his magic. It's not really that difficult. To be exact, it was about the same level as the anti-Skull's security. It was so easy to figure out that he actually felt uneasy after the magic pattern was displayed. He heard a small sound coming from inside the room. At the same time, he felt an odd magic reaction. It seems as though the Lord had just taken out an item that he had been hiding. At that moment, the Marner pattern that the Lord exhibited changed again. If the first was to unlock the security around the castle, then this one was to activate the magic tool that had taken out. This isn't very tough either. It wasn't very difficult for someone who possessed general administrative rights. Of course, if the other heroes knew, including Crasher, they'd be pissed. Li Xin Wu's magical ability had developed significantly to such an extent that they couldn't even begin to imagine. Greetings, Lightning General. After Li Xin Wu had completely memorized the magic pattern, he listened carefully to the suddenly speaking Lord. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear the other speaker, but he could at least tell that the one he was speaking to was one of the 12 generals, or more specifically, the Lightning General. There are no abnormalities. Yes, of course. Our defense remains impenetrable. A golem, or even a single fly won't be able to get through. But what kind of golem? No, it's nothing. If Li Xin Wu still had lips, he would be smiling bitterly right now. It was apparent that the Lord's back was bent and that he was kowtowing, even through the wall. Li Xin Wu could also observe their once-added relationship. That must prove just how high a general's position was. But then unimportant changes because the Lord kept repeating the Lightning General's instructions. Li Xin Wu was able to hear what the Lightning General was saying. As he thought, once an undead gets around the general level, they're able to surpass the limited intellect of an undead, which was slightly worrying to him. There's nothing like that. Yes, you can trust me to carry out your orders. Fortunately, because the Lord was an idiot, the Lord didn't mention Li Xin Wu at all. Of course, even if he did mention him, he was still acting as though he was an undead loyal to the Empire, so it wouldn't be such a big deal. However, it was obviously much better to just pass over him than to draw attention to him. Then in a month, yes, of course. I'll contact you if those golem bastards show up. His Imperial Majesty, it's a relief that he's still healthy. The Lord was sycophantic to the very end of their conversation. Li Xin Wu had acquired some information. He gave a regular report to the general once every month. Moreover, their conversation had ended without any mention of him. So as long as he stole the device that allowed the Lord to communicate with the general, he would be able to clean everything up. Li Xin Wu had a hunch that his plan could move on to the next stage. However, he didn't act immediately. I'm going to aim for a time when I can kill the Lord without any suspicion. What's most important is the aftermath. I have to focus on that first. He patrolled through the inner city, and it wasn't only the Lord or the magicians that he was keeping his eye on. Li Xin Wu watched the undead who regularly visited the Lord, as well as the Lord himself, as he called them and gave them their orders. In other words, he watched how the undead within the city communicated with each other. The knights who were finished patrolling would have to report to the Lord, so the Lord wasn't left alone most of the time. There was a reason that this was a level 3 danger zone. But still, it's not like the Lord's protected 247. High-leveled undead accept their death and move on. They accept the fact that they have died and build a new life and order for themselves. Obviously, these undead who've accepted their deaths are much scarier than those who roam around rejecting that they've died. Despite that, there was still one habit that they couldn't leave behind: sleep. Even though they know that they can't sleep, they lay on their beds in order to retain their sanity. The higher ranked the undead, the more likely they were to do so. And this Lord is the same as well. That time was now the Lord who had activated the lock again and hidden the crystal, slowly walked outside. Li Xin Wu acted as though he met him by coincidence as he passed by the area, and calmly bowed his head. "My lord." "Good work, Sir Setter. This level of work is nothing if I can help uphold the Imperial command." Very impressive. "I'll call you later separately and reward you," he responded, called over one of the knights nearby on standby, and went towards a different room. It was the room where the level 6 magician leader was staying in. It seemed as though these two were lovers before they died who always slept in the same place. There was no way to tell if these two still were sexually active, but Li Xin Wu prayed that they weren't. Nice. Then let's see where they're going. Li Xin Wu saw the two join up and head to the bedroom, and naturally entered into the room the Lord had once inhabited. Had already perfectly memorized the patrol routes for the inner city, and knew that there wouldn't be anyone guarding the Lord's room for 7 minutes. Code 0819 Communication Line. A high-rank communication line that enables communication by using a special frequency. Nice. Now I want encounter one of the 12 generals through this. He unlocked the extremely simple lock and had extracted the communication line that had been hidden in the room. After Li Xin Wu had placed it into his inventory, he comfortably escaped the room, and realizing that he had time to spare, grinned and went towards the Lord's bedroom. Chapter 24 Part 3. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, Why Are You There 3. While patrolling the inner city for the past few days, Li Xin Wu had figured out exactly where all the knights and soldiers were stationed. From first glance, their defense looked impenetrable, with no avenue of getting through, yet the corridor leading to the Lord's bedroom chamber wasn't watched. And above all, so long as one wasn't discovered as soon as they entered the Lord's chamber, no one would even try to stop them from exiting through the corridor. Thank you for all your hard work, Sir Setter. You too. Is the Lord asleep? Yes, he is. With the magician leader. Pum. The knight sheepishly slandered the Lord. Li Xin Wu imagined their skin and bones coming into contact with each other, entwined in lovemaking, and felt truly disgusted. But that just meant that this was his opportunity. If you're aware of that, why are you standing here? We should just let them enjoy themselves and leave them be. Actually, I've already sent the other soldiers away. I've already confirmed that it's safe, so I was going to go all right. I should go rest too. Since a level 6 magician was with a lord, more protection shouldn't be necessary. As such, with just one sentence from Li Xin Wu, the knight obeyed and left without any suspicion. His plan probably wouldn't progress as smoothly if the level 6 knight leader were here, but as soon as Li Xin Wu had entered the inner city, the knight leader completely trusted in Li Xin Wu and continued with upholding the imperial command. Everyone in the city trusted Li Xin Wu. Yeah, this moment is when it's most exciting. When he was sure that the knight had left and there was no one left that could see him, Li Xin Wu comfortably walked through the corridor. Soon, he gripped a lightning tooth in his hand. At the very least, they fortified the room with magic in case of intruders. Even if it's rotten, it's still a herring, huh? The Lord's bedroom was complicatedly equipped with alarm and defense magic. But that was all. To Li Xin Wu, who could ascertain the very base structure of magic, it was even more useless than a physical wall. Hut. Li Xin Wu swung his blade, emitting powerful lightning, while curving it intricately. The next moment, all the magic that had been set up vanished. If a smarter magician had set this up, then the moment that the magic was forcefully dispelled, there would be an additional measure, like a magical formula that trapped the invader. But unfortunately, the city's magician leader wasn't that talented. HMPH. But regardless of how stupid the magician was, they should at least be able to quickly recognize when their magic was released. Therefore, Li Xin Wu didn't hesitate and walked through the room. To an onlooker, seeing the two bare undead would cause severe psychological damage. The man and woman looked shocked and locked eyes with him. Oh, he hadn't acted very covertly, but he had been quick the moment he entered the room, and they discovered him. Li Xin Wu's lightning tooth shot out like lightning, and struck the magician leader's neck, cutting her off from speaking. No matter how much Li Xin Wu's stats had gone up, or how powerful Rule of Bone was, an elite level 6 undead wouldn't go down from just a single strike. However, what he used wasn't just a regular sword. It was artifact that contained the lightning element, an element that had unleashed to its full potential. Gar, you probably can't move. Yeah, it seems like you don't have lightning resistance either. I would've preferred if you did, and could still move around amongst all of his other elements. Lightning was by far his most powerful. The lightning element was inherently quick, and was ridiculously powerful as well. Aside from that, the lightning element possessed a special ability: the electric current would paralyze the recipient for a short time. Even if he wasn't able to kill them, the fact that he was able to momentarily impair their movement meant that he had an advantage. Moreover, the electricity prevented one from speaking, so it was suited for covert operations. "What are you?" The Lord stood up and attempted to yell at Li Xin Wu's brutality, but from out of nowhere, a lightning tooth flew like lightning at the back of his nape, striking true. Of course, the Lord was likewise silenced. If the two hadn't been bare naked, with no defensive equipment on, and hadn't been engrossed in each other, things probably wouldn't have progressed so easily. As I thought, they can't stop themselves from engaging in their habits because they weren't able to completely give up their humanity. They die so emptily. The Lord and the magician had stiffened in place, but Li Xin Wu didn't become careless, and struck them with another 2 flying lightning tooths. This was because their paralysis would soon wear off. Li Xin Wu, who'd acquired so much time to finish the job, gripped the first lightning tooth that was still embedded in the magician's neck, and discharged all the lightning, completely blowing her head up. A truly clean and explosive strike, befitting of the name Bursting Thunder. Li Xin Wu's lightning had paralyzed her mana, so it was impossible for her to guard against it. Even if she had attempted to use her magic to do so, ultimately, the level 6 elite magician pitifully lost her life in an instant. You have acquired 157,550 Pirium. You have acquired the LV6 Cadinan Magician Leader, Soulwit's Finger Bone. Li Xin Wu collected the loot with his free hand that wasn't gripping a sword, and turned his head. The Lord was bare naked like his lover, Soulwit, who had been the first to go. But when Li Xin Wu looked over the Lord's unattractive body, and in particular, a specific part of his body, he became more and more pissed off. "I'm a level 6 undead too, so why Gark? Of course, it was because they were bare naked that he was able to kill them so easily, but even so, why he couldn't go any further, as saying anything more left a bitter taste in his mouth." Li Xin Wu gripped the sword burrowed in the Lord's neck and forcefully twisted. A powerful electric current was quietly discharged, afflicting the Lord's body with a horrific pain. But contrary to Li Xin Wu's desire to torment and curse at the Lord for hours on end, the Lord soon died. You have acquired 210,780 Pirium. You have acquired the LV6 Undead Commander Niloper's lower jawbone. You have acquired the LV6 Undead Commander Niloper's sphenoid bone. It had been a long time since one of Bone Reinforcement's abilities, Lucky Finish, had activated, but because of it, had acquired 2 level 6 elite bones. This should've been a happy occasion, but he didn't feel all that happy about it right now. Had definitely killed the Lord with his own 2 hands, yet it felt unbearable, as it felt like had been defeated by the Lord. Li Xin Wu had acted it up. But Li Xin Wu similarly couldn't completely give up on his humanity. Damn it all. However, whilst muttering in frustration, Li Xin Wu turned his attention elsewhere, looking at the table next to the bed where the Lord and the magician had placed their clothes. Plan was progressing well, so this was something he definitely needed. The equipment will probably transform. But the clothes that have no abilities should be fine. Li Xin Wu steeled himself and grabbed the pile of clothes, but he felt something else inside of it, something that wasn't cloth. The moment Li Xin Wu tilted his head, he saw an odd light. Fortunately, the clothes hadn't changed, but an item that was hidden within them had changed. You have acquired the LV5 Heart Evolution Pendant. Through bone reinforcement, the item has transformed. You have acquired the LV6 Bone Evolution Pendant. Oh! As soon as the light subsided and a message appeared, Li Xin Wu hastily grabbed onto the level 6 pendant that had been inside the clothes. The pendant shined a clear, dark gray and was composed of bone as expected. He didn't know what it was originally made of, but he could strangely feel that it was extremely durable. I didn't expect to get something like this. Moreover, it's a level 6 artifact. As I thought, level 3 danger zones sure are different. Li Xin Wu was deeply touched and muttered. Moreover, this was the second level 6 accessory he'd gotten since the earring. It evolved from level 5 to level 6, so he felt like he could tell what its special characteristics were. Moreover, all he had to do was wear the pendant around his neck, so he could actually equip it. Unlike the earring, he checked the item's information in Genuine Happiness. Then Bone Evolution Pendant. LV6. Durability 570,570. Options: Health 30, Magic 30. Special passive skill Bone Evolution. Through this skill's effect, your bones gradually and permanently become stronger. In effect, as your health increases, your body evolves. What? Putting aside that vague description of evolving his body, it would increase his health permanently, so he could understand why it was a level 6 artifact. But if that's the case, then did the earring that he'd picked up before have a similar permanent growth ability? Unfortunately, before he could check its info, it had transformed into bone, so he didn't have a way of checking its previous ability. Wait, no. There's nothing to feel bad about. This pendant is a good enough find. Moreover, this pendant's growth ability was created due to its evolution from bone reinforcement. Just because it was a high-level item didn't mean that every high-level item would have this kind of ability. Now then, there's one thing left. Do I just equip this or absorb it? Even so, the skill was too special. He was worried that he may not gain the skill if he so recklessly absorbed it. But on the other hand, even if he didn't absorb the skill, he would be able to call it from Bone Armory. Yeah, Dad always used to tell me this. Things will work out. It didn't take long for Li Xin Wu to make his decision. Honestly, he didn't have much time to even think things through right now, which helped him quickly make his decision. He immediately raised the pendant and activated bone reinforcement. The bone reinforcement skill has become LV8. The amount of information you can extract from each and every bone has increased. Absorbing the bone evolution pendant. Health and magic have increased by 30. The bone evolution skill is absorbed, divided between Rule of Bone and Bone Armory. Both skills' abilities have increased. The Rule of Bone skill has become LV8. Bones under the effect of Rule of Bone will gradually and permanently evolve. All stats have increased by 5. The Bone Armory skill has become LV7. You can now summon 6 pieces of equipment at a time. All equipment information recorded in the Bone Armory are gradually and permanently upgraded. Health and magic have increased by 20. Right after he checked his messages, Li Xin Wu was sure that his gambit was a success. He hadn't acquired bone evolution as it was. He had fundamentally improved his 2 core skills, Bone Armory and Rule of Bone. He had attained a much better result than merely absorbing bone evolution. From the start, had always reinforced his bones through rule of bone. Absorbing the skill was the right choice, as rule of bone had attained the bone evolution skill. But that's not all. Bone armory was affected as well. If he were honest, he was much happier about bone armory's evolution than rule of bones. All his weapons' information would be upgraded because of bone evolution. It was extremely radical to say, but as time passed, he would be able to summon level 6, maybe even level 7 equipment. I'd just infiltrated the level 3 danger zone to find out what was going on inside to complete the golem's quest. Yet I found an unimaginable treasure here. When he thought about it, it was always like this. Obtaining his current calmer, the Joker, as well as core abilities, bone armory and rule of bone, was all due to luck. Of course, he hadn't obtained all of that just because he was lucky. Had worked diligently in multiple areas so that he could collect different pieces of calmer the moment those pieces gathered into one. That calmer had simply sublimated into something greater. The growth of rule of bone and bone armory was similar. Nice. Then he felt like he could destroy the entire city all by himself, but Li Xin Wu wouldn't act purely out of self-confidence. Li Xin Wu sighed deeply, even though nothing came out, and examined the loot head acquired with a calm gaze. Whether Operation Bro, Why Are You There would proceed with Plan A or Plan B relied on this loot, the Lower Nilopers, Lower Jawbone, and Sphenoid Bone. Chapter 24 Part 4. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, Why Are You There For? Meanwhile, Jin was finding a route where he could travel unseen from the outskirts of the city. Most of the undead only saw him as a skeleton horse as he roamed around, so they weren't overly concerned about him. Therefore, one could say that his task was an easy one. Sure, it's a lot easier than Xin Wu's job of infiltrating the inner city teeming with undead, but that idiot's gathering information right in the middle of enemy territory. So despite Li Xin Wu explaining his actions most of the time to Jin still didn't really understand what goes on in Li Xin Wu's head. It was like when his math teacher had explained mathematical formulas to him. No matter how patient and kind his teacher explained the subject to him, he wouldn't understand it at all. Damn, I feel like we've gotten closer, but it feels like we're actually growing further apart even though I'm working hard not to fall behind. Even if I can't surpass him. Jin momentarily thought about Li Xin Wu and naturally recollected the time had met God for the second time. He didn't really know why, but he had asked God about Li Xin Wu, not himself. You may never speak to me again. Yet that's what you're asking. You're an entertaining child as well. But sure, I'll tell you. At least, all that I know. According to God, heroes were individuals from different worlds that didn't live their full lives. Amongst those who died, those with incredible latent potential would be brought over to this world and turned into heroes. But even God herself didn't clearly know which direction that potential would lead. Especially that kid. The power I granted him wasn't that strange. I thought he'd become a true hero once he used up all his revives, but he went completely astray. Jin recollected what God had told him about Li Xin Wu and looked upset once more. Had asked her about Li Xin Wu so that he could learn more about him and understand him a bit more, yet even God didn't really know what was up with him. He hasn't even shown his limits yet. You don't need to try so hard to stand beside him. Please send me back. I want to try out my new skill. God didn't even know the limits to Li Xin Wu's potential. Jin wasn't a little kid, so it wasn't like he was jealous or anything, but whenever he felt the gap between their abilities grow farther and farther apart, he occasionally felt anxious. I know that a person's personality and potential differ based on the individual. There was nothing worse than having an inferiority complex towards one's comrade. Of course, if he were comparing himself to a normal comrade, Jin wouldn't sigh like this, but this was Li Xin-Wu he was talking about here. Rather, he should feel reassured by his teammate. But Li Xin-Wu, Jin, are you about ready? But in the midst of his restlessness, a private message from Li Xin-Wu appeared. Startled, Jin replied, "I'm about done. I can fight at any time." Li Xin-Wu were going with Plan A, like we've discussed. Apparently, almost all of our reinforcements have arrived, so get out without being seen and join up with the rest of them. So what's Plan A anyway? Li Xin-Wu, I already told you. Of course, he did indeed listen to his explanation on Plan A. The next step of the plan was similar to what Li Xin-Wu had told him to do. First, he would join with their reinforcements and then enter into the city without being seen with the aforementioned route. From here, Jin's role was incredibly important. With his incredible mobility, he would lead all of the monsters, the undead, level 4 skeleton knights, and up outside. In other words, he had to gather the mob. I know that far, but it's hard enough to find them one-on-one. What do you plan to do by dragging them out all at once? Li Xin-Wu, I already told you about that too. I'm going to instigate the mobs and take them down. Instigate it was indeed an impressive skill, but was it possible to control all of the undead within the city? Jin felt like Li Xin-Wu was being overconfident and felt uneasy, but he knew that Li Xin-Wu wasn't the type to change his mind once it was made up. Li Xin-Wu, see you later. All right. Jin finished the conversation by replying in an unsatisfied tone. As if waiting for that very moment, someone else messaged him, and that person was none other than Kreischer Melee. I'm here. Can we really get in undetected? The moment Li Xin-Wu had entered the city, he messaged his reinforcements, aka Kreischer. Jin was aware that Li Xin-Wu and Kreischer often talked with each other, but he hadn't expected him to call her when he realized that he needed help. Kreischer Melee, are you listening? I'm listening. I'll come out to meet you. It wasn't really a secret. Jin didn't really like Kreischer very much. She was talented enough to have a discussion with Li Xin-Wu as equals since she was human, unlike him. And she was so eye-catchingly beautiful. Whenever he saw her, he felt like he was seething inside. Even though she didn't really feel anything for Jin, he couldn't speak to her kindly. Especially when he saw her talking to Li Xin-Wu. Why do you come running? Just cars? Xin-Wu asks. Kreischer Melee, because it's a fair trade. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Plus, we share any gathered knowledge. Excellent. I won't take very long. Just wait. Yeah, this really pissed him off. But because Jin would never in a million years tell anyone why it pissed him off, Jin just kept his mouth shut and ran along. And his form, which ran so quickly and covertly so that no one could witness it, was truly beautiful. In just seconds, Jin was able to leave the city and arrive at their designated location. Kreischer was already waiting there. Hey. Yeah. Had heard about how she was doing from Li Xin-Wu, but it'd actually been a few months since they'd last met. Jin replied, equally as curt as Kreischer, and observed her. She's way too pretty. You shouldn't even be able to take care of it here, so how? Kreischer looked even prettier than before. Her light purple hair, which extended every which way, was the same, but even that had become more distinctive, looking more charming than before. and her contrasting sky-blue eyes looked straight at Jin. If you've become so much stronger, then Shin Wu must gotten way stronger. Don't talk to me like I'm the odd one out. Hell beat you too. Who? Jin said petulantly, yet Kreischer just laughed relaxingly at his remark. Could it be Jin examined Kreischer, but he couldn't gauge her level at all. Then let's go. We have to try our hardest not to fight anything and just drag them out, right? Yeah. Get on. He really didn't like someone else riding him, especially when it was Kreischer, but now wasn't the time to be swayed by such trivial feelings. Kreischer looked a bit apologetic and got onto his back. There are undead everywhere. They looked really organized. Are you doubting me? Just stay there and watch. Jin replied coldly and soon began to run. Unlike Li Shin Wu, Kreischer wasn't able to adapt to his speed and cried out, holding onto Jin as tight as she could whilst shivering. Jin felt just a bit better. He was well aware of how childish it was. We'll be there soon. Kyuk Guyuk. There were definitely undead patrolling around in their immediate vicinity, but Jin had already completely figured out where they were, where they looked, and even their movements. He was in the same area, yet they didn't notice him at all. It was possible by combining Jin's unimaginable reflexes and the route that Li Shin Wu had mapped out. We have 11 seconds. We have to get in within that time. Gikuk from the outside, it looked like a normal, empty space within a forest, but to Kreischer, who'd been updated on the situation by Li Shin Wu, soon realized what was being hidden over there. She barely managed to overcome her motion sickness somehow, and took out an item, the limited order bone core that Li Shin Wu had remodeled. Confirming general administrative authority. Opening facility. An enormous door suddenly appeared on the ground of the vacant lot, and screeched open such that one could barely make their way through the door. Kreischer's expression stiffened once she sensed the awful death energy from within. Do you think we'll be able to get out safely? I guarantee you that we'll get out safely, so long as none of our opponents use magic. Likewise, Jin spoke stiffly. But the real problem's what happens after we drag all these guys out. You're right. Let's go in before the undead catch on. There are enemies everywhere, yet they were adding more enemies to their list. If the other heroes were to hear about this, there's really no reason to compare themselves to other heroes for every single matter. The situation made Jin wonder whether Li Shin Wu was really a hero or not. It's closed. Can you open it again? Yeah, that's not our problem. As soon as the two heroes entered the facility, the door closed automatically. Though they were thrown into the dark all of a sudden, Jin's blazing blue goblin fire dimly lit up their surroundings. Do you see anything? Kreischer was a typical magician. While Kreischer's other stats were fairly high, as she was at a high level, her magic stat was almost 10 times that of her other stats. It was impossible for her to assess her surroundings with her agility. Keep your defensive magic up. But Jin, who possessed a ridiculously high agility stat, immediately realized that this place was an abode of demons once had entered the facility. Had heard an explanation from Guillotine Steelworker, but he hadn't imagined that it would be such a mess. I can sense a golem's magic. Weren't they failed test subjects that were buried then? Why are there golems here? At the time, they might just been failed test subjects, but Kreischer asked whilst activating her defensive magic, and Jin replied stiffly. He had already been thinking about how he'd have to move so that he could protect himself from them. I sense someone. Then one of them noticed them trespassing. At that moment, the pitch-black facility lit up all at once, illuminating the entire area. A human, it's a human. An administrator. The emperor. The testing facility was definitely a lot bigger than they'd expected it to be, and it looked like it had been buried, as it overflowed with sand, as well as messily abandoned unknown cables, machines, golems' bodies, and piles of metals. As well as the tests over these crazy, all of them were fused together, as if their bodies were glued together, forming a singular monster. One was a human body inserted into the center of a torso, embedded with a core rather than a heart, and in another monster's body, there was a human body bizarrely affixed to it. LV5 Golem Chimera 1. LV5 Flesh Golem. LV6 Chimera Golem. One thing they were sure about was that none of them looked like proper golems. No, none of them even looked like proper undead. If not, then did we fail? Failure? Are they alive? They're alive. These golems that they'd found oddly stumbled here and there whilst speaking hoarsely and gradually approaching. Kracia tightened her fists at the horrific sight, and Jin sighed deeply. Hold on tight. Jiark. And just like Li Xin Wu had told them, he began running. In order to awaken this facility's nightmare that lay dormant for dozens of years. 1TN I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but the author writes Golem Chimera and then inverts it with Chimera Golem below. Chapter 24 Part 5. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, why are you there? 5. Mr. Li Xin Wu has entered. Lloyd HK. It's been a while. I'm glad you're safe. Irian Rupert. I'm glad you're safe. Mence Oran. Oh, you've come. When he couldn't move, the chatting channel was the best. He had to stay in position right now, so Li Xin Wu entered the chatting channel, though it had been a long time since he'd last entered the channel. Like always, there were several of his seniors that happily greeted him upon entrance. Li Xin Wu very naturally began to act and replied. Li Xin Wu. I'm glad you're all safe as well, seniors. Mence Oran. What are you doing right now? Li Xin Wu. I'm waiting for the right time. That's right. The right time. Li Xin Wu was waiting for the right time to attack. Life was all about timing, and it was even more important against the undead. And right now, Li Xin Wu was beginning to realize how to adjust that timing. Mence Oran. The right time. Lloyd HK. Is it an ambush? That must mean you've figured out where the undead troops are going. Li Xin Wu. Something like that. I have to ambush the undead troops, as the size of their force is a bit too much for me. To be exact, it wasn't a group of undead, but an entire city's worth. It felt like he was attacking both the inner city and the outskirts simultaneously, not through physical means, but mental. They wouldn't understand, even if he explained it to them, so he just concocted a story for them. Silent Vieser. I've been hiding and picking off the undead 1 or 2 at a time, but you're amazing, senior. Mence Oran. Those 1 or 2 undead are at the same level as you plus, they're elites. Man, it's been tough holding out over here, but I feel a lot better with such talented juniors appearing. Lloyd HK. Now that you mention talented juniors, I met that girl before. That newbie that entered the chatting channel briefly, but then left. Don't be shocked, but she's not weaker than me. Irian Rupert. That strong girl, who happens to be unnecessarily beautiful as well. You're talking about her, right? Mence Oran. Why are you getting upset again, young lady? Li Xin Wu had already heard about it from Kracia. That she'd managed to come across other senior heroes. She thought that they might be trouble, but because Li Xin Wu had given her information on them beforehand, it seemed like nothing bad happened. Prince Altair. You don't think she was level 7, do you? Lloyd HK. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that she's either at my level or stronger. And she's a magician too. Prince Altair a magician who, then we'll just have to see who's better sometime, show her who's boss, am I right? Lloyd HK. Heroes shouldn't fight amongst each other, you dumbass. Lloyd spoke, and it seemed like the conversation was briefly paused, but then a calm voice continued, as if it were a commander deciding whether or not he should press the nuclear missile button. Lloyd HK. Perhaps we'll be able to take on the 12 generals soon. Prince Altair Lloyd HK. You there seniors told us before. There are level 7s amongst the 12 generals. If that's the case, we should be able to take down 1 or 2 of them if we work together. Ments Oran, don't be hasty, Lloyd. Lloyd HK. Senior. Ments Oran, I've seen 4 level 7 heroes die all at once because they were just as hasty as you. So become stronger while it's still safe. Don't be too hasty, nor too lax, since we're still going to die here. Lloyd HK. Prince Altair, the mood in the chatting channel suddenly turned for the worst. They had finally gotten over Shino Rinder's death, but it seemed like they were still deeply affected by it. Li Xin Wu softly sighed. Who would think of them as heroes, acting like this? But then he received a message. Kreischer had arrived. Kreischer Meloy were in the middle of gathering them all and leaving Xin Wu. Save me. Nice work. You gathered them a lot faster than I expected. Then I'll get going now too. Kreischer Meloy. Wait, no. Help me first. Kreischer sounded like she was dying, but it probably wasn't from a severe injury. It probably wasn't easy for her to ride atop Jin when she had neither the horseback riding skill nor the assimilation skill. He pictured the small, almost doll-like and beautiful Kreischer, dizzy and banging her head atop Jin's back, and grinned. Then he stood up, wore some clothes over his wrinkled and dirty flesh, and finally looked over at the broken mirror. Nice. It's perfect. The mirror reflected the appearance of Cadinan's lord, Count Niloper. The disguise skill was also capable of changing one's voice. Li Xin Wu smiled after confirming that his voice had indeed changed to the lord's dreary and dismal one. As if reflecting his mood, the reflected emaciated flesh twisted around. How could I feel like I'm worse than this undead? He couldn't hide his misery or his distress, but it didn't matter. The Lord was dead. He couldn't stand again. In any way. Nice, it's a lot better than I thought it would be. It's almost perfect. He had somehow managed to raise his disguise skill to level 4 in the past few months, and contrary to when the skill was level 1 and he had to be familiar with the target to barely imitate them, he could now imitate an undead with a similar form with just the information from one bone. This was also due to his bone reinforcement developing as well. However, he had been uneasy as he didn't know how disguise would work with the undead commander. After all, he was a completely different species, but he hadn't expected him to drop 2 bones simultaneously at that moment. Li Xin Wu was sure of it. The fact that he'd be able to progress with Plan A. That's right. Li Xin Wu's plan of Operation Bro. Why are you there? Is as Cadinan's lord, I command you. All forces, assemble to battle. MMY Lord. The Lord came personally. What's going on? Plan A was unbelievable. Kill the undead commander, act as him, and commandeer Cadinan's forces. The Lord has given the command to battle. But, wait, do you plan on defying the Lord's command? No, of course not. The knights were considerably flustered once they saw the Lord yell out his command right after exiting his bedroom. Even so, they couldn't defy the Lord's command and immediately relayed his command to all of their forces. The once stagnant satellite city became excited in the blink of an eye. What about the soldiers charged with a mission? Recall them all. It's the Lord's command. Magicians, equip your magical devices and get ready to depart immediately. But the leader is wait. Now that I think about it, the leader isn't here. Only after creating a huge fuss did the undead realize that the magician leader was absent. Both the magician leader and the knight leader were missing, and the undead didn't know what to do. They shifted responsibility, as if playing hot potato. But ultimately, one of the level 5 elder knights who had heard his command approached him. My apologies, but wasn't the magician leader with you, my lord? This was the question he had been waiting for. He couldn't tell them himself, but he could wait for someone to ask. Li Xin-Wu took a deep breath without anyone knowing and simultaneously activated acting and instigate and opened his mouth. The place we were protecting, there was an intruder at the sanctuary. The magician leader was the first to notice and attempted to defeat them, but was defeated instead. As expected of the magician leader, the sanctuary was slang for the area they protected under the imperial command. Of course, they were dumbasses that couldn't tell that his lie about the magician leader was bullshit. But it seems like the words magician leader were quite effective on the undead, as they didn't find his lie suspicious at all. But because it was a lord's castle filled with level 5 undead or higher, not everyone let it go and questioned him. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be prudent to contact one of the 12 generals first? My lord, that was my first course of action. I contacted the general and reported what had happened. But even so, do we just stand still and do nothing when we couldn't prevent the intruders from entering the sanctuary? That's not my intent. I cannot wait until the lightning general arrives. It's not only to prove my loyalty to the emperor. I must punish these intruders myself. This is Li Xin-Wu replied. He briefly evened out his breathing and looked as though he were pushing down his anger. The elder knight saw this intense anger and gulped, even though he didn't have any saliva to swallow down, and stepped back. Li Xin-Wu was satisfied with that. Good. It seems like faking my facial expressions is perfect as well. Had never been in a relationship before, so he obviously didn't know what it felt like to lose a lover. However, he remembered how sad he was when his scary friend in elementary school stole one of his grilled beef patties from his precious lunchbox that his mother had bought for him. So when he recollected those feelings, they completely bought his lie. We will uphold both the imperial command and at the same time, beef patties I mean. It is also vengeance for the magician leader, so it. Understood. The Lord Li Xin-Wu's simmering anger and regret lead to one thing: vengeance. His feelings were clearly conveyed to the rest of the undead, causing them to feel both grief and pity, and sure enough, at that very moment, his skill leveled up. The instigate skill has become LV4. You amplify the emotions of your listeners and can cover for any contradictions or scanty evidence. Whenever his skill leveled up, the skill explanation would always be nothing more than "is this really okay like this?" But Li Xin-Wu kept a positive mindset, thinking that it's a great skill, and decided to completely ignore the message. He needed to concentrate on all the undead, focusing entirely on him right now. And he needed to focus on his partner, as well as his temporary partner, who were being chased from afar. Everyone, line up, we go to uphold the imperial command. Remember that, and focus. As you command, my lord. Li Xin-Wu saw more than 10,000 troops lining up outside of the outer walls, and yelled without even twitching an eyebrow. The knights, charged with missions and that were in other areas, led soldiers and assembled as well. Their numbers began to swell once more. I trust that you know what the situation is. Li Xin-Wu used instigate with each and every one of his words, his voice resonating and relaying his orders to the troops. This was to ensure that none of them became suspicious of him while simultaneously being a show of strength that would inspire them. The ones who dared to invade the sanctuary are there. Our mission is extremely simple. Executing all those who oppose His Majesty. Do you understand? I understand. As you command, my lord. Thousands of undead shouted all together, responding to his call. Hearing that, he calmly nodded his head, and if anyone were to see this, they would see him as an unimaginable big shot. Jin, when the two groups start fighting, take Crasher and run. I may be controlling them with my skill, but I don't know how they'll react to seeing someone alive. Jin Taylor, I got it. I got it, but how exactly are you going to do that? Li Xin-Wu didn't reply. Instead, he ordered his entire troops to advance. To battle. Don't die in vain. You may not die until you uphold the imperial command. Yu-wu-wu-wu. Around that time, most of the knights and soldiers that had been guarding the sanctuary, there were several undead that had already been killed from Jin and company had come under his leadership, so he had around 20,000 soldiers under his command. It was truly a reassuring sight. All forces, halt! I see our enemy. Our enemy, but our enemies are coming. That moment came faster than Li Xin-Wu had expected. After leading his troops and advancing for only a few hours, he saw a horse kicking up a dust cloud on one side as well as formidable monsters that were chasing after him fiercely. Wow, that's crazy. What the hell are golem chimeras? He didn't know if the group that chased after Jin and Crasher would be at least level 5 or not, but when he checked the levels of the thousands of monsters, he smirked. But once his subordinates, the other undead, saw a mob of powerful enemies appear, they felt uneasy and took up their battle positions. Jin Taylor, hey, I can see the undead troops, but where are you? Head gathered mobs and even ran, whilst allowing Crasher to ride on his back. Ultimately, Jin saw the undead force and was shocked at the force that numbered in the tens of thousands. He opened a private chat and messaged Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu calmly replied in the private chat. I'm right over here, he said and calmly waved his hand. At first, Jin couldn't see where Li Xin-Wu was, as he was protected by the level 6 knight leader, as well as a number of high-leveled undead. However, he soon realized what Li Xin-Wu was doing and gaped. Jin Taylor, he was at the center of the undead force. He was protected by them, instead of being the recipient of their attacks. No, from first glance, it just looked like Li Xin-Wu had just become the undead commander. Jin Taylor, why are you there? Once he heard that, Li Xin-Wu was sure that Operation Bro, why are you there had succeeded perfectly. Chapter 24 Part 6. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, why are you there 6. It's them. Li Xin-Wu yelled, as if Head found the bully who had taken his short rib patties. Those wicked beasts are our enemies. The Lord has given the order, annihilate them. Follow the Lord's command. Once the knight leader repeated Li Xin-Wu's command, the surrounding undead responded by raising their weapons and advancing. It was as if their spirits could even topple a mountain. However, a few of them hadn't been caught up in the mood, and timidly asked, I feel a living being's energy in front of them. Is that really important right now? Hyuk. Li Xin-Wu yelled. To an undead, being hostile to the living was paramount over all else. No, he supposed that their deeply ingrained instincts were just as important, so they wouldn't just meekly nod their heads and obey his order when a living being is present. Therefore, he needed to request that they overcome their base instincts. We're upholding the imperial command. We can take care of them later. Roman 2 understand. Because of how intimidating Li Xin Wu was, the thunderstruck undead halted any hostilities towards Kreischer and Jin, and focused their attention onto the golem chimeras. Li Xin Wu sent a message, telling them to take this opportunity and get out, and Jin, though dumbfounded, instinctively moved his body out of range of the undead. Though they were well within the range of the undead magicians were now focused entirely on the golem chimeras, and thus let Jin and Kreischer go unscathed. Undead, we will kill them. You're trying to kill us again. I'm sick of the Empire and the Emperor. Kill them all. Around that time, the Chimera troops, which had been chasing after Jin and Kreischer like madmen, turned their attention towards the undead troops led by Li Xin Wu. Though the golem chimeras, who had been asleep within the facility and recently awakened by magic stimuli, deeply resented Kreischer, who possessed a healthy, living, and intact body while they themselves did not, their resentment towards the knights and soldiers that charged in the name of the Empire was considerable as well. Jin and Kreischer sure did well gathering those guys. Whether it was a chimera with a normal golem's body, but with human limbs attached, or one with two claws inserted into a human body's twisted flesh, all the chimeras had a similarly bizarre fighting spirit, which was truly an astonishing sight. However, the undead troops' morale was no joke either. How dare you murder the magician leader? Kill them with extreme prejudice. As you command, my lord. Stop these awful beasts from reaching the rest of the Empire. We have to take care of them ourselves until one of the 12 generals comes. Kill them. Thus, thousands of level 5 flesh golems, and the undead force, 6 times the size of the chimeras and averaging at level 4, crashed into each other. Who nice? Shall I try acting like the undead commander? In this world, numbers alone cannot overcome a qualitative difference in strength. Thus, it was quite obvious that Cadenan's forces should lose. However, Li Xin Wu's level 7 intermediate command, as well as his instigate skill, could make up the difference. Now was the time for him to test just how much better his command skill had gotten after absorbing the undead commander's bone and leveling up. They're just worms rebelling against the Empire. Are you going to lose without even fighting back? QUQIARC. We are knights of the Empire, the swords of the Empire. The swords of the Empire, we are the swords that cleave evil. One. The synergistic effect between instigate, which steered people's emotions a certain way and amplified them, and command, which boosted the morale and combat abilities of his troops, was ridiculously high. But the effects were so pronounced that even Li Xin Wu himself was thunderstruck, almost as if on cue. Organized messages courteously appeared before him. Instigate amplifies the effect of the command skill. All friendly forces' morale has almost been raised to its limit. All offensive and defensive capabilities of your forces increase by 20. A part of your subordinates can now use bone-to-bone staking their lives to inflict a critical injury upon their enemies no matter what. His voice reached all of his troops due to his instigate skill, and a faint red energy covered their bodies. Moreover, a portion of his troops, picked at random, would gain a skill that would even enable level 4 skeleton knights to inflict a critical injury onto level 5 enemies. A skill does this effect manifest when my command skill levels up even more? If not, then is it because of the instigate skill? And more importantly, bone for bone is kind of it. Wasn't flesh for bone, but bone for bone too. Li Xin Wu didn't really feel like that change was necessary, but he soon realized that it would be incredibly disrespectful to the skill if he kept thinking like that. He heard the sound of bones cracking across the battlefield, as well as powerful strikes that caused the chimeras to clearly falter and retreat. Proud knights of Cadanan, give up your lives for the Lord. If I can help the Lord, even with this rotten body, then I will do so for so long as he asks it of me. Should this body die again and again 100 times over 3. Li Xin Wu was deeply moved as he saw the weak knights resolve themselves and sacrifice themselves to inflict damage upon the chimeras. What a prophet! Knights of Cadanan, show them your loyalty towards the Empire Magicians of Cadanan. You Wu, well, burn all those wretched worms and show our loyalty to the Lord. We Cadanan are one. Li Xin Wu enthusiastically raised his voice, inciting the troops further, and the undead responded in kind. They raised their swords and wands, and shouted along with him. An outside observer might think that Li Xin Wu had been their lord for 30 years. Is that really Xin Wu? Yep. Why is Xin Wu there? I don't know. But I'm kind of curious as to who the bro would be in Plan B, huh? Meanwhile, Jin and Kreischer had successfully completed their mission and had escaped from the battlefield. They watched as the undead troops led by Li Xin Wu and the chimeras that they'd gathered from the facility fiercely fought against the other, and cordially voiced their opinions vacantly. Upon reuniting, they both instinctively watched the other obviously. There was no ill will there, and even argued with each other, but upon watching the spectacle laid out for them by Li Xin Wu, they had no other choice but to put aside their differences. You might be right. I can't keep up with that. The genre's completely different. What did I tell you? They watched the battle between the two forces whilst resting and relaxing the overwhelming tension from gathering the mob from the past few hours. The difference in strength due to the level disparity was clear, but Li Xin Wu's command and instigate skills were still being used. Actually, Li Xin Wu's troops were starting to win. Bit by bit, perhaps his skill in commanding was even better than the undead commander, Count Niloper, who possessed the commander Comer. What exactly have you guys been doing? You saw a bit of it before when you were with us, didn't you? Then again, this was Li Xin Wu, who had split apart an army and caused them to self-destruct. If she thought back to that, it wasn't really that surprising that Li Xin Wu had commandeered an entire army to fight against another army. It seems like he's gotten a lot stronger too. Actually, his increase in strength is a lot more pronounced than these other abilities. He's been fusing skills. It must be tough traveling alongside a monster like that. Don't call my partner a monster. Oshed thought that they'd completely reconciled by now, but it seemed like they were still at odds. Kreischer pondered whether or not she should say anything at this point, and her lips parted, but she ultimately decided to change topics. Not to mention that there was something that was bothering her. Are you sure you've stopped one of the 12 generals from coming? Seems that way. The seniors I met before told me go unnoticed in the level 3 danger zones. That I shouldn't make a fuss, and if I did, a big shot would show up. I feel like it's been several hours since Xin Wu started making a fuss. I see from the very beginning, the reason Li Xin Wu infiltrated the city and acted was to avoid an encounter with one of the 12 generals. He had used all the means available to him to tie up all the loose ends and move as quickly as possible. So long as the general didn't have rockets on his feet, he wouldn't be able to catch Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu was daring, but he wasn't an idiot. Had made this plan after carefully assessing his own abilities. That's what's scariest. It wasn't made out of pride. I'm a bit scared too. Fortunately, things got a little better between Jin and Kreischer again. They watched the undead free-for-all as if they were enjoying some sort of war movie. Eventually, Kreischer finished recovering her magic and stepped forward, as if she intended on helping. It seems like they're evenly matched, so it should be fine if I were to cut down both sides, right? But you can't let them aggro onto you. I know at least that much. Kreisha replied leisurely, and covertly raised her magic. Jin's goblin fire blazed immensely as he observed her. Jin hadn't noticed before, as they had only intended on provoking the chimeras in the testing facility, but now that he had a chance to watch her draw upon all of her magic, he realized that the quantity was absurd. Yoot. Kreisha simply offered a subdued smile to the shocked Jin, and displayed her magic. First, she would look for a wide area, and once cast, the larger-scale debuff would freeze the mana of all those within that area, as well as disrupt their teamwork. Before she could cast the spell, she had to completely understand all of the magic in the area, so it was an incredibly difficult task. While it was difficult to use, its effects were covert and immediate, so there was no better spell to use in this situation. However, she couldn't continue with the spell. Kreisha's face momentarily paled. Though her face was normally quite pale, her complexion was pale enough to now resemble an ice statue. Did you fail? No, that's not it. Kreisha firmly denied, and demanded a clear answer from Jin. You said one of the 12 generals wasn't coming. They're not. Shin Wu guaranteed that they went. Then what the hell is that? I have no idea what you're talking about, Jin replied in frustration, but finally saw what she was talking about with his high agility. The moment he saw it, he looked into its identity and was dumbstruck. Then he messaged Li Shin Wu. Jin Taylor Shin Wu, is that part of your plan? Advance more aggressively. What do you mean? If it's part of my plan, it's perfect. Jin Taylor, no, it's become imperfect just now. Li Shin Wu had noticed its approach later than Kreisha or Jin, not because his abilities were worse than theirs, but because his command over the undead was just that important. In any case, it was fortunate that he was able to figure out what they was talking about after listening to Jin's warning. The hell, there was something pushing through the dense, rotten trees beyond the mountain range at an incredible speed. It was violently emitting a ridiculous amount of mana, and his eardrums, which he didn't even have, threatened to burst from its scream. The familiar face that was violently running towards them was Bro. Li Shin Wu couldn't help but acknowledge that his plan, Operation Bro, Why Are You There, had been completely derailed. LV7 Treasure Eater. Steve, why are you there? 1TN could be a reference to Sanger Zonvolt from Super Robot Wars. 2TN, a Chinese saying adapted to Korean. Sacrifice your flesh to take their bone. Basically, take a superficial injury to inflict a severe injury. But Toy Car replaces the flesh part with bone because they're skeletons and they have no flesh. It really doesn't translate well as a skill name. 3TN, a reminder. The words of Jiang Mengju of the Goryeo dynasty. It describes one's steadfastness, loyalty, etc. Chapter 24, Part 7. Chapter 24. Operation Bro, Why Are You There? 7. You have encountered a higher-leveled foe. The rebellion skill increases all skills by 14. Half of the effects are shared with your subordinates. Li Shin Wu hadn't really thought about it very much, but Bone Armory pretty much stored all of his equipment in his body. All the recorded equipment didn't disappear, but instead became one with Li Shin Wu. The equipment was also maintained by his body, and what's worse, developed in his body. Had absorbed countless pieces of equipment and stored them in his body, and fused different attributes together in order to create even greater equipment. Thus, Li Shin Wu's body was like a treasure house. The moment any treasure hunter sensed his presence, it was obvious that they'd turn their attention to him. plus Kreischer's rare, growing artifact, was enough to draw the treasure eater's attention as well. It made sense that a treasure eater would appear when both of these treasures were in the same place. But why did he have to come now? Li Xin-Wu was sure this issue came about due to his terrible operation name, and grit his teeth. But while he stared vacantly at the treasure eater continued to advance, sending parts of the undead force flying. Thus, he didn't have any more time to spare. What is that? The Lord protect the Lord. Qurk, these monsters won't let us go. The undead realized that Li Xin-Wu was the treasure eater's target, and even in their confusion, attempted to stop it from getting to him. But because they were definitely categorized as enemies by the chimeras, they continued to tactlessly attack the undead troops, ultimately resulting in further undead casualties. To make matters worse, Steve used the treasure eater's patented technique, the Shriek of the Dead. Should he say, as expected of a level 7, its shriek instantaneously affected the entire area. The enemy has used Shriek of the Dead, however, Invisible Heart has completely protected you against mental status ailments. Li Xin-Wu momentarily did a double take and turned around. He was worried that Jin wouldn't be able to endure it, especially because he wasn't currently linked with him. Fortunately, Kreischer had used her magic to protect both her and Jin from the shriek. As expected of a high-level magician, that monster's using black magic. Don't be afraid, the Lord's watching over us. Let's stab its limbs with our spears. The undead are also good, they're fine as well. He had roughly expected this outcome. Firstly, his troops were under the effects of his command skill, which protected them from status ailments, and secondly, his instigate skill had already taken effect. Both the Shriek of the Dead and instigate were the same type of skill, but Shriek of the Dead was definitely a lower-ranked skill than instigate. Therefore, Shriek of the Dead wasn't very effective. Why you bastards, the Emperor is no, I won't participate in it. Don't take me there. Not me, however, the chimeras, who weren't protected by either Kreischer or Li Xin-Wu, were affected by the Shriek of the Dead. While the chimeras were physically enhanced to the very limit, they were susceptible to mental ailments, and were all affected by the Treasure Eater's Shriek of the Dead. The deeper one's regret and resentment, the more effective Shriek of the Dead was. It was as though the golem chimeras were born to be affected by the Shriek of the Dead. No, no. Don't nod your head, don't. You can't. The Emperor lied to us. Please don't. Were they remembering the time when they became sacrificial lambs for the experiments? The chimeras cried tears of blood as they screamed and rolled onto the floor. Thousands of level 5 monsters had become unable to fight from just one skill. Li Xin-Wu felt a bit sad when he saw them, but because of the Treasure Eater, the undead army could now breathe easy. It's time. Gouge its bones, charge. Yubo. The undead troops suddenly pushed past the chimeras and charged at the Treasure Eater. Li Xin-Wu shouted quickly in an attempt to stop their indiscriminate attack, but because of the sudden turn of the events, the undead weren't capable of properly accessing the situation. Ultimately, he could stop half of them, and hundreds of undead rushed towards the Treasure Eater. Li Xin-Wu clicked his tongue and had no other choice but to watch the ensuing battle. Now that it's come to this, I suppose I have to sacrifice them to find out my opponent's abilities. He clearly remembered when Head first fought against the Treasure Eater, his desperate battle against the level 3 Treasure Eater, and even when Head fought against the level 5 Treasure Eater. Li Xin-Wu would get screwed whenever he encountered a Treasure Eater, as it would always possess a unique ability. Plus, this Treasure Eater was level 7, so he wouldn't be surprised if it could teleport and take a bite out of his heart. Gu. And just as Li Xin Wu expected, the treasure eater had a special ability. Fortunately, it wasn't teleportation, but when it screamed, hair fell off of its body. Then blue light seemed to spew from its body, which ended up being lightning. Qark. My lord. The treasure eater twisted its body, discharging lightning everywhere. The undead that came into direct contact with the lightning screamed, but they were better off than the rest. The weaker level 4 and level 5 undead couldn't even scream before they vanished. Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth at the power that the level 7 elite displayed. He was frustrated at how it seemed no weaker despite using such an attack. I barely got control over this army. Yet they become a barbecued bone platter in the blink of an eye. It didn't matter whether it was against a level 1 skeleton or a level 5 skeleton. There wasn't much difference between how long it would take for it to grill them anyway. Therefore, it would be stupid to just stand still and do nothing. Li Xin Wu, who'd inwardly made his decision, used his instigate skill to its very limit and yelled, "All troops, retreat! Well, fight him in the city. But my lord, all forces protect Kadanin." I understand. None could refute Li Xin Wu's stern command, and all of the undead there turned around. Their movements were so organized and systematic that Li Xin Wu's movement, or lack thereof, was quite noticeable. My lord. His target's me. Li Xin Wu said bravely. "I'll keep him busy, so you return to the city and evacuate all of the civilians from the city. Once I'm sure that everyone has been evacuated, I'll bring him over." "It's too dangerous, my lord. I cannot allow it. You dare doubt me?" Li Xin Wu's booming voice even startled the most powerful undead in Kadanin, the Knight Leader, Selwyn. Of course, Li Xin Wu was the lord he served and was a level 6 undead commander, but the Knight Leader had thought that his abilities surpassed the lord's. However, once the Knight Leader heard the strength in Li Xin Wu's voice, he realized that that might not necessarily be the case. "Go now. Even now, our precious soldiers are being sacrificed, you fool. I don't plan on dying in vain. Kadanin and I are one. I will not fall, so long as Kadanin stays standing." My lord. Qhuk, as expected of the lord we serve, the Knight Leader, as well as the surrounding knights, were touched by Li Xin Wu's brave declaration and were on the verge of tears. Had managed to fool them completely. Though Li Xin Wu was planning on destroying Kadanin in its entirety so that he could safely annihilate the treasure eater. Go tell them. Arm yourselves and be ready to die for Kadanin. All the citizens will follow your command, my lord. At least let me stay by your side, you fool. Only you can command in my absence. Don't say anything so foolish and go. Qhuk, I understand. I will carry out your command perfectly, I swear it. Even as he cursed at him, Li Xin Wu reminded the Knight Leader that he was the next in command and that he had to be responsible for the troops in the lord's absence. His words spurred him to act, causing the Knight Leader's eyes to blaze with a bit of goblin fire and turn around. Even the undead that had been indiscriminately attacking the treasure eater began to assemble to the best of their ability. At least 20 of the troops had been burnt to crisp already, but it was comforting that most of their casualties were level 4s. Warrior. Of course, from the very beginning, the treasure eater's target had been Li Xin Wu and Li Xin Wu alone. Therefore, when the obstructing skeletons got out of its way on their own accord, it seemed thankful and beelined towards Li Xin Wu. Some of the knights couldn't help themselves and turned around, drawing their swords, but Li Xin Wu restrained them once more. "I won't say it again. Go. Li Xin Wu said, and once he raised his sword in one hand, they resigned themselves and turned around. It seemed like it hadn't occurred to them that they had never seen that sword before. Now let's see how good a lightning element monster is. Once he confirmed that the undead troops had fully retreated, Li Xin Wu moved his body quickly and infused mana into the lightning tooth, as if to lure in the treasure eater. Li Xin Wu transformed all of his mana, which was at a frightening level, into pure lightning and infused it into the lightning tooth. The blade was covered in flickering blue sparks, and looked as though God had sent this lightning herself. Seeing that, the treasure eater snorted and opened its mouth. Ooh! Hup! A lightning sphere popped out of its mouth, but because Li Xin Wu had already figured out that its mana was mainly concentrated in its throat, he had already expected what kind of attack was coming beforehand. Li Xin Wu threw his body out of the way, dodging the sphere, and forcefully shot out with a lightning tooth in turn. Kithark! With rule of bone, it seemed like the lightning tooth actually shot out at the speed of lightning, and burrowed into the treasure eater's throat before it could close its mouth. Once it became level 7, it became like some sort of dragon, as it had attained thick and durable scales. Even so, its inner organs had to be much less durable than its scales. Li Xin Wu immediately exploded the lightning tooth, and funnily enough, despite it being level 7, it writhed in pain and made one full rotation on the floor. Cuk. But that was all, though it should be in a considerable amount of pain, as well as sustaining severe injuries from the lightning-covered blade and the resulting explosion. The momentarily moaning treasure eater immediately regained its posture and charged straight at Li Xin Wu. Come out, fortress! Li Xin Wu, startled by the treasure eater's unexpected speed, summoned a giant shield from Bone Armory. The reason head shouted so loudly was because he wanted to place it in front of him, and retreated. The giant shield, which was embedded into the ground and created by weaving giant bones together in strands, truly looked like a fortress. Bone Fortress. LV5. Durability 2,502,250. Defense 1,200 1,400. Options: effectiveness of defense 50. Whether one looked at the level, the ridiculous amount of defense, or its even more ridiculous option, there was no way this couldn't be considered a treasure. Had gotten this shield from killing one of his undead seniors, but once it had been absorbed into his bone armory, it had been remodeled. Of course, it was an item that was bestowed upon a hero by God, but the shield couldn't even withstand the treasure eater's charge for 1 second and broke apart. It had become weaker after smashing through the bone fortress, but its charge still retained an absurd amount of power. It got close and almost hit Li Xin Wu. The resulting force flung him several meters, and left him with no other option but to endure the pain. In pain, Li Xin Wu diligently restored his body and thought, "Damn, this is 100. He hadn't expected it to recover from the shock and charge so quickly. Now he was sure. The treasure eater possessed lightning resistance. It had the full package. He had a hunch when it had unleashed its lightning, but now that it come to this, he could say that he was sure now. It can't be helped. I have to take it down." He was thinking about how he could somehow lead it somewhere else whilst finishing up all his business here, but upon realizing that it had something he wanted, he knew he had to take it down. This probably won't be enough. Nothing good would come of him leading it to the city. Even if he did, the undead would just be sacrificed to reduce its mana. That's all. But even taking that into consideration, it wasn't enough to take down a level 7 elite. Even if he added in the chimeras, which were rolling around, as well as Kreischer and Jin, who were behind him on standby. It wouldn't work. Then, Li Xin Wu evaded its next attack and hectically moved his body around. He steeled himself and took out a small marble-like object. This was the obvious course of action. Since there was an opponent he couldn't beat with his plan, the Lightning General, the great sword of the Empire. I, Niloper, the Empire's loyal servant, have an urgent report for you. Then he just needed to make a new plan. Chapter 25 Part 1 Chapter 25 Hansen von Dorth 1 Once Li Xin Wu had seen Niloper's movements, he was able to understand the magic pattern immediately. He formed the connection extremely quickly and naturally. The communication line didn't show faces and only transmitted one's voice, so it was quite simple. Is that you, Niloper? Yes, General. He was communicating with one of the 12 generals, the Lightning General. He realized that the communication line would enable him to communicate with only the Lightning General after going through Count Niloper's memories. But that was actually quite fortunate. Count Niloper knew quite a bit about the Lightning General, as he worked under him, and that was the primary reason Li Xin Wu took the risk of summoning one of the 12 generals. You already gave me your regular report. An invader, so the golems finally did they show up. The Lightning General, Hansen von Dorth, replied, and Li Xin Wu spoke in an urgent tone. He wasn't lying, the situation was quite urgent. Since the treasure eater was running wild in an attempt to swallow him whole. It's not the golems, but a considerably powerful monster appeared. The Emperor's order was clear: execute the golems, who are rebelling against the Empire. But the city will fall if that happens. We won't be able to uphold the Imperial command, General. If the city responsible for protecting the sanctuary fell, then they would obviously be leaving the sanctuary unattended. It was such obvious reasoning, so why did he have to think it over so seriously? Li Xin Wu wondered whether all the 12 generals were idiots. Who fools to think you'd be put into this kind of situation from a mere monster? It can't be helped. I'll go myself. It's an honor, General. Keep as many soldiers alive as possible. If you're right, then me going is pointless if all your forces, which are meant to protect the sanctuary, are destroyed. Indeed, had planned on sacrificing his troops to ensure his safety, but Li Xin Wu didn't tell him that and cut the line. He hadn't given the general any particular information on the monster, but it seemed like the general didn't care. Well, he was one of the 12 generals. The 12 generals had nothing to fear in the Empire, aside from the Emperor. Good. A resounding success. However, if the general had been told, he wouldn't have been able to respond as calmly as he did. That his opponent, the Treasure Eater, was a high-rank level 7 elite, capable of unleashing powerful lightning, as well as possessing lightning resistance. The Lightning General, Hansen von Dorth, is level 7 and is one of the weaker generals. But because he's a swordsman who wields a powerful and quick blade clad in lightning, as well as utilizing a powerful element, he's about as powerful as a level 8 in a one-on-one fight. Thus, the Emperor uses him as an hitman, a contracted killer. Plus, he's one of the generals who's independent and works alone without commanding troops. Even Li Xin Wu wouldn't be privy to this detailed information had his bone reinforcement been a lower level, or had he not gained 2 bones from Niloper rather than 1, or if Niloper wasn't someone connected with the Lightning General. However, all the conditions had been met, so had acquired plenty of information on Hansen von Dorth, and had succeeded in calling him over. He wouldn't come over with bothersome high-rank undead, and his match up against the treasure eater was the worst. The lightning general won't be able to win easily. If Li Xin Wu succeeded in pitting them against each other, he would be able to take down both the treasure eater and one of the 12 generals. No, he put all this effort into calling him, he had to take him down. I'm confident I took the best course of action, but I may die a few times. To think he actually managed to call one of the 12 generals over here. He thought about how shocked Jin would be if he heard about this and chuckled. With that in mind, the treasure eater shot out lightning once more. Yeah, I heard you. Jin, get over here quick, I'm dying over here. I'm on my way. Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu's agility wasn't high enough for him to dodge when fighting against a level 7 monster using its full strength. He attempted to stifle its approach by either using Bone Fortress or spewing acid poison, but if he made even one mistake in this intense battle, he'd lose his head. Whoop! Then, the treasure eater struck the floor with its giant tail, shooting lightning spears at that moment. Li Xin Wu knew that he couldn't block the attack. He leapt into the air while the lightning spears struck his body. The treasure eater began shooting him with large-scale attacks, and its body temporarily stiffened. The fact that only its rotten eyeballs were moving and tracking his movements was truly goosebump-inducing. Get on. Okay. Jayark. Right when the treasure eater could move again, Jin skillfully jumped, approached Li Xin Wu, and called for him. Li Xin Wu grabbed onto Jin's back and did a half-turn, safely landing on Jin's back immediately after. The three landed at a location quite far from treasure eater. You have joined up with your partner. Rebellion's effect are fully shared with your partner. Nice. This is perfect. That was really close, you know. Yui Jin had easily avoided the treasure eater's impressive lightning attack. While advancing forward, he then jumped, catching Li Xin Wu in the air and even landed perfectly. Kreischer was reminded once more that Jin wasn't normal. Her motion sickness was the price she had to pay for underestimating him. Run slowly, ugh. Just let it out while we're running. You'll feel a bit better that way. If you vomit on my back, then I'm dropping both of you. Jin yelled in astonishment as Li Xin Wu patted Kreischer's back. Jin decided to ask about their current predicament. How long do you think we can keep avoiding it for without fighting it directly? Rebellion increased your stats, so probably as long as we want. You're a good guy. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly at Jin's refreshing reply. It still didn't change the fact that Jin was level 5, no matter how close he was to level 6, while their opponent was an elite level 7 monster. To think he'd still be able to say something so confidently. No matter how high Jin's agility was, or how much his stats were increased through the rebellion skill, the effectiveness of their stats shouldn't be able to match a level 7's. Now that I think about it, there's more to Jin than just his agility. Li Xin Wu suddenly realized there was more to Jin than just his high agility. Jin possessed several skills that allowed him to use that agility to its very limits, or even beyond its limits. According to him, each of Jin's reflex-related skills immediately increased his speed. Moreover, Steelheart further increased his mobility, so it made sense that he was still confident. So why did you tell the undead to back off, Xin Wu? You could've sacrificed them to weaken it a bit. I sent them back to the city, since it'd be better to fight within the city if we want to take advantage of our numbers. And in the process, he stayed behind to keep the treasure eater busy, further cementing their loyalty to him. If the undead could still shed tears, then his troops would've been sobbing during their retreat. And I'm going to group up with them soon. So what about those guys? You should be able to control them, right? Originally, the golem chimeras had been their objective, but now, no one cared about the thousands of golem chimeras. Kreisha didn't doubt that Li Xin-Wu would be able to control them and use them to inflict damage upon the treasure eater. And if that happened, if I can consolidate all our forces into one single force, we may be able to take down a level 7 elite. Since I'm level 7 now too. You really are level 7, huh? Li Xin-Wu thought there might be some truth to Lloyd's statement regarding Kreisha in the chatting channel, but he hadn't expected her to actually have reached level 7. That meant that she was at the level of a high rank, level 6, when they first met. However, he was surprised and knew that she was talented, but it wasn't something that would change their situation very much. It's not like your plan would've changed if you knew that I was level 7 beforehand. Plan? What plan? Isn't your plan over with now? Jin, who had been busy concentrating on evading the treasure eater, stuck his nose into their conversation. Li Xin-Wu genuinely laughed and replied, "You probably wouldn't know, but there's one part left of Operation Bro. Why are you there? I prepared something in case an unexpected powerful enemy appeared." Plan D, of course, he was lying his ass off, but Jin was completely fooled and replied in astonishment. Before he explained Plan D, he asked Kreisha, "Kreisha, something unexpected happened. You could get hurt, so you can leave if you want. I don't mind. You helped us attack the testing facility, so I can reward you too." I told you, I'm level 7. Didn't you hear me? Was he intending on taking her, a level 7, out of his plan? Her expression was no longer of disappointment. Instead, she poked Li Xin-Wu's back with a face marred with confusion. But because his back was entirely composed of bone, her finger just ended up hurting. "I heard you. What kind of plan takes out a level 7? There's no way I'd run away unless one of the 12 generals was as expected." She realized midway what his plan was with her impressive intellect. "You're going to bring one of the 12 generals into this?" "One of the 12 generals? Why would a general come here?" Jin, who had been listening, was startled and yelled. However, Li Xin-Wu smirked and nodded his head. "Yep, I called a general. I know about him through Naloper." "Are you insane? What are you going to do?" Kreisha and Jin were shocked and demanded a clear answer out of Li Xin-Wu, who treated this like he were inviting a close friend over. Jin especially, as he pledged that they would live or die together. However, Li Xin-Wu remained calm as ever. He was actually really nervous, but he was well aware that if he showed his unease, he would just further exasperate his teammates' own anxiousness. "Listen carefully. The Lightning General, Hansen von Dove, is coming, and he's one of the generals who works alone. I heard that there were generals that acted independently, but he's still a general. He's on another level, even to another level 7. To become level 7, one needed to attain 6,400 total stats, and Kreisha had barely made it past that to become a level 7 magician. However, that didn't mean that every level 7 was the same. Those who'd reached 6,400 stats were level 7, but one needed 12,800 stats to reach level 8, and those who were really close to that threshold, like those with 12,799 stats, were still considered level 7. A general would be closer to level 8 than 7. Seriously, just listen. He specializes in one-on-one fights, so the Emperor uses him as his personal hitman. And he's best at using lightning. His explanation caused Kreisha to furrow her brow. For a while now, she'd been vacantly thinking a level 7 elite really is different from the norm after seeing the level 7 treasure eater continuously discharge lightning. Then, you're going to make it fight against the general, and then even a general shouldn't be able to take it down so easily when it has such a powerful lightning resistance. Of course, it'll be tough for the treasure eater to take the general down too, but if it gets into a melee fight, then the lightning general loses his advantage. Well, that's true, but Li Xin Wu was conjuring up some plans that would depend on the situation in case the general was much stronger than he expected, since he held all the cards. So what are you going to do, Kreischer, you want in or not? His final card was Invisible Heart. Even if he did his best and prepared a myriad of strategies, he wasn't confident that he could take down a big shot like a general without dying in the process. But if Kreischer nodded her head, he could replace Invisible Heart with Kreischer. With her, it would be a perfect hand, a royal straight flush. He was sure of that. In the great level 7 magician anguished over his offer. Ultimately, she made up her mind. Chapter 25 Part 2. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 2. QRRR. Xin Wu, you really think we can just leave them like that? Yeah. He sent Kreischer away, and when it was about time that they return to the castle, Jin asked Li Xin Wu a question. Them was referring to the chimera golems that were still rolling on the floor and grunting. The fact that they were still like that, despite the fact that Shriek of the Dead should've worn off by now, must mean that they were suffering from PTSD. I feel like they'll just stay like that if we leave them here. They don't have a part in my plan for the time being. We should just leave them like that. So you're saying that you are going to use them later? Of course. Li Xin Wu nodded his head, as if saying, wasn't it obvious? Why are you asking me that? They were already on a Joker's stage. They couldn't leave unless he said so. They would either dance to his tune, or die. He would only allow one of those choices to pass. The golem chimeras were comprised of a group of undead that were at least level 5. He was confident that he could inflict damage upon a general, so long as he used them properly. What if something goes wrong? Well, then I suppose he'll die a few times or something. Don't worry about it too much. Jin was well aware of the fact that Li Xin Wu's words were just hot air. They exchanged a few words before the battle, and in the process, Jin once again realized just how determined Li Xin Wu was, then steeled himself as well. Q-woo-woo-bo. Huke. How long do you think it'll take before the general shows up? To be honest, even Niloper didn't really know how long it'd take for him to show up, but I'm sure it won't take very long, since he had plans that would let him hold out until the general showed up, no matter the situation. Li Xin Wu said and looked backwards. The treasure eater was chasing after Jin and was close to catching them. Light was steadily radiating off its body, and it seemed as though it would let out a big one soon. Though I have no idea how long we can last against that guy. Why the hell did that thing appear here, when it's so hard to even find a level 7? You said that there was only one level 7 elite bone in the secret shop. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask him? Li Xin Wu was also speechless. This operation was supposed to be relatively risk-free and safe, and he had planned to finish things up without any problems. Had let the chimeras and the undead destroy each other, and then loot everything in the facility. The fact that things had gotten so out of hand was all because of that asshole Steve. To think that a level 7 treasure eater actually existed, even if he had assumed one did exist. How was he to know that that level 7 treasure eater would appear right before him? According to his seniors, Treasure eaters were such a rare species that meeting one was like winning the lottery on Earth. Since it's come to this, we have to get that thing to pay us back for making us walk on such a tightrope. Your voice is really scary right now, you. Then Steve began attacking. However, Jin was able to avoid it easily by momentarily accelerating. The lightning cannonball barely missed and vanished after leaving behind a crater several meters wide. If they had been directly hit by that, they would have been reduced to bone power. They would have died on the spot. Just one of these would destroy the castle walls. It's all right. Shall we use the undead as meat shields? Fortunately, it seemed as though that still wasn't something Steve could use often, as it was apparent that Steve had gotten weaker. Its speed at which it chased them had slowed. While it was slowed, Li Xin Wu and Jin moved hurriedly and arrived in front of the outer castle walls. One of the soldiers atop the walls, surveying his surroundings, noticed Li Xin Wu and yelled happily, "The Lord has returned. Oh, the Lord's returned safely. Hurry, open the front gate." But before the undead opened the front gate, Jin let out a whoop and seemed to put pressure in his legs. The soles of his feet, or rather his hooves, suddenly changed shape. Li Xin Wu caught a glimpse of it, and to him, they looked like spinning helical springs. How did Jin just get an ability like that? 1x fruit 1. Li Xin Wu was astonished, but at that very moment, Jin slammed his feet onto the ground, leaping high into the air. Had leapt to a ridiculous height in such a short period of time that even Li Xin Wu was shocked. Seeing that, the undead seemed confused, and Jin calmly landed above the castle walls. It was such a soft landing, belying the powerful leap. "How's that? Awesome. Hut." Jin snorted at Li Xin Wu's honest appreciation, and was quite happy. It seemed like Jin had been considering various ways in which he could make full use of his ability. Honestly, there was a large degree of freedom in the way he could use Steel Heart, which enveloped his body in Marner steel, and had thought that he could develop it any way he wanted. But to change a certain part of his body into springs, it was both a simple and extremely effective idea. "My lord, isn't that horse Sir Setter's? Now that you mention it, I don't see Sir Setter anywhere. Did he perhaps? Sir Setter left this horse to me. He was a knight who fought loyally for the Empire till the bitter end. Other knights took the death of this imaginary figure, Sir Setter, hard." There were several holes in his story that didn't make sense. For example, why Sir Setter had stopped peering around the halfway point, or how he died, or how had bequeathed his horse to the Lord. However, those trifling matters didn't matter to them right now. That monster will fall by our hands no matter what. That's not all. We'll punish those disgusting bastards who invaded the sanctuary in His Majesty's name. Follow Sir Setter's example, remember his will. Woo. Jin didn't do anything, but his existence managed to boost the morale of the undead. By the time he tilted his head, the pursuing treasure eater forcefully rammed into the outer castle wall and showed itself to all of them. Quack. The treasure eater, its gigantic body several meters long, had substituted its speed for its weight in order to deliver such a powerful charge. It was truly a horrific impact. It seemed as though the castle walls would crumble then and there, and within the vibrations, Li Xin Wu yelled out in a calm, confident tone. "Turismer was everything to a lord. Who defends Kadanin? We do. Then, defend it. Show that monster that it cannot look down on us." Understood. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. The knights and soldiers atop the castle walls then took the plunge, free-falling to the ground. Several of the knights had landed properly, but the soldiers let out a horrific sound upon landing, as if that alone would kill them, yet the other soldiers followed suit and took the plunge. "What the hell is that?" "Suicide commandos," Li Xin-Wu replied objectively as he started to push them. He didn't want to waste the precious knights, so he insisted on fielding the low-leveled commoners and soldiers first. With one order from the Lord of Blood and Iron, the city's undead stood before the castle walls without a speck of suspicion or fear. "You! For the Emperor! For the Lord! For the Q-hack!" Skeletons from everywhere fell to the ground. The treasure eater charged once more, but it collided with the accumulated heaps of skeleton bones, and it had to be satisfied with just breaking through the piles of bones. It was both the result he was praying for and expecting. Honestly, sacrificing 100 level 1 or 2 skeletons to stop one of the treasure eater's attacks was well worth it for Li Xin-Wu. This is show them your spirit, the spirit of a warrior who won't let that monster through. Those warriors had already turned into bone, and if one were to look for them, no one would be able to find them. Take after their courage, show them that Kadinan will not fall today. Yuwuwo, we can't lose to a mere monster. It's time we repaid the Lord for his grace. These level 1 and 2 skeletons, which really didn't serve any other purpose than to be a momentary shield, fell to the ground in droves. However, it didn't matter. There were about 100,000 skeletons in the city that went part of the army. Good. With this, the inner city shouldn't fall before that guy arrives. This isn't something a human being should be doing. I'm a skeleton, remember. And those dying to the treasure eater were also either skeletons or zombies. Li Xin-Wu grinned as the treasure eater threw a fit and rampaged at the never-ending additional reinforcements that kept falling from the castle walls. It didn't matter whether it decided to tackle them with its body or fire its lightning, because hundreds, if not thousands, would come to reinforce them. The treasure eater was already quite tired as it's fired off several large-scale attacks while chasing Li Xin-Wu. The undead would gather and prevent it from advancing, like a rising tide. Seemingly realizing this, the treasure eater gave up on advancing rapidly and reserved its magic and stamina, as if saying, "Let's see who holds out until the very end." It seemed like the treasure eater had opted to break through the skeletons slowly. Show that monster that our will is even harder than these very walls. Glory to the Emperor. I will stake my life to protect you, my lord. And so, the meat shield plan began in earnest. One by one, the undead climbed up the walls and fell towards the treasure eater. The treasure eater destroyed those skeletons and accumulated bones. Wow, look at that line. Fall one by one, remember, one by one. There was now a queue for skeletons to climb the castle walls, like they were lining up to ride an amusement park ride. Jin watched the treasure eater that restlessly shattered the skeletons and zombies, as well as the man who sent these skeletons and zombies to their deaths one by one, and thought it looked like a trainer tossing a lion food at a zoo. You're only doing this because fighting it would be troublesome, so you're passing on the job to him, right? You know me too well. Li Xin-Wu checked the time and effectively used the skeleton volunteers. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 in just a few hours. Li Xin-Wu had managed to clear the city of about 70 of the city's level 1 and 2s. When they died, they left behind a heaping mountain of bones, and as such, the treasure eater would have to put in the effort to destroy the accumulated bones. Since they were bones that contained the very essence of the undead, it seemed as though the bones were more durable than when they were still alive, which caused the treasure eater to expend even more energy. You don't need to collect those. Level 1 or 2 bones are useless to me now. However, level 3 or 4 bones are different. Jin, you got it right. Are you telling me to go and collect them? Exactly. One fortunate aspect of this plan is that even though he was continuously throwing bodies at it, the treasure eater wasn't losing any strength, rather, it seemed to be gradually getting stronger for some strange reason. Because he'd never fought a treasure eater for this long before, Li Xin Wu wasn't really aware of it, but considering its power, as well as its hostility towards Li Xin Wu, it seemed as though an increased obsession for treasure gradually increased the power of a treasure eater. Perhaps it might be an innate skill of the treasure eaters. You're enduring well. The general will be here soon. You will go. My lord, I'll go as well. And finally that time had come. All the city's low-level undead were gone, and now the level 3 and higher elite forces had to intervene. Li Xin Wu nodded his head and yelled, "Your tenacious spirits will protect our city, no, our empire. You inspire the allied undead through the instigate skill. The command skill is temporarily strengthened, and a portion of your subordinates are able to use the skill Meat Shield. The intermediate command skill has become LV8. All stats have increased by 3. Head hit the jackpot again. It was just like with Bone, for Bonaparte of his subordinates could use a skill called Meat Shield that would increase their defense by 3 times when sacrificing themselves to protect another. I will protect this city. My lord, please watch over me." The skeletons that had acquired the skill fell with redoubled courage. Of course, even though they have 3 times the defense, their enemy was a level 7. Instead of futilely dying in 1 second, now they would futilely die in 10. Li Xin Wu watched as they died, and sported an indistinct expression. But inwardly, he was telling Jin what he wanted. Collect them after they accumulate a bit, before they break. Okay. You demon. And 3 hours later, when Li Xin Wu assessed that they wouldn't be able to stop it from reaching the outer walls, Li Xin Wu abandoned the outer walls and allowed the treasure eater to destroy them as it pleased. They shut themselves in the inner city and began their second siege. Time passed by even quicker. All the level 3 soldiers had died, and all the level 4 knights had died as well. At least half of the level 5 elder knights had died, and the few level 6 elites. They had realized that it was their turn soon and were extremely scared. "Then are you fools?" He had arrived. One Tien toy car has a tendency of censoring really obvious references. I believe this one is referencing the devil fruits from One Piece, or more specifically, the Bane no Mai allows the user to turn their limbs into springs. Chapter 25 Part 3. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 3. The Lightning General, Hansen von Dorth, rode upon a well-embellished skeleton horse and was enraged upon seeing the destroyed outer walls, the ruined city, and the about halfway destroyed inner city. "You fool, I told you to save your forces." Before he even saw his opponent, the Lightning General harangued him naturally. Li Xin Wu had no choice but to likewise reply loudly. "I attempted to save as many of our troops as possible, but because the enemy was so strong, I'm sorry. You worthless, pathetic fool, to think that His Majesty trusted you and gave you an imperial command." Li Xin Wu acted as meekly as possible and observed the general without giving anything away as he tried to calm the general down. This was the first time he'd been so close to a general ever since he'd met Armor Steelworker. There was still some of Count Naloper's memories left remaining, but actually seeing him up close was completely different. LV7 Lighting General Hansen von Dorth. LV5 Powered Bone Steed. Firstly, his steed looked both large and powerful, but it also seemed as though its abilities were far inferior to Jin's. It seemed as though Jin also came to that conclusion, as he softly snorted with a hut. Is he feeling prideful right now or something? But the lightning general writing on top of it let out a dignified air, so much so that the words 12 generals would naturally come out. This power that could only be attained through a balance of strength, magic, and agility if he fought against him one-on-one. Li Xin-Wu was sure that he'd lose in 5 seconds. He's definitely stronger than Guillotine. Then again, there was no way a general would be weaker than a general's subordinate, even if they were both level 7s. Unfortunately, that was all he was able to find out about him. Li Xin-Wu figured out that the lightning general's stats were about 3 times higher than his, and no matter how skilled he was at manipulating mana, fighting the general was impossible for him. Though the treasure eater was there, he suddenly realized how ballsy he was in calling one of the generals here. But if he couldn't take the general down, then that ballsiness would just be foolhardiness. In any case, that guy. To be honest, neither the general's power or magic was what impressed Li Xin-Wu the most. He was most impressed by how he looked. He possessed a large build and was about 2 meters tall, but outwardly, he looked so similar to a human that one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. His skin was pale and bluish and he couldn't feel any life from it. That was the only evidence that proved that he wasn't human. The moment he noticed that he hated him so unbearably much. How this guy is. While Li Xin-Wu was busy assessing the general himself finally saw his enemy. Its body was dozens of meters long, and possessed an odd magic. He could tell that its level of strength was unusual. Of course, the treasure eater, who had continued to charge with the intention of toppling the entire city, recognized the new challenger and roared. It was a frustrated cry, as if saying, "How long are you going to make things difficult for me?" Even though he'd just come for the treasure. A treasure eater is one of those rare monsters here. Against a similarly leveled opponent, a treasure eater would always be a high-rank elite. Knowing this, Hansen realized that Li Xin-Wu hadn't called him for nothing. However, he was a general, and couldn't show any fear against a mere monster. With that in mind, Hansen raised his sword. The hilt was rather long, and the blade was also quite wide. A bastard sword. The metal that made up the sword's blade was extremely blue, which reminded him of the hero's sword, thunder, lasting before it was transformed into bone. Cry out, Thunderbird. The bastard sword vibrated and was covered in a blinding blue light. The sound of sparks almost seemed to make the entire area go silent. That was a general's magic. He specialized in close combat, so he had thought that perhaps his magic would be low, but a general was a general after all. He shuddered at the general's ability to concentrate all his magic into one sword and the fearsome power that came with it. The treasure eater seemed quite nervous as its body shook. How nervous could it be for it to momentarily ignore its target, Li Xin-Wu, and turn its attention to Hansen von Dorot instead? Die, you insect. Hansen, who'd finished using his skill, lunged without delay at that moment. The lightning gathered around his sword, shot out in a straight line, and struck the treasure eater. It was like a laser. The moment Hansen stretched out his sword, it was impossible to dodge the attack. Even Jin thought he wouldn't be able to dodge it, so a mere treasure eater wouldn't be able to dodge it either. The lightning erased everything in its path, and the moment it struck the treasure eater's head, Hansen assumed that it either killed the treasure eater or caused a severe injury, and wasn't worried in the slightest. However, what? The moment the attack hit, the treasure eater yelled so loudly that it seemed like it would tear the world apart. Steve soon turned his anger onto Hansen instead of Li Xin Wu and screamed. Hundreds of lightning spears surged from the ground and flew towards Hansen. Can this guy resist lightning Cuke? He was so flustered that he was hit by the spears directly. His horse, being only level 5, died on the spot, but now wasn't the time to be worrying about his horse. Qvark. Why did it have to be, damn it? The skill that Hansen had put his full power into heaven-piercing Thunderbird. He wasn't bragging, but it was a fatal move that even the level 8 generals would have a hard time recovering from. It wasn't just the overwhelming mana held within the lightning would also paralyze both the opponent's body and magic as well. This was only possible because of Hansen's lightning elemental affinity. Yet, the treasure eater had not only received the attack and recovered immediately, but it had also counterattacked as well. Moreover, its own attacks consisted of lightning, so he was sure that this treasure eater was both powerful amongst the treasure eaters and had the ability to use lightning. How could the rare lightning element be? Go lightning general. Is he making fun of me right now? Do your best, General. Oh, it's coming from the left. Hansen, who was tense at the realization that his opponent was someone he couldn't look down on, heard Li Xin Wu's loud cheers. Li Xin Wu was yelling in genuine hope that the general would come out on top, and he couldn't get pissed right now. Lightning General, please do your best. I trust you, Sword of the Empire. The surviving undead, influenced by their lord, raised their voices and cheered the general on. He couldn't help but appreciate the fact that the treasure eater was taking him on, as he'd rather fight it than stand there and listen to them. However, their honest feelings were properly passed on to Hansen. You incompetent and loud-mouthed brats, I'll punish you once I'm finished with this annoying thing. However, it wasn't enough to be fully focused on fighting against the treasure eater. Since he couldn't use his lightning against the treasure eater, even a general like him couldn't take it lightly. The lightning general, Hansen von Dorth, stamped his feet on the ground and grabbed his sword with both hands. His sword was infused with an overwhelming magic once more. It was a magic of one of the 12 generals. Even without my lightning, I'm still one of the 12 generals. Insignificant creature, I'll show you the price of your ignorance and interference. Qvark. He fought against this insignificant creature that couldn't understand what he was saying and found that getting into a proper form was impossible. He gritted his teeth and lunged at the treasure eater, and thus, a bloody battle with 2 high-rank elite level 7s began. Nice. Really nice. Li Xin Wu spectated the battle and smiled pleasingly. Li Xin Wu's estimation of the lightning general, Hansen von Dorth's power was spot on. Of course, Hansen was still stronger than the treasure eater, except for in lightning, as he was one of the 12 generals. But even so, it would take a considerable amount of time before any kind of conclusion was reached. With this, all my preparations for battle are complete. Li Xin Wu grinned at the drake horn lance that secretly rose beneath his feet. He'd infused as much mana into the drake horn lance as possible, but he hadn't stopped at one. He had 5 of them. That's right. He hadn't spent the time by just commanding the undead to their deaths. Had summoned weapons beforehand and filled them to the brim with mana in preparation for his fight with the general. Now all that's left is the lightning tooth in my hand. Because the Lord didn't normally wear armor, he was, unfortunately, unable to equip his armor. However, he believed that to be a boon instead. One hit of those level 7 elites would have smashed his armor to bits. My lord, what are those? I've prepared them just in case the general is in danger. As expected of you, my lord. Perhaps because the instigate skill had affected them for so long, his undead subordinates were unfortunately not the least bit suspicious. At first, Head considered brainwashing them even further and accepting them as pawns, but the fact that they had so much faith in the Empire and the general caused him to think that changing who they were fundamentally was impossible. If that's the case, I should start killing these guys. If these guys couldn't fight against the general, then they had no use to him anymore. If he just let them be, they could get in the way. So now that the conditions had changed, he needed to take care of them. Focus on the Lightning General. He is the sword that represents the Empire. He is the shield that protects us. Uluvuvo. He used instigate, inciting them again and again until the undead stopped thinking altogether. The Drake Horn lances, which were fully charged and radiating with a gentle light, began to move. He needed to be careful so that the general didn't get suspicious. Li Xin Wu was indeed talented in manipulating Marner. If not, then his instigate skill must have gotten stronger, ridiculously so in fact, as the undead didn't even realize what their lord was doing, until death was at their very doorstep. Kuviak. Kuruk. Soon, the death throes of the undead resounded throughout the city frighteningly. Several undead didn't even notice, as they were completely enraptured by the Lightning General and Treasure Eater's fight. Then again, the sound of the two level 7 elites fighting was incredibly noisy as well. Wark. WY. Li Xin Wu controlled the 5 Drake Horn lances as they flew through the air freely. The Drake Horn lances mercilessly shattered the level 5 elites' heads and crushed their bodies. It wouldn't be difficult to break their heads and melt them in a single blow if he just added a bit of acid in. Only after everything had gone to hell did the level 6 Knight Leader, Selene, who had been vacantly watching the Lightning General and cheering for him, notice what was going on and turn his head. He felt like it had gotten quiet all of a sudden, and in no time, all of the knights at his side were gone. These guys didn't even protect you, so why, my lord? Har, as I thought, you're loyal. Li Xin Wu was already in front of him. 5 Drake Horn lances were floating in the air, and despite them all aiming for the completely brainwashed Knight Leader's head, the Knight Leader didn't suspect him in the least, and just tilted his head. Before his eyes, Li Xin Wu finally released his disguise and revealed himself. What? So I'll send you to him now. Aren't you happy? Needless to say, the disturbed Knight Leader's eyes shot wide open, and when he was about to say something, 5 Drake Horn lances simultaneously struck his head and body. Even when it's rotten, it's still a herring. The level 6 close combat elite didn't die from that and was holding on, but he thrust his lightning tooth into the Knight Leader's face and the 6 weapons began to spew out high-rank acid poison simultaneously. The Knight Leader couldn't do anything, and just melted away. You have acquired 174,880 Pirium. You have acquired the Cadanon Knight Leader, Selene's arm bone. You have acquired the Cadanon Knight Leader, Selene's sphenoid bone. Awesome. You're really. With this, all of the undead in Cadanon were completely taken care of. Now, it was time for him to deal with the 2 happily rampaging level 7 elites. Chapter 25 Part 4. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 4. Li Xin Wu released his Lord cosplay, betraying the guilt-free skeletons and massacring them. Yet the Lightning General and the Treasure Eater had no idea, as they were still fighting against each other. The Lightning General didn't have the time to look away, as his opponent was freakishly strong and tenacious. Kaya Ha'ark. TCH. What's making you so desperate? QRR. Since they both knew that lightning wouldn't work on each other, they instead used their mana purely to reinforce their bodies. It seemed as though both were thinking, why did it have to be him, regardless of who was more intelligent or not? Die. Kaya hack. Hansen swung his bastard sword with enough power to topple a mountain, and the treasure eater matched his reinforced blade with a reinforcement of its own. It concentrated its mana into its tail to reinforce it, and then used it to block the incoming sword. The moment the sword and tail met, there was a large boom, and the land quaked. The entire area sunk. Their collision caused the geography of the land to change so much so that either side had the credentials to be called a calamity. TCH, another draw. Though it was frustrating for Hansen to admit, their strength was about equal. Hansen possessed higher strength and agility, but the treasure eater was a monster that possessed an unusually high amount of magic. Even when compared to other like-leveled monsters, it covered its weakness in strength and agility with its magic, and as a result, they were evenly matched. If that's the case, then killing it quickly was no longer an option. He'd have to take advantage of its mistakes and cause it to accumulate injuries over time. If not, then he'd have to use large-scale techniques. He was going to continue like this for now and observe. There's no way a monster like this would appear anywhere. There's still something here that I don't know about. A treasure eater wouldn't appear in a place devoid of treasures. The item had to be amazing to entice a level 7 treasure eater. Hansen thought of taking the treasure that the treasure eater was hoarding, as well as the treasure that it sought. With that in mind, Hansen was relieved that he hadn't reported to the Emperor regarding this excursion. He'd thought that it was unnecessary to bother the Emperor when it wasn't regarding the golem's capture, yet it was an opportunity for him to get something on the side. Is it the Lord? Yeah, he had to have obtained a treasure recently. Had already figured out prior that the treasure eater's target was the Lord. The Lord must be happy that he can use him to take care of the treasure eater, but after he'd taken down this guy, he would snatch that treasure off the Lord's hands as the price for telling a general to come to him. So, smile while you still can. However, during the small moment after he'd dodged the treasure eater's charge, Hansen turned his attention to the Lord atop the castle walls and couldn't believe his eyes. To the point that he believed that his eyes had finally rotted away completely after dozens of years of being an undead. The Lord, who was smiling and looking down from the castle walls, was completely different from before, especially because the skeleton, who stared back at him with black goblin fire in his eyes while riding a horse, possessed power that caused him unease, albeit for a mere moment. What's this? Is that the Lord? Plus, I don't see any of his subordinates atop the castle walls. Am I seeing things wrong? No, I remember the Lord's face and energy. I remember everything. All beings possess an inherent energy that they cannot change. That is represented by magic. Even though there were cases where the shape of mana continuously developed, changed form, and developed again, it wasn't possible to instantaneously change its fundamental nature. But that guy is Kuviak. Is it because he paid too much attention to this unbelievable situation? Hansen was hit directly by the treasure eater's body tackle and was thrown into the air. He wasn't the only one aiming for his opponent's weaknesses. The treasure eater was as well. Because Hansen was so shocked, he had momentarily forgotten about the current battle. How once had been struck by the treasure eater and was thrown into the air, he barely managed to land and return to a proper stance. Even so, Hansen couldn't take his mind off of Li Xin Wu. Even as he swung his bastard sword and blocked the treasure eater's charge, he continued to think about Li Xin Wu. How did he disguise himself as another if that's truly possible? Then when did he start? Was it when he called me? No, it shouldn't be that easy to release the lock on the communication device. The more he thought about it, the less he understood his current situation. No matter how he thought about it, he came to the conclusion that it was impossible. Of course, it was Li Xin-Wu's ability that had caused the general such confusion. That's what it meant to step onto the Joker's stage. TCH until now, Hansen had a slight advantage against the treasure eater, but because of his confusion, the tides of battle had turned. The treasure eater rushed him, as though it was capitalizing on this opportunity. Even though he knew that he shouldn't get distracted, his head was still in the clouds. Did I fall for a trap? If so, then whose is it? Anti-Skull? No, that's unlikely. Then the golems? Is it armor steelworker? Yeah. It wouldn't be impossible for them to make a golem with such a strange ability. The one thing I'm sure about is that that skeleton isn't the mastermind behind all this. From that point, Hansen had already gone astray. He couldn't believe that Li Xin-Wu had planned this all by himself, and surmised that there had to be someone behind him. But unfortunately, Li Xin-Wu no longer made him feel afraid or tense. Rather, there's no point in thinking about this anymore by myself. Pull yourself together, Hansen. Even if it's rotten, it's still a herring. No, actually it's a general. He halted all thoughts that came about from this chaotic situation, and instead raised his fighting spirit. Realizing early on that using his brain isn't his job, and focusing on what he's good at is. That was the first thing he realized in his life. It doesn't matter. Whoever it is that's pulling the strings, will show them that a general isn't to be taken lightly at the very least. The only level 7 he could sense here was the level 7 treasure eater. If that's the case, then it didn't matter what obstacle he faced, he would be able to overcome it with his strength. He, the Lightning General, was sure of it. He possessed the strength that would make that possible. No matter who it is or what they do, he'll just burn them to a crisp once he was finished taking care of the treasure eater. The skeleton atop the castle walls with chaotically burning goblin fire was next. He was surprised by the fact that he had been vexed by the Lord just a little while ago, as he was sure that the Lord wouldn't be able to match him in strength. Of course, there was something that was waiting for him after too. But it didn't matter. They would burn from his lightning. I'll burn you and break you into pieces. Witness my true strength, the strength of the Lightning Shadow Wand General, Hansen von Dorth. He fended off the treasure eater, and the moment it was pushed back, Hansen's body was covered in lightning. If he knew that lightning was useless against his opponent, then why, of course, the lightning wasn't for an attack. Watch, you insignificant creature. This is how you use lightning. He forcefully discharged the lightning and slowly gathered the lightning inside his body. At the same time, his body started becoming fainter and fainter. No, it wasn't becoming faint. The lightning covering his body was rotating much too quickly and was emitting sparks. He was making it so that it was difficult to see where his body even was. In the midst of that, his body and Marner surpassed their limits, and it was almost as if his body and the lightning had become one. Holy shit, that's really intense. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu held his breath. Li Xin-Wu had never met anyone outside of monsters with such a strong elemental affinity, and it goes without saying that Hansen's technique interested him. From the position of someone who could use the lightning element, he couldn't miss a single moment of this. This is true lightning. Lightning shadow described a lightning so powerful that could only be seen as a shadow. It wasn't merely something like attacking quickly and covertly. The key point of this technique was to hide one's body within the powerful energy. How much longer do you intend to trouble me for die? It was difficult to even ascertain the true nature of the technique, and it was similarly difficult to avoid it or defend against it. Even if he possessed lightning resistance, it couldn't be easy to focus that tremendous magic and heat that surpassed that of ordinary lightning into a single point. Kayark. The treasure eater channeled its energy in an attempt to resist. However, before its defenses were ready, Hansen forcefully struck out with his bastard sword. The energy surrounding his bastard sword made it look like a several-meter-long greatsword. No, it was like the lightning of a god that descended onto the mortal world. Kaikiku. Hansen had pierced a giant hole in the treasure eater. Seeing that outrageous sight, Li Xin-Wu thought that he might made the wrong decision. That attack that the lightning general had unleashed wasn't something that could be blocked with mere lightning resistance. Then I guess I really will have to be prepared to die 1 or 2 times, huh? Doo-doo-doo-doo. But then, the treasure eater showed its own secret weapon. Hansen grinned from landing such a huge attack, but the treasure eater then spawned dozens of tentacles from its injured area that attached to Hansen. Li Xin-Wu thought I've seen that somewhere before as the tentacles wriggled around, sucking Hansen's energy. Qurk. Qur. Both Hansen and the treasure eater screamed. The treasure eater absorbed the powerful lightning that surrounded Hansen's body, and was healing its injuries. Absorbing elemental power was an offshoot of an element. It wasn't just the lightning general who had been waiting for his opportunity. You bastard. Hansen, who'd lost a tremendous amount of energy, swung his bastard sword, and severed all of the attached tentacles. There's no use crying over spilled milk. The treasure eater had almost fully healed the injury it had sustained by absorbing Hansen's mana. You dare push me this far? Kthar. Li Xin-Wu watched both Hansen and the treasure eater as they gasped for breath. Both of them had run low on magic and health, and judged strictly, earnestly, and solemnly. This is a draw. I was wondering why you weren't saying anything. But more importantly, Jin, it's about time we started moving. If one were to ask if Li Xin-Wu was just leisurely watching the fight, then the answer would obviously be no. He had absorbed all of the level 5 and level 6 bones from his betrayal, had stored all of the level 3 and 4 bones in his inventory, which totaled in the tens of thousands, and increased his stats significantly. At the same time, he had infused the Drake Horn lances with his replenished magic and had been waiting for the right time. 2, 3, 4, 5 my armor's all set too. He had the 5 Drake Horn lances, and because he had returned to his original form, he had unsummoned the Lightning Tooth and had instead summoned his armor set. He decided to act when he had finished infusing his armor with magic as well. They went back and forth, but the general's still stronger, right? Yep. If it keeps going on like this, the treasure eater will definitely lose. And from Li Xin-Wu's position, that wasn't a very fun conclusion. It was time to add another variable. Alright, finally, it's time to set Operation Bro. Where are you going into motion? Man, all that means is that we're running. As expected, he didn't get fooled anymore. Li Xin-Wu clicked his tongue and got onto Jin's back. Had collected all of the bones and had finished absorbing them as well, so there was no point in being here any longer. Jin jumped from the castle walls and began to run. You walk. Their destination was obviously where the golem chimeras that were experiencing PTSD and rolling on the floor came from. The sanctuary, the Empire's testing facility. 1 TN Naruto reference to Raikage Lightning Shadow. Lightning Shadow General is more literally correct than Lightning General now that Toy Car has given us the Chinese characters. Chapter 25 Part 5. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 5. That heretic. Warark. At Li Xin Wu's sudden departure, the Lightning Shadow General and the Treasure Eater, as if under mutual agreement, halted their fight and chased after him. However, one of them was nigh depleted in magic, while the other had just recently recovered from a critical injury. Jin utilized all his sprint skills simultaneously while fully charging himself with the surrounding mana, and ran at an outrageous speed, so even a level 7 elite wouldn't be able to catch up easily. The rebellion skill is really amazing, more running, less talking. Li Xin Wu's rebellion skill was at level 3, and whenever the rebellion skill leveled up, its effect would increase by 2. That 2 definitely wasn't something to laugh about. His stats, which were passively increased for no other reason than the fact that he was a skeleton, had gone from a 10 increase to a 14 increase. And the increase from fighting high-leveled enemy right now was also 14. He also gained another 9 because he was with his partner, which totaled a stat bonus of 37. That entire effect was likewise applied to his partner, Jin, as well. You're good at running away. Stop right there. Kayark. Of course, when the Lightning Shadow General and the Treasure Eater had fully recovered, they should be able to catch Jin eventually, but they wouldn't be running away forever, so it was okay. That's right, soon he could see it. No, you can't. Don't stick that in my body, Gwariark. They passed the dense forest, arriving at the vacant lot, and were greeted by the happy faces of the golem chimeras. Thousands of golem chimeras were rolling on the floor and were letting out such agonized cries that a weak-hearted man might faint on arrival. Ah, like I thought, they're still like this. You bastards, I've finally caught her. Immediately after they arrived at their destination, the vacant lot, Hansen von Dorth drew close, and was momentarily speechless when he saw that there were people here before him. The golem chimeras looked so horrendous that even he, who had witnessed countless monsters before, felt queasy, but it felt like he'd seen them somewhere before. Warar. TCH, you annoying bastard. But when it felt like he'd found a clue, the Treasure Eater rushed into the lot and attacked Hansen, so he couldn't afford to be immersed in his thoughts any longer. There were probably several reasons that the Treasure Eater attacked Hansen first, rather than its target, Li Xin Wu, but the primary reason was that it needed to take care of the dangerous one first, and then it would be able to eat at its leisure. You woo-woo-vo. You dull monster, you were used by that skeleton too. Waravark. Obviously, speech didn't work against a monster. Hansen gritted his teeth and faced the Treasure Eater. Hansen knew that he needed to take down the Treasure Eater as quickly as possible, as he didn't know when Li Xin Wu would start running again. However, Li Xin Wu didn't run away. This was his destination. The golem chimeras right before their eyes were his targets. He slightly straightened his neck out and steeled himself. Activating the acting skill, the disguise skill, and the instigate skill simultaneously. Effectiveness of each skill increases exponentially. Then, the moment he got back onto the stage, you guys. Li Xin Wu's voice caused Jin to tilt his head. That definitely wasn't Li Xin Wu's original voice. If that's the case, where did he hear it before? He definitely recalled hearing it before from somewhere, but he didn't know from where. How long are you going to act so pitifully? Guar, that voice, the low and dignified voice. Strangely, the golem chimeras, which had been rolling around till now, responded to that voice. They stopped rolling around and flinched, but it was shocking compared to before, when they ignored any and all external stimuli. "Wait, you that voiced you ark. You bastard, are you serious?" What's worse, the lightning shadow general, Hansen von Doth, reacted as well. Of course, the treasure eater attacked immediately after, taking advantage of his lapse in attention, which forced the general to focus on the fight once more. When Jin saw that, he got a sense of who Li Xin Wu was imitating. "That voices it, Aramer steel workers. Rise, you fools, those who made you like this still live and walk this earth. So, where do you think you're running off to?" "General T, this voice is that's right." Li Xin Wu was imitating Aramer steel worker's voice. Of course, he never acquired records of Aramer steel worker, but he had some experiences with him, albeit indirectly, so he could imitate him, just not perfectly. Though his impersonation didn't need to be perfect. He just wanted to wake them up and drag their conscious minds to the surface. That much was enough of a success. "Our revenge on whom?" As expected, Aramer steelworkers' voice affected them, and there were more and more chimeras that regained their cognitive functions. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu continued speaking even more passionately. The acting skill and the instigate skill harmonized together, and he infused his magic into his voice. The chimeras' minds had dimmed from the shriek of the dead, and Li Xin Wu pieced together their egos through sheer will. "It wasn't actually that hard. He who compelled your loyalty and sacrifice, the one who made you like this, despite knowing the experiment would fail, the Emperor still lives in the Empire. Why yes, the one who made us like this, making us neither dead nor alive, but am still loyal to the Emperor, yet he's the one who that wasn't something Li Xin Wu should say, as he had pushed countless of Cadenon's undead to their deaths to sacrifice themselves for him, but unfortunately, the chimeras had no idea of what he did. What did your Emperor give you in exchange for your loyalty? He gave you that rotten flesh and a golem's heart. He does whatever he pleases with your loyalty, and when you had no further use to him, he even tried to discard you. You and the facility were buried, that's the truth." "He's right, the Emperor didn't even ask me Gyuk. Of course, that might not been the Emperor's intention at first. How would Li Xin Wu know what the Emperor was thinking at the time? But in any case, all of them came to the same end. The result. The only thing that matters is the result. When the process disappears, then the result is all that's left. You need not blame yourself or regret. Rise up and take your revenge. Take revenge on all of those who used you." He's right. We're in such pain, so why are they? I want revenge. I'll take my revenge. A portion of the once squirming chimeras rose up. Whether they were a golem or a corpse, their twisted faces were enraged. However, that wasn't enough for Li Xin Wu. He knew that he'd be able to make all of them rise. Rise up, take your revenge. Are your wills not the same? Hey, you're acting totally like a villain. Regain the spirit you thought long dead. Fill your empty hearts with your will. The will of revenge. Revenge. He stopped talking with Aramer Steelworker's voice now. To be more specific, he was Paul Zero speaking to his subordinates now. There was no reason to worry himself over his voice anymore. Li Xin Wu had awakened all of their egos, and the chimeras themselves began to motivate each other. What the hell is that bastard doing right now? Work. So you're giving it a last-ditch effort? Fine, I'll end you soon. While Li Xin Wu was diligently brainwashing the chimeras, Hansen was hard at work fighting against the treasure eater, and finally had a chance to win. He knew that the treasure eater possessed the ability to absorb lightning, so he was careful to stay far away except for the moment he attacked, and would cut the tentacles beforehand. He caused the treasure eater to steadily accumulate damage and then hit it with a large-scale attack skill. If he were an ally, Li Xin Wu would compliment him, saying it was a perfect attack. I need to turn it around. The treasure eater was already halfway dead. Noticing this, Li Xin Wu felt rushed. If he used the general to kill the treasure eater, it might become an achievement, but it would just be stealing the last hit after calling him all the way over here. He hastily yelled, "One of the Emperor's spies is over there." While you guys were floundering around in your own delusions, he's been living and enjoying life. Are you just going to leave him be? No, I can't forgive him. I'll make him experience the same despair we did. There were still some chimeras who were idling around, but there were also those who awakened early on and followed Li Xin Wu, causing others to follow suit. Li Xin Wu's voice, which goaded them with one single emotion, was way too enticing for those who had roamed around and lost everything. Take your revenge, I'll help you. I'll take my revenge, I'll take my revenge. QRR. But then, something shocking happened. One of the chimeras who had regained his mind seemed to grab a hold of one who hadn't yet, and his core radiated an extraordinary light, following which the core devoured its body. LV6 Chimera Golem 1. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Xin Wu, that's suddenly happening everywhere. The high-leveled chimeras possessed a clearer ego than the lower-leveled ones, and they were the ones most affected by Li Xin Wu's voice. Then a few of those high-leveled chimeras began absorbing other chimeras. They didn't discriminate among a golem's ka, a golem's body, or a human's body. Those absorbed would either disassemble into Marna, or attach onto the surface of their bodies, increasing the respective golem's energy. Li Xin Wu could tell that that kind of fusion was only possible because of the cause, as he saw the cause radiating light. That's disgusting. They're in the process of forcefully inheriting their comrades' wills. It's such a cool sight. There were definitely thousands of chimeras at the beginning, but their numbers had dwindled sharply as the fusions occurred everywhere. Li Xin Wu could guess what would happen next, and as he expected, there was a sudden surge of black light from the middle of the crowd. LV6 Chimera Avenger Elite. LV6 Chimera Avenger Elite. Whenever a light flashed, the chimeras would absorb dozens of their comrades and would be reborn as Chimera Avengers. Instead of rotten pieces of flesh, they had gained proper bodies as elites. Countless Ka's, golem bodies, and night corpses were fused into one, and the chimeras were reborn as elites. Their once rotten bodies didn't look as bad as before because in the process of their rebirth, their bodies reached a state of balance. Revenge, my just revenge. They possessed gray flesh, as though iron and flesh were fused together, and their pupilless eyes were both red and black. Their backs and shoulders sprouting other arms was plenty bizarre, but it was much better than before, when they were a clump of bodies. One might believe they went even undead. Who, after countless fusions, there were a total of 38 Chimera Avengers. The strongest amongst them stepped forward and faced Li Xin Wu. Information appeared above his head that only Li Xin Wu could see. LV7 Chimera Avenger Elite. To think that one of them would reach level 7. He realized that had created something absurd once again, and just smiled bitterly. But then, the level 7 Chimera Golem spoke in a subdued voice. What should we call you? There were several voices mixed into one, and made it seem foolish to even attempt to find the root of the voice. Hearing the voices of the golem assuming a no-nonsense pose, Li Xin Wu was inwardly in a cold sweat, yet replied extremely firmly. Hall 0. The Wan Hall bestow upon you your new name. Chapter 25 Part 6. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorf 6. Paul 0. The level 7 Chimera Avenger repeated him, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Most of the other Chimera Avengers either had 4 legs or had another 2 arms coming out from their backs, but aside from his gray skin, or his pupilless eyes, this Chimera Avenger looked no different from a giant human being. It looked so natural that it was unbelievable that it had been created through the fusion of dozens of night corpses and golems. Li Xin Wu felt jealous once more upon seeing its appearance. Could he become like that if he fused with something else? Then are you going to give us that thing now a name? When those guys are taken care of. Indeed, I'll take care of them immediately. The level 7 Chimera Avenger nodded his head and quickly assumed a running position. Then, he gripped the spear that naturally came out of his hand. It seemed like there were some traces of being a golem after all. But it does seem like the cause were completely dismantled and absorbed regardless of whether one thinks they know how progression, evolution, and how to control of Marner works. They really don't in this world. Though it had to be good as things were going his way. Each golem assumed a running posture like the level 7 Avenger, and Li Xin Wu ordered them coldly. That guy over there. Stop him, he's the Emperor's hunting dog. You don't need to risk your lives. You just need to keep him busy for a bit. Keeping him busy is good and all, but it doesn't matter if we take him down, right? No, absolutely not. Your priority should be to keep yourself safe. Are you going to stop after taking down just one hunting dog? Our goal is killing the Emperor, not dying here. Cute. The people who talk like that always end up coming back dead, so one can't afford to even joke around about that kind of thing. Li Xin Wu glared and ordered them once more. After seeing the Avenger agree and nod his head, he ran forward with the other Avengers. "Kuke, you insects! You dare know your place, the Emperor's hunting dog. Pay for your sins. Revenge on the Emperor." As soon as the 38 Avengers entered into the fray, the once hectic battle turned into chaos. Hansen, who was about to corner the treasure eater, was forced into parrying dozens of swords coming at him whilst letting out his frustrations. The treasure eater didn't lose sight of that opportunity and attacked the general as well. "You hybrids. Hybrids, Hind, who's the one who made us into hybrids? He's strong. Is this guy level 7? The level 7 Chimera Avenger definitely stood out. Because he had just recently evolved into a level 7, he was objectively much worse off in terms of stats than Hansen, but because the treasure eater, as well as the other Avengers, were attacking and Hansen's attention was all over the place, he could certainly inflict damage onto him. "You're just the beginning. We'll tell the Emperor someday as well that he made the worst decision possible. This energy is are you guys golems? How dare you refuse His Majesty's grace and betray him? How dare you speak of betrayal?" QYIRC. Everywhere, Marner and armaments crashed into each other. The chimeras threw caution to the wind and attacked recklessly, and Hansen couldn't respond to all of their attacks properly. On the other hand, the treasure eater had become relatively safe in comparison, and leisurely attacked Hansen. And that's exactly what Li Xin Wu had been waiting for. Nice. Now the treasure eater's not marked anymore. You sure act so carefree, like you knew that this was how it would turn out. No, I didn't. But I was hoping to get a similar result through numbers before. He's said it once, and hell say it again. In this world, quality is much greater than quantity. Though was a really satisfying result to Li Xin Wu. How could it not be, since the chimeras, which Head thought would be consumables, could be used later on if he played his cards right? All of you get lost. No matter what will kill you no matter what. Quiet. The Chimera Avengers' intervention caused the battle to turn into chaos instantly. Li Xin Wu pulled a drake horn lance towards him that was floating in the air, gripped it, and thoroughly surveyed his surroundings. Jin, who'd sensed that the end was fast approaching, turned his back hoofs into springs and prepared to charge. We're taking down the treasure eater first, right then. When are we going? It's still a level 7 elite, so just taking it down like that seems wasteful. We're going right after it expends its energy and hits the lightning shadow general with a huge attack. Jin was speechless at Li Xin Wu, who spoke as though he saw the future, and he was sure that the treasure eater would have no choice but to follow the actions that Li Xin Wu described. The important part was how they would act following that attack. Li Xin Wu knew that he couldn't kill the Lightning Shadow General himself. Thus, while the Lightning Shadow General was temporarily paralyzed by the Treasure Eater's attack, Li Xin Wu would attack. No matter what's going on with the others, Li Xin Wu just needed to swoop in, kill it, and run out. So, Jin. The timing's really important. In that small moment when it attacks the Lightning Shadow General and turns around to me, we have to get the first hit in. Easy for you to say, Xin Wu. Jin, who had been complaining about Li Xin Wu's request, suddenly called for Li Xin Wu. Like Li Xin Wu had said, the Treasure Eater was channeling all its mana, and was about to release a huge attack on the Lightning Shadow General. You idiot, insignificant creature, even till the very end, you're in the palm of his hand. We won't let you get away. Grab him. The Lightning Shadow General had realized what the Treasure Eater was up to, and attempted to block it and counterattack, but the chimeras got in his way and he couldn't move as he'd liked. With one strike of his sword, Hansen cut one of the level 6 Avengers to pieces, but then, 2 other Chimera Avengers held onto his back, keeping him from moving. You insects! Kuwayark! The moment he realized he had been caught, he channeled powerful lightning within his body and flung them away from him, but they had achieved their goal. In that extremely short moment following their skirmish, the Treasure Eater shot a Marna shell from its giant mouth, striking true. Kyuk! Now! Hansen screamed and passed out. Seeing that, the Treasure Eater cheered and turned around, but at that very moment Jin kicked off the ground and ran. Ridiculous acceleration. It seemed as though Jin had almost reached light speed, albeit for just a moment. The drake horn lance in Li Xin Wu's hand seemed to radiate red and turned into a single, giant black horn. Shadow Horn. Kayark. The moment of impact, the drake horn lance burrowed deep into the Treasure Eater's neck area. Li Xin Wu felt his shoulder and wrist holding the spear creak, unable to withstand the strain. It hurt so badly that Li Xin Wu wanted to just pop his arm out and throw it away. Of course, he wouldn't even have the time to regenerate it. Since the Treasure Eater, having taken a good hit from its prey, was infuriated, and was drawing its remaining mana to burn him to a crisp. Ugayark. But it won't work. Where was Li Xin Wu's lance? It was in the area where Hansen's lightning shadow technique had struck. Though it had absorbed Hansen's lightning and regenerated itself, it wasn't completely healed. That's where Li Xin Wu's mana-infused spear had pierced through. Melt away. That was enough to injure it, but Li Xin Wu revealed his hidden card. That was none other than his level 2 high-rank acid poison. The lance, which was filled to the brim with mana, exploded with acid poison and permeated the injured area. Ugayark. The Treasure Eater leapt around, as it couldn't endure the awful pain from the poison seeping deep into its body. However, Li Xin Wu didn't stop there. Since he still had 4 other drake horn lances that were fully charged. Eat another one. As if a guillotine fell, a drake horn lance vertically fell from the air and precisely pierced the area that Li Xin Wu had hit prior. He exploded the lance once again, and spread the acid poison throughout its body once more. Gugururuk, though the treasure eater was a high-rank level 7 elite, it couldn't endure anymore. It had been too much for the treasure eater, as it had fought continuously without rest and its body had been injured. Upon finding Li Xin Wu, it had continuously rammed into the castle walls, destroyed 100,000 skeletons, fought against a general, and had its body pierced through once the treasure eater remembered all these past events and rotten discharge welled in its eyeballs. Even though it just wanted the treasure, even though that treasure was right before its very eyes. You've done well, Steve. Warrior Li Xin Wu spoke calmly and opened his palm. The other 3 drake horn lances floating in the air burrowed into the treasure eater's body, side by side. He didn't even need to blow them up. With just that, the treasure eater had reached its limit. You have safely hunted a high-leveled foe using every dirty means possible, but so long as you do not take care of the other calamity that you called here, you will not be properly rewarded for this achievement. If you would like your actions to be legitimized, please defeat him as well. As he defeated the treasure eater, a tremendous amount of perium dropped, as well as 2 bones plus a shiny treasure popped out as well. But before he collected it, Li Xin Wu saw a message that spoiled the mood. Of course, he had somewhat expected this message, so Li Xin Wu didn't let that get to him and collected the loot. You have acquired 7,893,450 perium. You have acquired the LV7 Treasure Eater's jawbone. You have acquired the LV7 Treasure Eater's rib bone. You have acquired the Sacrificial Gate. Through bone reinforcement, the item is transformed. You have acquired the LV8 Bone Gate. You have acquired the title Treasure Master. You can now more easily find all the treasure hidden in the world. The bone reinforcement skill has become LV9. All abilities related to the bone reinforcement skill have become stronger. What he knew, a treasure would come out of the treasure eater, but he didn't think that that treasure would increase in level through bone reinforcement. Moreover, a bone gate. This tiny bone is a bone gate, and with that in mind, he relaxed and checked the item bone gate. LV8. Durability 5,501,550. A treasure that allows one to create a gate leading to a designated area by sacrificing a bone. Currently, the possessor can only create gates leading to areas he is completely familiar with, and it is impossible for the possessor to cross dimensions. As the item is imperfect, the amount of people able to use the gate is significantly limited. As expected, it was an amazing item befitting the title of treasure. It was a transportation item that wasn't limited by distance. Moreover, its price was bone. Though he didn't know what its previous price was, he had plenty of bones. So for Li Xin Wu, it was essentially an insignificant price. You dirty son of a bitch, how dare you, you vulgar, wicked insect, how dare you covet what's not yours. The moment Li Xin Wu collected the loot from the treasure eater, he heard a loud yell from behind him. That was obvious the Lightning Shadow General, Hansen's voice, who had a huge role in taking down the treasure eater. However, Li Xin Wu didn't even look back and spoke. You guys can still fight, right? Of course. For revenge. More than half of the Chimera Avengers had fallen, but surprisingly, there were only a few who had died. Monsters boasted an odd life force that couldn't be seen from the outside. This was especially true for the level 7 chimera, as its life force was extremely healthy while Hansen's body was damaged, albeit slightly. They quickly recovered and then they extracted a new weapon and attacked Hansen. There was no one better at buying time. Nice. Then keep him busy for a bit. Jin, this is yours. Can you absorb it? Even if you can't, you have to. I wouldn't have had to absorb it if only one came out. First, he stored the bone gate into his inventory very carefully, and after quickly using bone reinforcement on Jin with a treasure eater's jawbone, Li Xin Wu absorbed the treasure eater's rib bone. Then, at that moment reinforcing your partner, Jin Taylor, by consuming the LV7 treasure eater's jawbone. You have learned LV1 high rank lightning resistance. Magic has increased by 15. Reinforcing your rib bone by consuming the LV7 treasure eater's rib bone. Health and magic have increased by 20. Intermediate lightning has become LV8. High rank lightning resistance has become LV2. You have learned LV1 element absorption magic has increased by an additional 30. You are precious, my precious treasure eater. Head obtained the final puzzle's pieces to defeat one of the 12 generals. Though that's a lie. Chapter 25 Part 7. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 7. Warrior. But you got what you wanted, right? Yeah, I got it, but who are? When Li Xin Wu and Jin were finished with their respective reinforcements and turned around, the Lightning Shadow General, Hansen von Dorth, felt quizzical, even through the pain left behind by the Treasure Eater's attack and his anger towards Li Xin Wu. That guy, he feels different. It felt like Li Xin Wu's strength had changed from before he defeated the Treasure Eater. But that was impossible if he thought about it with common sense. All Li Xin Wu had done was take down a monster that had brought to near death, so he shouldn't have received much karma off of the kill. In fact, it seemed like it would be a negative karma to him instead. While he did acquire the loot the Treasure Eater left behind, there was no way he could change so drastically. There was no way they'd become stronger as the treasures it had dropped weren't related to combat. You're really tired too, right? Let's finish this, Hansen. You impudent bastard. But upon seeing Li Xin Wu's confident attitude, Hansen discarded any such inquiries. That strength, which seemed to have changed, felt like an empty boast to him. How dare a mere ant try to reach the heavens? He was still a lousy level 6, and though he possessed a fast horse, that was all. While Hansen was indeed weakened from the Treasure Eater's attack, he was still a high-rank level 7 general. The reason he looked weak was because the Treasure Eater hadn't been a good match for him. This simpleton hadn't even realized that simple fact, and had become reckless. He would just cut him down with a single lightning sword strike. That's my line. I'll kill you with a single strike. The Treasure Eater, who wasn't affected by lightning, was already dead. Now there was no reason for him to hesitate using his lightning. Get lost, you insects. Quirk. Revenge. Hansen paralyzed the chimeras that continuously bothered him through a powerful electric discharge, and swung his bastard sword crossways, pushing all of them away. With this, there would be none who could interfere with him, albeit temporarily. Huarp. Hansen raised his bastard sword, charged with powerful lightning, and slashed downwards at Li Xin Wu, who was rushing towards him. The lightning sword attacked Li Xin Wu with the power to cut both mana and space. Seeing this, Li Xin Wu hastily blocked it with a manufactured sword, but the moment Hansen's attack and his sword clashed, the manufactured blade shattered into pieces and a horrific amount of lightning spread through his body. Q Hector, take heaven's fury head on. What a fool. You're just a greenhorn who doesn't know his place, huh? Hansen chattered unconfidently, yet the man he expected to be burnt to a crisp was surprisingly enduring it unscathed. Then again, he wasn't unscathed. Both shoulders were destroyed immediately, and a few of his ribs were broken as well. But the moment Li Xin-Wu took damage, he began regenerating his body, and soon, his body was healed. That was like the treasure eater, which had absorbed his lightning and healed its body. What is that Tuke? He was taken aback by Li Xin-Wu's appearance, as he resembled the treasure eater he had fought a short while ago, and was careless for just a moment. In that moment, Li Xin-Wu aimed for that gap in his awareness, and the drake horn lances flew one after another, burrowing into Hansen's stomach. Li Xin-Wu had struck where the treasure eater's Murner shell had hit him. How even if it's rotten, it's still a herring. The moment he saw an indication that Li Xin-Wu was attacking, he instinctually swung his sword, but there wasn't just one lance. There were three, and the moment the general was sure of his victory, Li Xin-Wu's shocking appearance unnerved him, and of the three remaining lances, the general was only able to cut down one. What's worse, the moment he split the lance in half, a foul acid poison spewed out, and attacked him as his blade was a treasure. It didn't melt, but the powerful acid was enough to melt away the general's armor. I guess you didn't see Steve die. Right. Tell me, you bastard, how did you stop my lightning? Li Xin-Wu had regenerated his body in no time, and provoked him. But the moment the infuriated Hansen attempted to yell something, the two drake horn lances inside his stomach exploded simultaneously. It was an obvious sequence of moves. How foolish. The moment Hansen sensed an extraordinary flow of magic, he created a magical shield that blocked it, but he couldn't block the acid poison created through Myrna that was concentrated to its very limit. You dirty bastard! Hansen's armor and skin melted away, exposing the rotten flesh underneath, and spurted out rotten, black blood. His exterior had been damaged during the fight with the treasure eater, but not on the inside. But Li Xin-Wu, who'd properly taken advantage of the opportunity, was able to see his hideous appearance as a result of his elemental attack. The injured region that was affected by the acid poison was especially severe. Because had been injured by a lower-level opponent, it was a bitter injury in many ways. As I thought, when it gets to the high-rank level, it's effective against a general. That's only because I was weak, and it's all because of your dirty tricks. Not only was Li Xin-Wu at a lower level, he remained unscathed after taking a direct hit from Hansen's lightning head, even injected acid poison into him through a ridiculous trick. I'll kill you. Li Xin-Wu's provocation was truly effective. If he didn't tear that bastard to pieces, then he wouldn't be able to bear it. Hansen's eyes rolled back and drew upon his last remaining Murner to activate Lightning Shadow. You mocked me long enough, Jin. Can you do it? Nope, I can't. Not possible. Jin, who'd already confirmed that Lightning Shadow sharply increased Hansen's speed and reflexes, firmly denied Li Xin-Wu. It was so merciless that it sounded heartless. Die what? But it was okay. The Lightning Shadow General was only focused on Li Xin-Wu right now, and that meant the Emperor's hunting dog. You insects. After had activated his Lightning Shadow and was about to charge at Li Xin-Wu, the Chimera Avengers attacked from behind, of course. Now that all of his abilities had improved significantly, even level 6 elites were mere flies to him, but the problem was the timing. Just maintaining this ability cost a tremendous amount of mana. Get lost. And who are you to decide that? That's our new lord. It was extremely simple for him to cut through the Chimera Avengers and move forward. However, the Avengers rushed at him, heedless of their own lives, and cutting through each and every Avenger got him closer to mana depletion. Ultimately, the Lightning Shadow General became hasty. As all the blood rushed to his head, he realized that he'd made a rash decision, and was now beginning to accept that fact. You bastards, you fools that cannot understand His Majesty's intent. Remember that despair. The final obstacle was the level 7 Chimera Avenger. His palm had become a giant shield and he assumed a defensive position. Hansen even witnessed his resolve, that he wouldn't let anything past him. That deep despair. That's what made us like this. Shut up. The lightning blade cut through the air once more. The giant and durable shield was cut into pieces in one fell stroke, while the Chimera Avenger sustained a deep injury and was powerlessly flung away. Though the Avenger had sustained a severe injury, he didn't die, and following that attack, the last remnants of the General's lightning shadow vanished from his body. However, there were no more obstacles in his path. Li Xin Wu was right in front of him. Yet Li Xin Wu seemed unafraid, and black goblin fire blazed in his eye sockets, as though he were ridiculing him. You don't have any more mana, right? So what? Hansen raised his sword and pointed it at Li Xin Wu. It was a stance that seemed to convey a heavy strength. Even if I don't any mana left, I'm still stronger and faster than you. My accumulated stats, as well as my level, are proof of that. So in any case, you're out of mana. Die. Li Xin Wu nodded his head and Hansen forcefully charged. In the connected state, Li Xin Wu urgently moved his body and managed to dodge it, but was unable to dodge it completely. A part of his arm was severed. It was truly a powerful strike Hansen could be proud of. I'll fight you like this for a little bit until I've replenished my mana. Perhaps you won't even be able to last that long. Crasher. As he dodged the General's sword strike, Li Xin Wu yelled boomingly. His shoulder was cut, and his lower jaw was a bit cut as well. One of his fingers went flying into the air. Even his hastily summoned lightning tooth was cut apart. Krasha, the unfamiliar name, caused the Lightning Shadow General to furrow his brow. Was it the name of a technique, an item? If not, then a person's name, but aside from the scattered Avengers, no one else was here. Only he, the skeleton, and the horse covered in steel. But he thought of it as a bluff, and intended to cut off Li Xin Wu's mouth so that he couldn't talk anymore. He swung his sword once again, but at that moment there was something that stopped him. Li Xin Wu struck with his sword and cut through a layer of skin. At that moment, he felt as though his movements were messed up, and attempted to swing his sword, but once again, his movements felt unnatural. He couldn't move very well, as if his joints were frozen stiff. Li Xin Wu took advantage of that opportunity, and this time, his sword cut a part of his fingers. It wasn't a coincidence. Someone had made him like this. Moreover, his opponent, Li Xin Wu, was entirely unscathed. But then, who was it? Kuharku. His head creaked and turned around. At the end of his sight, he saw a young girl beyond the testing facility's doors. She was much too beautiful and pure white, having the appearance of a girl in the winter. You really did it. I told you the request wouldn't be so difficult. So how many minutes do we have? 5 minutes. If we take into account other variables, then 3 at most. Okay. The winter girl spoke, and Li Xin Wu replied to her. That meant they were working together. It was a fact that the girl was the one making his body like this. But how? A level 7 magician. Krasher cradled the eternal ice that was slowly rotating in the air, spoke briefly, and went back to being silent. It was as though that much of an explanation was enough. And in truth, it was enough. That girl cast such a powerful debuff on me, and that's the reason this skeleton got me to use up all my mana. The more powerful one's magic was, the less likely a debuff would affect them. Thus, debuffs were cast when one's opponent was weak, so that their success rate was at its highest. A debuff was especially effective when one's mana is depleted, and if that's the case, that meant that Li Xin Wu provoking him into using Lightning Shadow was all part of a bigger plan. Har har har. He was completely tricked. Hansen had thought that there was someone backing Li Xin Wu, but when he saw him commanding the chimeras, he thought it was Aramir Steelworketer. Think that a level 7 magician would appear at this time and cast a debuff on him from an unknown location. 5 minutes. You can only be so foolish. If I just survive for 5 minutes, I'll be able to kill you all. Are you an idiot? Li Xin Wu grinned and spoke. I prepared so much just to catch you. You don't think she's all I got, do you? To be honest, she was all he had left. If this didn't work, then he would have to be prepared to die a few times and fight. But Hansen was intimidated, as had experienced all those traps that Li Xin Wu had prepared, so this time, his lie was actually quite effective. I don't know who you guys are, but I'm one of the 12 generals, one recognized by the Emperor as the Lightning Shadow General, Hansen von Dorth. He gritted his teeth and tried to raise his sword with his unmoving arm, but as he was disheartened and debuffed, the sword's edge shook finally. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu grinned and likewise raised his weapon. His weapon soon changed into the shape of a lance, the weapon which first pierced through his body. I know. That's why I'm trying so hard to take you down. Li Xin Wu was filled with a powerful green acid. The moment Hansen saw that, he instinctually predicted his own death, but even so, he couldn't stop. That was the pride of one of the 12 generals. And for the first time in a long time, one of the 12 generals was killed. Chapter 25 Part 8. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dorth 8. Li Xin Wu mercilessly attacked the Lightning Shadow General, whose entire body was frozen stiff by the end of it. Li Xin Wu managed to pierce through his neck and kill him without dying once. I am His Majesty Shadowhorn. Kayak! He thought it might be a bit cowardly, but he nonetheless blew him away as the airborne ice crystals evaporated. Since the result is all that mattered, and the result that appeared right after was you have hunted a member of the 12 generals, the LV7 Lightning Shadow General, Hansen von Dorth. All contributing heroes acquire 30 million Pirium, and all stats increase by 100. You have acquired 10 permits to God's secret shop. Proficiency in all combat-related skills has increased dramatically. The intermediate bursting thunder skill has become LV9. Strength and magic have increased by 10. The intermediate Murner Bone skill has become LV9. Magic has increased by 10. The intermediate Shadow Horn skill has become LV4. All stats have increased by 6. The intermediate command skill has become LV9. All stats have increased by 3. Intermediate ice has become LV4. Magic has increased by 5. The element absorption skill has become LV2. Magic has increased by 10. You can more effectively absorb energy from the elements that you possess. There was a stream of messages that appeared, all the skills that he used in battle, as well as those he hadn't used in battle, leveled up instantaneously for no other reason than the fact that he had defeated one of the 12 generals. The amount of stats head garnered from defeating the general, as well as the stats from his skill level ups, was enough to make his head hurt. But wasn't this good for him? There were still some messages remaining, notifying him of his growth. You are an excellent example of a joker even in a situation without allies. You faced a variety of enemies and managed to incite them and trick them in the end. You won fair and square. All stats have increased by 20. The Joker karma has become even stronger. The Joker's innate skills have grown. Accompanying this message was a notification that his acting skill leveled up to level 16, as well as his disguise skill leveling up by 2, up to level 6. He knew just how much these skills changed whenever they leveled up and was surprised, almost gaping in response. But thinking about it carefully, a general had stood upon his stage, so he should obviously gain this much. You have received God's grace. The invisible heart skill's maximum level has increased by 10. His achievement was rounded off by a present from God. When he thought about it, the quest had received from God, which was the quest to hunt undead heroes, increased the maximum level of invisible heart as well, but had only killed one undead hero. Had fought against 2 of them, but he made one of them into his subordinate. This time, the maximum level of invisible heart had increased by 10, to a total of 111. So this means that my lives have increased by 11. He thought about it suddenly, and realized that God's blessing was truly amazing. Li Xin-Wu recognized that God rarely did things out of the kindness of her heart, and just decided to be happy about it. Li Xin-Wu nodded his head as Kreischer and Jin danced with joy from beside him. Though they weren't rewarded as much as him, he could tell that they were rewarded based on their contributions. But then, Jin suddenly yelled, "Xin-Wu, I'm going to level up." Alright. It's not dangerous here anymore, so take your time. Jin had barely not reached level 6, and had acquired hundreds of stats as a reward from this battle, so it would be even stranger if he couldn't level up. Li Xin-Wu vacantly watched as Jin was engulfed in a sphere of light and leveled up, whilst he neatly picked up the loot the Lightning Shadow General had left behind with his own 2 hands. To be honest, the Lightning Shadow General was considered an intermediate boss, so he thought it'd be nice if he dropped a bundle of loot, but it was quite cold-hearted. You have acquired 15,230,550 Pirium. You have acquired the Baron Inner Map. You have acquired the LV5 Divine Lightning Sword. Through bone reinforcement, the item transforms. You have acquired the LV5 Thunderclore 5. You have acquired the LV7 Lightning Shadow General, Hansen von Dorth's wrist bone. Other than that, he saw an item that looked to be a bracelet possessing tremendous magic. However, Kreischer had come over when he called without any complaints and had not only helped with the mission but had also contributed towards defeating the Lightning General, so he decided that this would be part of Kreischer's share. This is a magic reinforcement accessory. It's extremely rare. Was it? I thought he specialized in close combat, yet his magic was really high. As he thought, leaving that piece of loot as part of her share made her really happy. Li Xin-Wu asked if she wanted him to change it through bone reinforcement, but she firmly shook her head. Yep, Kreischer was someone who didn't like taking risks. It seemed possible. But we really beat one of the 12 generals. I knew it. If you're there, everything becomes dynamic. Xin-Wu. My existence is dynamic, so it can't be helped. Kreischer giggled and said. Li Xin-Wu replied uninterested and examined the last remaining pieces of loot in his hands. First, the Baron Inner Map seemed to detail secret passageways and facilities within some inner city. But he didn't know where Baron was or what it was, so he stored it into his inventory for now. However, the rest was amazing. As expected, once they become a general, they have to be carrying a level 5 weapon. This bracelet is level 6, though. Please trade. Don't want to. Li Xin-Wu suddenly felt regretful. However, Li Xin-Wu used lightning, so even if she did accept his offer, he would have to back out. The original divine lightning sword, and now the lightning claw, was definitely a treasure that would make the lightning lethal. He felt slightly burdened as Kreischer watched with bright eyes, yet he absorbed it without delay. Recording the LV5 Thunderclaw 5's information into the bone armory. Strength and magic have increased by 20. The lightning tooth and the Thunderclaw's information have been mixed and have become a new weapon. Hua! The moment Li Xin-Wu absorbed the Thunderclaw, he sensed an intense change within his insides, or more specifically bone armory, and shook. Of course, it would be lying to say that he wasn't looking forward to this. Had absorbed another lightning element weapon, so if both of those weapons supplemented each other, he thought it might create a greater weapon. But to think it would mix the two weapons' info and create an entirely new weapon coup. Bone armory wasn't something separate from Li Xin-Wu, it was an equipment storehouse within his body. Li Xin-Wu felt a huge migraine coming on due to the intense reaction going on inside. His health, magic, and all of his skills were involved in creating this new weapon. Countless information that came from the outside would be combined, and ultimately, a weapon only he could wield would be created. One wouldn't be able to understand it at all from looking from the outside, but what he was doing was akin to a blacksmith's work. When I think about it, something like this happened before. That's right, the whip. The staff and the whip's info were combined, creating the bifurcated whip. However, it wasn't this intense of a reaction back then, and perhaps this weapon would be much greater than the whip. In other words, you can now summon the LV6 Breath of the Lightning God. The Bone Armory skill has become LV8. You can now summon 7 pieces of equipment at a time. Health and magic have increased by 10. Yeah, a level 6 weapon. As his vague wishes had come true, Li Xin-Wu momentarily observed the weapon and remained completely still. He feared that if he took his eyes off the message, then the weapon would disappear into bubbles. But as time passed, the message automatically disappeared. Li Xin-Wu sighed transiently and raised a hand. Of course, he knew that the Breath of the Lightning God's info was stored in the Bone Armory. Since all the weapon's info was meticulously recorded in his head, but he couldn't help the fact that his outstretched hand, which was to summon the weapon, was shaking. Xin-Wu, finished with leveling up. What are you doing? I guess he's going through some kind of ritual we don't know about. While he shook due to how moved he was, Jin and Kreischer became really noisy. Li Xin-Wu completely ignored them and concentrated. To be honest, he didn't really need to go that far, but he wanted to keep brooding over this item had created, but couldn't adjust himself to summon. After investing approximately 40 of his mana, it was 40 after improving his mana, so it was a truly considerable amount. The weapon appeared, revealing itself in all its glory. In many ways, its shape looked more like the Thunderclaw than the Lightning Tooth, as it was also a bastard sword. Oh, it's beautiful. The pommel was both sharp and black. The hilt was long and uneven, reminding him of a dragon's scales, while the guard took after the Lightning Tooth, and a large blue blade on top. The end converged into a sharp tip, and it seemed capable of both stabbing and slashing. From an outside view, it just looked like an extremely luxurious sword. The blade could be either bone or metal. Its sheen made it indistinguishable while also making it look distinctive, but Li Xin-Wu was fascinated by the fearsome energy contained within, especially the electrifying, lightning energy within the blade. The others reacted similarly. Is that the weapon you just absorbed? Xin-Wu, no, it's not. It looks a lot stronger. It is a lot stronger. How's that possible? After Head pried off Kreischer, who would always stick to him and watch closely for any man-related phenomenon, he called for the item's info. In the process of recreating the weapon, Head figured out everything there was to know about it and planned it out, but he really wanted to see the official information on it. Breath of the Lightning God. LV6. Durability for 3,004,300. Attack power 1,200 1,550. Element Lightning LV6. Option Effectiveness of Lightning Element 50. Active skill Thunder Arrow. Summon a lightning arrow in order to attack from long range. The more powerful the user's lightning, and the more mana is infused, the more powerful the skill becomes. Ooh. This was the first time He'd seen a weapon with an active skill attached. Of course, it wouldn't be very difficult for Li Xin Wu, who could use the lightning element, to create lightning arrows and shoot them, but it felt completely different when the skill was included with the weapon. Moreover, the skill becomes stronger as his lightning element becomes more powerful. This was an advantage that could only be seen in standardized skills. It was funny to say, but it felt like Head finally attained an item that befitted a fantasy protagonist. I want to test it out, but I probably shouldn't right now. Li Xin Wu smacked his lips after Head securely fastened his summoned sword to his waist. Because Head infiltrated the city on arrival and had so much to do afterward, he hadn't been able to rest properly. He had struggled, as he had fought against the general face to face, even though Kreischer had cast a debuff at the last minute. Even if he was just barely grazed by the general's sword, his arm would fly off and his ribs would be crushed, so regenerating it all was a pain. It had been a really good learning opportunity. A general isn't a general for nothing. What's wrong, Xin Wu? I forgot I said I'd look after those guys. He had completely forgotten about the chimeras and finally remembered after rejoicing over the loot. When he looked back, the chimera's avengers were laying on the floor exactly like before. They went dead. Don't kill off my subordinates, as you please. Kreischer tilted her head. After Li Xin Wu had smiled bitterly and replied, he walked over to the chimera who looked to be in the worst condition, the LV7 Chimera Avenger. He thought it might feel unsatisfied that he hadn't looked after him following the battle, but there was nothing but cheer coming from his face. Were we able to do our duty? Yeah. Because of you, I was able to kill one of the Emperor's agents. Very good. Your strength and your intellect, I've decided that you are good enough to serve as our lord. So the Chimera Avenger spoke. Not just one, but all of them simultaneously. It was a frightening sight, as only their heads turned to face him as their bodies remained on the floor. Now, please give us a name. All right, I'll give you one. Li Xin Wu nodded his head seriously and calmly spoke. Your name is Kai Paul. Kai Paul henceforth. I will be Kai Paul and serve you until the day we kill the Emperor. No, even beyond that. Li Xin Wu's face didn't even hint at his true feelings as he nodded his head, firmly accepting Kai Paul's resolution. Kai Paul was deeply touched by his name, but Li Xin Wu couldn't tell him that the Kai was just short for Chimera. Chapter 25 Part 9. Chapter 25. Hansen von Dor, the 9. End of Volume 5. Aside from the 7 chimeras that had died in battle, Li Xin Wu named the remaining 31 chimeras Kai Paul to Kai Paul 31. Because they were already elites, they didn't evolve again, but surprisingly, their stats increased slightly, followed by a change in their information. Li Xin Wu was suddenly shocked at how much power a name held in this world. Even so, he hadn't planned on putting much effort into their names. So long as he could tell them apart, any name was fine. Kai Paul 31, you're the last one. I see 7 of us died. It's more impressive that only 7 of you died against that ridiculous guy. He reinforced the weakest 7 Kai Pauls with the bones of the fallen chimeras, and used a portion of the bones had accumulated to heal their wounds. After healing them, the Kai Pauls looked at him as if he were a mother bird and began to respect Li Xin Wu. As expected, you are indeed qualified to say that you will kill the Emperor. His power has changed since defeating the Lightning Shadow General. It's almost like he lives in a different world from us. One of the chimeras pointed out sharply, but Li Xin Wu ignored them, and he returned to the task he'd put off as he had to take care of the chimeras, absorbing the Lightning Shadow General's wrist bone. The Lightning Shadow General, a higher-ranked bone than even the Treasure Eater, had absorbed a giant's level 7 bone from the shop before, and while the giant was quite powerful, he was no match for either the Treasure Eater or the Lightning Shadow General. The reason his stats had increased so much was because he was just that weak at the time, though he'd gotten quite a lot stronger since then. The Lightning Shadow General's bone may surprise him and increase his stats significantly. There may be a bit of a backlist, so keep an eye on me. You can count on me. So all I need to do is watch this woman so that she doesn't do anything strange to you, right? Jin, you really are a rude person. Li Xin Wu remained quiet and felt a bit left out as he watched a horse and a person converse. As he was a skeleton, he wasn't thinking about getting a beautiful girl to like him or to pursue a serious relationship, as there wasn't any reason to do so. But he didn't think he'd be beat out by Jin too, who was a skeleton horse. It seems like Xin Wu's thinking about something strange again. My condolences. Alright, bone reinforcement. Executing bone reinforcement by consuming the LV7 Lightning Shadow General, Hansen von Dorth's wrist bone. He ignored their chat and boldly executed bone reinforcement. The Lightning Shadow General's wrist bone in his hand began to spark and disassemble, and was then absorbed into his body. At that moment, his mana momentarily transformed into pure lightning. Your interior energy has been activated to its very limit. The intermediate lightning element has become LV10, and has evolved into the high rank level. You can utilize lightning more naturally than before, and your resistance to it has been strengthened as well. Magic has increased by 30. His intermediate level 8 lightning element had leveled up twice in one go and had evolved into a high rank skill. Li Xin Wu knew how wide the gap between an intermediate level skill and a high rank skill was, and cheered at the improved quality of his lightning. But surprisingly, this was just a byproduct. Now bone reinforcement's usefulness would really come to play. You have acquired a skill with great success, as your affinity with the target is incredibly high. Strength has increased by 30 and magic by 45. Absorbing Hansen von Dorth's experiences and memories more deeply. Li Xin Wu barely thought it might be him experiencing Hansen's memories, and then lost his consciousness then and there. When he opened his eyes, he was surprisingly in a world overflowing with life. There were flowers and grass growing in the lawn with flies flying in between. There were tables here and there, as well as delicious-looking food and drinks. Li Xin Wu was familiar with this kind of thing. This was a party. Hansen, are you nodding off again? No, I wasn't nodding off at all. What a smooth talker. He heard Hansen's young voice, who had fought just a short while ago, as well as a slightly older voice who was rebuking him. Li Xin Wu's consciousness was inside as Hansen raised his head. A spirited middle-aged man was there, and for some reason, he felt close. I'm not lying, Sir Siegold. More importantly, What about the guard in the west? You're Sigurd. Of course he felt close, had heard so many stories about Sigurd. However, Li Xin Wu felt somewhat strange. Sigurd was the head of Anti-Skull, and was well aware that he was hostile towards the Emperor and his subordinates. Yet Sigurd was approaching Hansen, one of the 12 generals, with such intimacy, so he realized that this must be a time far in the past. It seems like Her Majesty, the princess, didn't like the party. She went back to the palace immediately. So, henceforth, I will be guarding His Majesty, the prince instead. It'd be nice if I could just return to the palace as well. Don't nod off until His Majesty orders your return. Yeah. Hansen replied briefly by nodding his head, but then raised his head and asked, "Now that I think about it, the party isn't that big this time. Did the first princess come to the party today?" "Don't overstep." "Yes, sir. But still, I think I'd be a suitable husband." Huey. Hansen barely avoided the formless energy that came from Sigurd. And like Li Xin Wu always did when he experienced someone's memories through bone reinforcement, he engraved their fight into his memory. He thought they might be weaker, as this was so far in the past, but after watching their recent quarrel, it seemed like both Sigurd and Hansen were in their prime. If I hadn't avoided this, my face would have been split apart. Seriously, why are you only like this to me? You've become stronger since you became a general, Hansen. Once you're done with your escort duty, shall we spar? That sounds good. This is my chance to see my future brother-in-law's skill. This time, flames shot up. Li Xin Wu had learned that Sigurd's flames were different from the norm. On the other hand, Hansen was moving desperately in order to dodge them. From within Hansen, after Li Xin Wu had felt Hansen's mana rotating quickly and instantaneously turn into lightning, he nodded his head. As I thought, there was a reason I felt a bit of superfluousness in his movements. The lightning was indeed powerful, but contrary to Li Xin Wu, who transformed mana into lightning itself, Hansen would quickly circulate his mana through a special pattern before he transformed it to something that felt like lightning magic, and then used his skill. Though it was powerful, it was still inefficient. Originally, bursting thunder was a skill that had that same feel, and aside from Li Xin Wu, who could utilize the elements freely, most people probably used the elements like this. She's a saint. Then at least the second princess. Even while Li Xin Wu was organizing his thoughts regarding the elements, Sigurd and Hansen continued to talk. It seemed as though Sigurd's younger sister, the princess, was incredibly pretty, as Hansen held on persistently. She's still a priest. Our religious order doesn't forbid marriage. Who Sigurd's tone seemed to say even after all this he still doesn't understand, and he sighed magnificently. Then, he took a look around, and Hansen followed suit. They noticed people were gathering. In the center, there was a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man. "Is this some kind of entertainment you've prepared for us?" "No, Your Majesty. It was just us joking around. The Crown Prince, will allow it. Show our guests just how great the swords of the Empire are." "I understand, Your Majesty." It was an order from the Crown Prince, who he protected. He would have to fight against someone who he couldn't beat in front of all these people. Hansen was shocked, but on the other end, Sigurd had already drawn his sword. What's worse, Sigurd's eyes were big and bright, meaning that he was going to discipline him, a mannerless brat, for coveting his younger sisters. "Come at me whenever, Hansen. Please stop glaring at me so strongly. This is a spar. I know. Though occasionally, real sword spars result in casualties. Are you trying to kill me?" However, there was already no way for Hansen to escape. Once the crown prince clapped his hands, men wearing impressive uniforms came running out, clearing the area and creating a space for the match. Hansen sported an expression looking as though he was a condemned criminal in an execution ground, and was forced to draw his sword. It as the sword that had become a part of Li Xin Wu, the divine lightning sword. To think I'd be able to experience a fight between generals. I've really hit the jackpot, haven't I? Had acquired memories regarding a party that had nothing to do with the Empire's struggles, or even its secrets, so Li Xin Wu had been grumbling that he would better stay put and just watch men and women talking the entire time, but he had no idea it would end up like this. If you're not attacking, then I will. He did his very best to focus on the current situation. Had already killed Hansen, and it felt like he would never have to fight Sigurd in the future, but it was quite a big deal that he was able to experience the battle between two big shots so clearly. If you're giving me the first move, then I'll gladly take it, Hansen said while turning his magic into lightning. He then charged at Sigurd with a blinding speed. It was the same lightning shadow technique had used during their fight. This should be easy. Li Xin Wu definitely had talent in the ways of manipulating Marner, so the moment he experienced it first and he figured out the core of the technique. The goal of lightning shadow was to eliminate the boundary between the body and magic by rapidly circulating one's magic and expanding it through the interior of one's body. Right now, Hansen's body was akin to a thunderbolt. He was ridiculously strong and fast, to the point that he could face a level 8. Of course, not only did it consume an overwhelming amount of magic, but just using the technique would damage one's body. However, it was an incredible technique that took that into consideration and would momentarily increase one's power exponentially. You could probably use the skill the same way with another element, but it seems like the lightning element is most effective. Next would probably be wind. As expected, the lightning element was powerful. Li Xin Wu could understand how Hansen had become the Emperor's hitman, despite being level 7 amongst the generals. And at the same time, there was something he realized: if I become familiar with it here, then my lightning sprint might get stronger as well. Lightning sprint was a charge skill that was based on high-rank spirit arts. One's body would be engulfed in lightning, and the skill would give its user overwhelming acceleration and destructive force. If lightning shadow was like changing the inner gloves, then lightning sprint was like changing the outer gloves. But at their core, the techniques were similar, so it didn't feel like it would be very difficult to learn both at the same time. And if he were to succeed as well, he would be able to use two skills with ridiculous synergy. After had created the Shadow Horn skill, he must gotten a taste for fusing skills together, as Li Xin Wu wanted to study the skills immediately. However, using his skill, Hansen charged forward quickly, and Sigurd charged as well, blocking Hansen midway. He easily deflected Hansen's blade and simultaneously kicked his stomach. Hansen spun his body and tried to respond with a kick of his own, but by then, the back of Sigurd's blade forcefully struck Hansen's head. Dozens of moves had occurred within the blink of an eye, and ultimately, before the duration of lightning shadow ended, Hansen was on his knees. Kyok. I lost. Even though Li Xin Wu had been experiencing the battle in Hansen's body, he still had no idea what had happened and how he had lost so badly. He would need to think back to this battle several times in the future. That's the secret technique you invented, right? It's certainly powerful and quick. However, your mind couldn't keep up with your body. That's why you can't beat me. Kyuk, you're right," the party members applauded. Of course, the party members didn't really know what had happened, but they at least seemed to realize that Sigurd had won overwhelmingly. Plus, Hansen had gone all out from the very beginning, yet Sigurd hadn't even drawn his fire sword. "As I thought, Sigurd's a swordsman who specializes in fire." While Li Xin Wu nodded at the flowing memories, Sigurd slightly laughed and extended his hand towards Hansen. "I can't give you my little sister, but you have gotten stronger. I'm glad you're not my enemy, Sir Sigurd too." Hansen grabbed Sigurd's hand, stood up and spoke. Sigurd thought he was exaggerating, and grinned. "So long as I serve His Imperial Majesty, that will never happen. I promise you in the name of the House Ritadane. I'll be part of the family soon anyway, you." Sigurd twisted Hansen's hand and threw him aside. At that moment, Li Xin Wu's consciousness became faint. The rich and plentiful experience was finally drawing to a close. "No, wait a sec." But Li Xin Wu, who was returning after acquiring combat experience and skill know-how, was shocked at something that Sigurd had said. "Ritadane, is that what he said?" At that moment, his consciousness faded. What terrible timing. Chapter 26 Part 1. Chapter 26. New Element 1. The Bursting Thunder skill has become LV10 and has evolved to the high rank level. Strength and magic have increased by 30. The powerful lightning can now draw upon the energy of the heavens. The intermediate combat sense skill has become LV9. Agility has increased by 10. You will have a foggy idea of what your opponent will do next. You have learned the active skill, LV1 Lightning Shadow. Had not only learned how to further progress as a warrior who used lightning, but also gained a new skill he could potentially fuse, and had an experience that was especially profitable. Yet, Li Xin Wu stared blankly, as though he had left his soul behind. Jin and Kreischer quietly examined Li Xin Wu. What could have happened for him to be like that? I wonder. Maybe he got a lot less stats than had expected from the bone. However, Li Xin Wu didn't hear the two's voices. He couldn't forget the last thing Sigurd had said. Ritadane, he definitely said Ritadane. There was no way he'd heard wrong. Moreover, the memory of the experience was still fresh, and he could play back the memory if he wanted. He was sure. Sigurd had said Ritadane. Wait, now that I think about it, Ritadane would react whenever I talked about Sigurd. At the time, Li Xin Wu had responded to her as naturally as possible, but he inwardly thought it was strange. Because Ritadane didn't really react when the other 12 generals were mentioned. Thus, he had hypothesized that Ritadane had already met Sigurd once before. If that's the case, then is she his descendant? Probably not his daughter, so maybe his granddaughter. When he'd come to the Underground Empire, he had definitely heard God say this in passing. Before she had summoned heroes from other worlds, she had turned her world's people into heroes. They all failed, but she didn't say that they had all died. But to think a citizen of the Empire would be included, not only that, but a citizen of the Empire who wasn't affected by the curse. It's not impossible, right? She might have been born in a dungeon. So long as she operated as a hero, there would be no problem for him, regardless of whether Sarah von Ritadane was a citizen of the Empire, lived above ground, or just lived in this world. He was a bit curious if the other heroes knew about this, but anyone would be able to figure out the truth if they knew Sigurd's family name, and it wasn't even really a huge secret either. If I get the chance, I'll ask plain. But Li Xin Wu realized that he didn't really need to go out of his way to ask plain. By defeating the Lightning Shadow General, he'd gained 10 permits to God's secret shop. Defeating a general greatly contributed to God's goal of purifying the empire. So it seemed as though God gave those contributing heroes the chance to meet her as a reward. If that's the case, then asking God would give him the most clear answer. All right. Strike the iron while it's hot. What, there's still more we have to do? Nope. We're finished. It's been a while, so let's go meet God. Why don't you come too, Kreischer? Jin looked uneasy, while Kreischer briefly looked like she had no idea what was going on. She ruminated over the message right away, and nodded her head. Now that I think about it, I remember you Shin Wu talking about that. You don't need to be afraid. All you need to do is badger her for ability or an item. All right. I've changed my mind a little. Kreischer still didn't like the idea of God affecting her abilities, but the conversation changed if God could give her a new artifact. Kreischer, who wanted a new ability for her artifact, nodded her head at his words and ultimately entered God's garden. Then, shall we go too? Do we really have to? You never know, we might get better abilities. Plus, I have something personal I want to ask God. But if you really don't want to go, no, I'll go. Jin sighed quietly, nodded as if he had resolved himself, and stood beside him. Li Xin-Wu had no idea what he had been thinking about, but thought it wasn't strange that Jin had his own problems to think about, and used the permit to God's garden. The party is entering God's garden through the use of the permit. When he softly closed his eyes and reopened them, he was transported to a beautiful garden that had been to once before. Perhaps because he completely accepted himself last time, he didn't appear as a human, but as a level 6 powered elemental bone joker. Of course, Jin wasn't anywhere nearby. Good job. Ugh. He felt someone touch him. Li Xin-Wu felt an aggressively warm and soft feeling spread over his body, and the sweet aroma made it so he momentarily couldn't get a hold of himself, but was soon able to calm down through invisible heart. The situation was quite clear. God was hugging him to think she could agitate him, and undead she wasn't a god for nothing. One who goes beyond the norm, an individual who goes against logic. Li Xin-Wu was unnerved by that aggressive charm. Please get off me. To think you'd beat one of the 12 generals, it's been so long since that's happened. I said get off me. God was still excited and didn't let go, but soon, Li Xin-Wu forcefully pushed her away. She laughed, patted his back and stepped back. Try to understand. I like to express my happiness as well. It's a relief that you feel so happy. To be honest, Li Xin-Wu had questioned God's intent of wanting to purify the empire before, but seeing her current attitude, he realized that her intent wasn't a lie after all. He really couldn't figure her out. Maybe she was just psychotic. You probably can't understand me, huh? Yes. Li Xin-Wu replied honestly. God smiled bitterly, pulled over a chair from a nearby table, and sat down. Then, like last time, she propped her chin on her hands, and spoke calmly. Don't you feel happy when you get a goal despite it being a lost game? You might gotten around 20 goals repeatedly. That's really not something a goddess should say in front of a hero. Be happy. I'm only talking about this because it's you. Since it seems like you've already realized quite a few things on your own. God was weird. And Li Xin-Wu, who was similarly weird, was forced into becoming her comrade through her previous comment. Had thought it may not be true, but this empire, no, this world had no hope. Nice of you to bring me to this despair-ridden world. That's what I thought at first, but now I think you may become this world's new hope. Ethan is already beginning to dawdle, but if it's you, please don't forcefully put all your hopes on me. I'm just doing as I please. So about the reward god, who'd completely ignored Li Xin Wu, gently gazed at Li Xin Wu and said, "You're not planning on getting another quest again, are you? Is there even anything else I can get from you? There are still 1 or 2 things I can give you." God replied humbly towards Li Xin Wu's snobbish-sounding comment. God probably knew more about his latent potential than he did, so she wasn't lying. Li Xin Wu briefly ruminated over it, but because the abilities God granted weren't inherently hostile, he just nodded his head, especially because he didn't really want another quest from her. "Well, let's hear it." An element. The conversation turned in a completely different direction. Li Xin Wu, who had been completely uninterested in what she said before, was somewhat surprised. "Even I didn't think you would be able to use elemental power so naturally. It would normally be impossible to bestow an element onto a hero, but it should be no problem if I were to bestow one onto you." His abilities had grown, and he was extremely talented, so if God were to give him a small nudge, he could awaken a powerful ability. And he pretty much understood what God was saying. It didn't matter if it were fire or lightning, being given a small opportunity was plenty. God was giving him that opportunity. And if you accept this, it should become much easier for you to fight against Ethan. Didn't you say that he was a good hero? He can't compare to you at this point. Looking at her statement in a different way, she was saying that if Li Xin Wu hadn't defeated one of the 12 generals, then even if he had been done in by Ethan Cruz later, she would just pass it off with a laugh. "You're cruel. Seriously. You're one to talk." Li Xin Wu thought that beings who had surpassed the limitations of humans were different, but God looked at him and snorted. It was as though she saw him as the same as her. "Now focus. All right." The amount of time allotted to them wasn't very long. Li Xin Wu softly closed his eyes and God released her energy. Li Xin Wu immediately felt something enter his body, and it was infinitely dark, and somewhat was similar to the curse that lingered in the Empire. No, that wasn't all. It was quite similar to the curse that he experienced often. What was it? While Li Xin Wu pondered over the identity of this energy, that energy responded, and Li Xin Wu lost all feeling in his body. His Marna, which possessed no inherent properties, met with the energy as it released, and it assimilated it, and he could feel a change. And soon, a terse response showed up before him. "You have acquired the LV1 high-rank element darkness. Magic has increased by 100. Curse resistance MAX has transformed into darkness resistance MAX. Magic has increased by 20. Darkness is one of the great elements that makes up half of this world. It is peaceful, the power of shadows, the opposite of light, and the power of relationships. But darkness magic makes one forget that they are dead or alive, and can even force them to forget what they are. An imperfect and improper connection results in a twisted appearance, and this causes people to be afraid of it. You have become aware of this power, which originated from within you due to outside stimuli, and have successfully grasped it. However, if you use too much power, others may become afraid of you. And ultimately, those natural relationships will break down and become twisted. This is Li Xin Wu realized why he felt familiar with this power. The relationships had created with others is partnership with Jinn, accepting the Pauls as his subordinates, or even more broadly speaking, using the command skill or instigate skill to affect others and manipulate them was all because of the darkness element. However, at the same time, if what he felt was right, then this power didn't the curse come from this element? You're right. To be exact, It was darkness magic that was used as the foundation. Your curse resistance changed into darkness resistance, right? You probably could've brought about that change. God acknowledged him and nodded her head, as if she wasn't spilling a huge secret. You're probably well aware of this, but while you weren't consciously aware of this power, you used it bit by bit. I just awakened it and made it so you could actually use it in a proper form, so your existence has become much more shocking. Perhaps your karma is heading in that direction. Though she was a god, could she not peruse his stats at the very least? She didn't show any indication of knowing that he was a joker. Perhaps this was also an effect of the joker karma. There's a huge difference in the results of those who use magic. I know that better than anyone else. So, make sure you work hard. I hope you don't become like the Emperor or Ethan. Then get going. I was so happy that I ended up giving you way too much. Just 1 second. I'd like to ask you about Retatting. It's impossible for even I to give you information on other heroes more than is necessary. She's a hero, right? She's an ally, right? To top everything off, Li Xin Wu asked God about his conclusion, and God just laughed and replied, "Of course she is. She's a trustworthy hero, more than anyone else." Chapter 26 Part 2. Chapter 26. New Element 2. There's nothing more for you to gain here. So, don't come here anymore and try to gather them. God said enigmatically, and Li Xin Wu was chased out of God's garden. As expected, Jin seemed to have come back before him. As he was waiting with a sour expression, Li Xin Wu could see past Jin's steel heart armor now and could tell what expression he was making. "Hey Jin. What's up, Xin Wu? Why do I feel even more confused than before I went to clear things up? You shouldn't be asking me. I'm dumb, so don't ask me anything in the future either. It's nice to see you so confident too." By meeting with God, Li Xin Wu realized that he was the center of this situation. That's just how powerful the ability he'd gained was. To be honest, it was really troublesome. He had clearly done his best to roam around the world, as well as figure out the truth, grow step by step, and focus only on ensuring his own safety. But he hadn't really planned on becoming the protagonist and go wild on the main stage. After you gain great power, you get caught up in trouble, huh? I feel like I've heard that line before. Jin tilted his head and Li Xin Wu continued to play dumb, and in no time, Krasia returned. Even though she was the first to leave, she was the last to return. But there was a reason for that. "Xin Wu, take a look at this." Once she found him, she rushed over to Li Xin Wu, put her palms together, and pushed them forward. There was a tiny ice crystal floating above them. It was the artifact that exponentially increased her strength, the Orb of Eternal Ice. It got a lot smaller. It'll eventually get so small that you won't be able to see it. But that's not what's important right now. She yelled and tightened her palms together, causing the orb to instantly break apart. Li Xin Wu was shocked, yet Krasia remained calm. Soon, he found that the energy that comprised the orb flowed through her body. Her once light purple hair and sky blue eyes turned silver, and were radiating light. Li Xin Wu could feel the power of that light, as it seemed to push her magic in a certain direction. Is that lightning shadow? No, it's different from that idiotic technique. Think of my goal as assimilating the eternal ice, the high-rank magic formula. And the power I gain from doing so is, he could tell without listening to her explanation. Since Krasia had invoked her catalytic magic through the eternal ice, Li Xin Wu was well aware that now that she'd assimilated the eternal ice, the surrounding mana was quickly being sucked into her and turning into cold air. Contrary to before, where she used the orb to transform the surrounding mana, gather it, and launch it, she could now finally control her magic. It was all due to concentrating the eternal ice's mana internally. Therefore, it was like she had gone from Imperial Dragon mode to Paladin mode. 1. To make this, I had to use the artifact you gave me, but it's okay since its ability is still intact. But if you were going to do this, wouldn't it have been better to ask to absorb it instead? Not you are, that's right. My bad. She talked about how amazing this technique was, and how much stress it put on her body. She made sure to emphasize a few times how a human's body was unable to handle catalytic magic, so she used this inconvenient method of storing the orb's power into her body, and that he wouldn't be able to understand her. And she added just one more thing. You should be able to turn yourself into a catalyst without this. I told you I can't. Watch and learn. You know it's not something I can just watch and learn. No matter how he thought it, Kreischer's expectations of him were way too high. Kreischer released her catalyst mode and pestered him a bit after that. Li Xin-Wu sighed though nothing came out and stood up. Then, he watched over to the LV7 Elite Chimera Avenger that had just been watching him until now. What will you do now? Are you going to go look for another general? No. We were only able to defeat him because of our information and our adaptation of the situation. But things won't go this smoothly next time, so now we have to thoroughly prepare and gather our strength. Gather our strength? How right you are. Then how should we do that? The other Kai Pauls heard him, and their eyes gleamed. It seemed as though they were still misunderstanding something, so Li Xin-Wu decided to be honest with them. You guys will move separately from me. You need to become stronger your own way, and I have to get stronger my own way as well. Of course we're not going our separate ways forever. How can that be? We weren't going to continue to travel with you. I don't feel that we can burn with hatred and revenge without you there to guide us. Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly at their response. Of course, they were a powerful force. They were a group of level 6 elites with even a level 7 elite as well, so if he were to travel with them, he wouldn't die in most situations. However, objectively speaking, neither side would be able to properly grow. It would almost be like a restriction on them. It would be restricting to both Li Xin-Wu and the Kai Pauls. I don't plan on controlling you through your hatred alone. For now, go where your feet take you. Watch the current world with your own 2 eyes. There should be something you get from it. It's fine if it's hatred or a completely different emotion. In the end, you'll be able to get even stronger. The current world rather than bring them along with him. It'd be better to release them onto the world's stage. Moreover, he could just bring them when he really needed them. They'll eventually fight together, even if he didn't want to. So, for him, as well as for the purpose of purifying the Empire and their own growth, it would be best to go their separate ways. We still don't really understand. It's much too vague. Before you go, there's something I need to show you. It might even encourage you. A place you need to show us. Something that will encourage us. Yeah. Li Xin-Wu looked at the Kai Pauls' completely destroyed surroundings, Kreischer, who was blankly staring at him, Jin, as well as the collapsed satellite city, Kadanin. He smiled bitterly. His original plan had been so much simpler, so how did things turn out like this? Now, shall we go and see what's hidden within the secret facilities? Are you going to show me too? What's with you all of a sudden? Kreischer became a bit happy at Li Xin-Wu's words. To be honest, he thought it would turn out like this when he had first asked her for help, but it wasn't a bad feeling to be recognized by one's information-sharing partner. Hey, he's a skeleton. I know. He's a skeleton who's really good at handling magic, Jin commented from beside her, but Kreischer tilted her head as if to say, and what about it? Li Xin-Wu heard their chat, but he had no idea what they were even talking about. So you got a request from the golems? Yeah. We've been in contact even before then. Are you saying that there are knights who succeeded the experiment? Li Xin-Wu led the party, entered the facility, and explained the events to Kreischer. It was also an explanation to the Kai Pauls, who were turned into golems and sacrificed for the experiment. The Golden General, Armor Steelworker. The reason I didn't tell you earlier was because I was concerned that you might go looking for him. Plus, it would've become a pain for us, as we need to use the golem trains. I understand. Kreischer agreed. If it were her from a few months back that was extremely curious about how golems worked, she might've stuck with Li Xin-Wu and been a pain in the ass. Of course, she was different now. She knew when she could be greedy and when she needed to resign herself. If they figured out who I am, they would be suspicious. Assuming that they know about every single hero in the Empire, there's no reason to link us with the heroes. As you know, we don't look like heroes, right? Yeah. So long as we don't know their intent, there's no reason to tell them about the heroes. While conversing, they explored every nook and cranny of the facility. The Kai Pauls heard Li Xin-Wu talk about other golems, as well as finding traces of other knights being sacrificed as test subjects just like them, and began to feel a powerful emotion that they couldn't define. The test succeeded, but they were indeed sacrificed. To think that there's a core capable of making someone absolutely loyal. Yet that core is what allowed us to be reborn, though there's no trace of it anymore. Do you think they're hostile to the Emperor as well? They're probably not like us. Moreover, Armor Steelworker, I remembered when I heard his name. It seemed like he wanted to hide it, but we saw it. One Kai Paul spoke in the middle of the other Kai Pauls. It seemed as though its intellect was far greater than the other Kai Pauls, probably as much as the level 7. It compared the memories of countless knights' imperfect memories and extracted them, coming into possession of a massive amount of intact memories. Is it him, the one who recommended this damn plan to the Emperor? Is that true? What did you say? That's the first even Li Xin-Wu had heard of it. He immediately turned his head, and the Kai Paul stepped back slightly, as if flustered, and bowed his head. Sure. I couldn't be sure before, due to the fragmented memories, but I can tell now. The one who recommended that the Emperor turn knights into golems was the one who first introduced the technique of making golems came from him. Is that so? Armor Steelworker was definitely the one who proposed the experiment, but had never told Li Xin-Wu who had come up with a plan. Moreover, at the time of the experiment, he had volunteered himself and pledged his loyalty to the Emperor, so he hadn't lied. The truth was merely hidden. It wasn't a lie. Even so, it's still deception. Li Xin-Wu's mouth gaped, as though his jawbone would fall out, but he was smiling. That's because he'd gotten a hint from a place he'd never expected to get one from. He sent me here himself, but to think I'd hear about this from the knights who were supposed to be buried in the past. Moreover, he probably didn't think that there was a way to gather all the knights' fragmented memories and rebuild them. Of course he wouldn't know. Li Xin-Wu hadn't known either. Even so, was there anything that changed? They just went from loyal psychos to people who got a hold of themselves and ran away following the Emperor's activation of the curse. No. Well, that could be it. But if Aramer Steelworker was the one to recommend the formation of the Golem army, then Li Xin Wu was remembering. All the golems possessed a mark that allowed the Emperor to control them, and under that, Guillotine Steelworker and the others held a high-rank administrative mark. Then under that was a general administrator's mark. But from what I remember, Aramer Steelworker possessed a mark for just himself, one that wasn't the Emperor's mark, or even the Steelworker mark. Of course, he probably needed it to control the Golem army. Rather than the Emperor giving orders, it would be much better for the general, Aramer Steelworker, to be commanding the troops in battle. However, if he was the one who started everything and if he had a different intention in mind, what if Aramer Steelworker's mark is even higher than the Emperor's? His sharp statement caused everyone to keep their mouths shut. At that moment, Li Xin Wu, who had been feeling up the wall, stopped his hand. At his fingertips, the Steelworker mark was radiating a blinding light. Had finally found the facility within the facility, the entrance to the secret area. 1TN Digimon reference. Just a way of saying she's reached her final form or something. Chapter 26 Part 3. Chapter 26. New Element 3. A dark secret and a buried testing facility. Within that facility was another hidden area. It was an area that could only be opened with a Steelworker seal, not the General Administrator seal. Wait a sec, Steelworker. Har. The Steelworker seal was revealed, and while he was studying the lock, he discovered some information. Li Xin Wu grinned because he didn't think his hypothesis would be confirmed immediately. Only a Steelworker can enter. The Emperor can't go in. Yep. It's not just Aramer Steelworker who can access it. Guillotine Steelworker and the other level 7 golems can get inside as well. Aside from them, there's no one who has permission to enter. Which means that the Emperor can't go in. How did you figure that out? By just looking at it? Nope, never mind. Don't look at me like that. Jin looked quizzical and was about to ask further, but thought better of it. He kicked Li Xin Wu's eye sockets with his foliage, as Li Xin Wu had turned around to look at him. Li Xin Wu hastily evaded his kick and continued with his explanation. If I hadn't heard what the Kai Pauls had said before, I might just thought that this place was for staff only. But after hearing what they had to say, and seeing another hidden installation, are you saying that Aramer Steelworker, as well as those who hold the Steelworker name, had a different secret plan? So a plan that he started not out of loyalty for the Emperor. It probably wasn't a pure motive. How can that be? Once they heard Li Xin Wu's conclusion, the Kai Pauls were infuriated. Of course, they didn't have even a shred of loyalty towards the Emperor anymore. However, when they thought about the fact their pure feelings had been used, they felt an unrestrained rage. However, these infuriated Kai Pauls focused on Li Xin Wu's calm voice. Calm down. You can't do anything with just anger. However, Aramer Steelworker is a powerful level 8. He has a few level 7 elite subordinates around him, and he has several level 6 golems under his command. In saying that he's not an opponent you can overcome with just your powerful emotions. His rational and cool-headed statement caused the Kai Pauls to be silent. Li Xin Wu placed a hand on one of the Kai Pauls and softly laughed. He didn't speak to just one Kai Paul, but spoke loud enough so that all the others could hear him. Don't let your emotions just burn. Use them as fuel and temper them. There are countless ways for you to get stronger in this world, and if you work at it, it's not impossible for you to surpass Aramer Steelworker. Do you want to be controlled by your emotions and be a tiger moth, or do you want to take control over your emotions and become a phoenix? That's up to you. The Kai Paul, no, all the Kai Pauls must felt something from Li Xin Wu's speech, as they nodded their heads in silence. Li Xin Wu smiled faintly, and Jin hit his back. Xin Wu, you're so sickening that I feel like I'm going to throw up. Speaking earnestly works on these types of guys. Look, their eyes are sparkling. You're really scary. Li Xin Wu, who had silenced Jin with a short reply, confirmed that the Kai Pauls had calmed down, and returned to the main topic. The existence of a secret facility that only a steelworker can access, and the Emperor who ordered the undead to watch this entire area. This has made it clear. The Emperor knew that something was hidden here. And he must known that this was what Steelworker was aiming for. And Aramer Steelworker is he knows what the Emperor is doing. That's why he wanted us to attack from the front. After I had diverted the Emperor's attention, and had taken care of the vestiges of the testing facility, he must been planning on coming here quietly later. Either side is ridiculous. The Kai Paul was right. You could only look down on people so much. Of course, it was a relief that Li Xin Wu wasn't someone who took things lying down, but Li Xin Wu's expression was actually relaxed. There was no shaking in his goblin fire. If I completely clear this place and return unscathed, then they won't be able to look down on me anymore. That's when it'll start in earnest. Will they perceive me as a threat and try to take me out, or will they try to use me? Li Xin Wu thought it would be the latter. Like they had said, their enemies were the same. That's the only thing he was sure about. And to be honest, that wasn't really a bad thing for Li Xin Wu. Why, if I know what they're thinking to a degree, then it shouldn't be difficult to get them onto my stage. He finished speaking, and simultaneously, the steelworker mark above his hand radiated light. It looked a bit different from when he had first used it, but he had been continuously studying the mark. This was the result of his improvements and calculations. It possessed some additional function as well, but the most prioritized additional function was secrecy. Li Xin Wu was concerned that the information would get back to Aramer Steelworker, so he had added this function in. It was an additional function he had created so that wherever he was, or whatever he was doing, wouldn't be reported. It was a fundamentally high-level and shocking security feature. Opening the facility. Welcome, Steelworker. They wouldn't know right away that Li Xin Wu had even entered the facility. Of course, even if they came to find him themselves, they would have no way of knowing that Li Xin Wu had entered the facility. You were, War, Jin and Crasher simultaneously exclaimed. It was only natural as the lock was released, revealing a secret passageway. Contrary to the outside, where the passage of time was readily apparent, as it was corroded everywhere and had accumulated dust, the passageway was ridiculously clean and refined. There was no rust anywhere. Rocks which radiated light by themselves were embedded everywhere and illuminated the passageway. There was no way of knowing how they had made such a thing. For now, let's take these with us since they seem expensive. You're terrible. There wasn't a use for them really, but they looked expensive, so he decided to extract them. Had benefited off of collecting all of the wine from the winery before, so Li Xin Wu thought he might be able to profit again. Why don't you take some too? It seems like it to be useful for when I want to read a book in the dark, so I'll just take one. That'll make your eyes go bad, so don't do it too much. Li Xin Wu ordered the Kai Pauls to collect all the rocks. He told them to bring one over to him, and when he looked it over, he found that it was made of sunlight stone. It possessed the energy of the sun, and would emit a light equivalent to the rays of the sun. It was an incredibly rare ore. He checked the information and thought that perhaps the light that shined on the Empire came from here. No, when he thought about it, the magical device set up in the vineyard the Dryads were staying at was seemingly made of the same ore. But there was only one of them there. So what were these golems indulging as I thought? They seem like a separate group. Hey, on your hand. Li Xin Wu was speechless, and Kreischer suddenly looked at the steelworkers as enemies at that moment. Jin suddenly called out to Li Xin Wu. When he checked why he was calling him, the sunlight stone made a frightening sound and began transforming. Through bone reinforcement, the sunlight stone is transforming. You have acquired the solar fossil. I told you, fossils aren't bones are, whatever. Before the change, the sunlight stone looked like a rock that emitted light, but once it had finished changing into a solar fossil, it turned into a gray color and emitted powerful light and heat from within. Its properties had definitely been reinforced. Unfortunately, the diffusion of light decreased, so he could no longer use it as a light source, but Li Xin Wu didn't really care about any of that. I'm going to try absorbing it. Li Xin Wu tried to absorb one of them. Then, surprisingly, his magic increased by 1, and his fire element proficiency increased by a little. At that moment, his eyes became serious. He thought that these stones might be more important than whatever was hidden within the facility. Bring all of those to me. I understand. Besides the one sunlight stone that Kreischer wanted, Li Xin Wu changed all of the other sunlight stones through bone reinforcement. He had obtained a total of 223 solar fossils. If he could, he would absorb all of them right here, but it seemed as though it wasn't such a simple matter, so he would set some time later and patiently study them. That's right. I'll give you one too. Thank you. Li Xin Wu, who had finished changing the sunlight stones into solar fossils, pawed over a Kai Paul and allowed him to absorb it. He had only given them one as he didn't want to be the one who hoarded all of them, but it had a surprising effect. How can this be? Look at this, Sir Paul Zero. Ooh. Flame burst forth from the Kai Paul's hand, which emitted an intense heat. The solar fossil allowed him to control fire. Of course, bone reinforcement was a cheat skill that allowed one to absorb a bone's abilities, but even so, absorbing one of those bones and gaining the ability to wield fire was plenty amazing. Perhaps this was only possible because it was a chimera. Fire is coming out of my hand. The black flame dragon sealed within my right arm is finally won. The excited Li Xin Wu finally made the other Kai Pauls absorb a single solar fossil each, although only a third of the Kai Pauls awakened an intermediate level of fire. It was obviously impossible for them to handle it so naturally like Li Xin Wu, but despite that, they were still at the level of an intermediate monster who could manipulate fire. The Kai Paul force's power had been upgraded instantly. Thank you, Sir Paul Zero. To think that you could bestow a new power upon us so simply. The Kai Pauls had gone beyond admiration or loyalty and looked to be in awe of Li Xin Wu now. He had just been lucky. Kreischer and Jin, who had both been watching the process from the side, thought that Li Xin Wu looked like some sort of pseudo-religious sect leader, but they didn't actually say it out loud. If they argued about what was right or wrong, it felt like the Kai Pauls would start to stare at them unkindly. We've arrived. Are there no more sunlight stones? There's a really big one over there. Remember to extract it before we leave. I understand. At their unexpected increase in power, all the Kai Pauls were excited, and at that moment, they arrived at their destination. The sunlight stone embedded into the high ceiling illuminated every area of the facility. There was a bookshelf on the surface of one of the walls filled with materials. He assumed that this was both the laboratory and the conference room. These materials there all related to golems. Li Xin Wu was sure had hit the jackpot. The more Li Xin Wu surveyed these lottery ticket these Powerball materials, the more excited he got. He looked over the materials detailing a golems in a structure, and an anatomical chart that detailed the part that connected the golem's body to a core, and felt his excitement reach its peak. His goblin fire blazed so much that it threatened to engulf his skull. With these, I should be able to make my own golems, right? Oh, really? Oh, holy crap. Jin was freaked out by Li Xin Wu's muttering. But Kreischer, who had just as much interest in golems as Li Xin Wu, managed to find another area while he was looking over the materials. She called for Li Xin Wu, though her voice was quivering. Look here, Paul Zero. Li Xin Wu placed the entire bookshelf into his inventory and turned around. It seemed like there was another small passageway in the corner of the facility, and when they followed that path, how many of these are there? The moment he discovered it, Li Xin Wu thoughtlessly clenched his fists. The sunlight stones are more profitable than the contents of the facility. What a joke. There was a laboratory there, with countless rows of gleaming silver cores. I'm pretty sure this is another reference to love, Chunibyo other delusions. I think this refers to the main character's Chunibyo persona, the Dark Flame Master. Don't ask me how a golem knows what that is. They don't have to reference a show to be a chunny. Chapter 26 Part 4. Chapter 26. New Element 4. Original Core. A power source capable of producing LV6 golems. There were of 277 cores lying around. Li Xin Wu and Kreischer were mesmerized by the cores, and just watched them silently. The original core. They were definitely the original form of the original bone core. Li Xin Wu had barely gotten one or two of them by destroying all of the low-ranked golems in an area. Yet there were so many gathered here. If Li Xin Wu spoke automatically. If there were this many cores gathered here, it makes sense that they'd want them back. This many cores would interest not only Armor Steelworker, but the Emperor as well. That's probably why he kept a general on standby. Though that general was now dead. He didn't know when the Emperor would get news of that, but he didn't need to worry about that right now. You get stronger if you absorb these, right? No. When you absorb bones with the same power, the effectiveness drops. Now I can't really get anything out of them. So, with these we're going to try making golems. Kreischer was quick on the uptake. Her eyes glittered with curiosity. That was what Li Xin Wu was looking for. No matter how talented he was at magic, it was still just talent. Because he wasn't knowledgeable in magic theory, he knew that he would need someone else's help if he really decided to make a golem. To be honest, he could've taken down the general by himself if he did well. The reason he had asked for her help was because he knew something like this would happen once he discovered the facility that Armor Steelworker tried to hide. It'd be hard to make them right now, so let's move the equipment for now. Let's say that you can move them because you have an inventory, but do you have the space to store them? Of course I do. Li Xin Wu grinned and spoke while Kreischer just tilted her head. He let her be, and deliberated on what he should do with the original cause. The main point of deliberation was whether he should just store the original cause or change them into bone cause first. It would probably be okay to change them. since all of the materials for making golems will be changed through that ability of yours, giving the materials a sense of unity. You're right. It doesn't sound like a bad idea. Kreischer's recommendation was decent. Of course, bone reinforcement wouldn't always upgrade the material, but the cause were one of the few exceptions, as the quantity of magic within wouldn't change with the transformation. It wasn't like he couldn't use them as cause once they transformed into bone cause also. There wouldn't be a loss from transforming them, so there was enough value in doing so. Li Xin Wu changed all of the cause in one go and stored them into his inventory. Because his inventory had expanded significantly following his level up, there was a lot of free space. Now, shall we start storing them? All right. I'll take the left side. Then I'll go over there. The party collected the cars, turned around, and removed and collected the equipment as well. To be honest, there were some amongst them that shouldn't have been thoughtlessly removed, but Li Xin Wu and Kreischer, who had a good grasp of magic, skillfully separated them, meticulously inspected them, and collected them so that there wouldn't be any trouble. Only 5 minutes had passed, yet nothing valuable had remained within the facility. The golems will probably get mad if they see these later, right? It's all right. They won't see it, Li Xin Wu said, and ordered the chimeras to collect the large sunlight stone. Because the sunlight stone was so large, the transformation was an incredibly unusual sight. Once he placed it into his inventory, the facility immediately became dark. The only words that would come out of his mouth were, "Oh, come on. You guys, go first." Xin Wu, I need to install a bomb before I go. Are you serious? They hadn't noticed the 6 drake horn lances floating in the air from behind Li Xin Wu. No, when they thought about it, there were 3 or 4 of them floating behind them when they first entered. Jin recollected that and realized that that's when Li Xin Wu had decided to blow up the facility. You can make it so they don't know it was us. There'll probably be no traces left. Li Xin Wu laughed briefly and sent the rest of the party away. Then, whenever a drake horn lance was fully charged, he would burrow it here and there. Because he'd already demolished much of the equipment that protected the facility, so long as he calculated the location and installed them properly, the 6 drake horn lances should be able to completely destroy the place. Nice. This is perfect. However, while Li Xin Wu was finishing with a bomb installation and leaving the passageway, he felt his chest vibrate. It was the communication line that Cadinan's lord had possessed that enabled him to communicate with Hansen. Hansen was already dead, so who was it? He didn't plan on asking something so boorish. Who could it be? It was obviously either the Emperor, or one of the Emperor's men. Li Xin Wu grinned and raised the communication line. He inputted the bothersome Murner seal, and accepted the call. It was then he'd left the facility, closed the door, and turned around. Cadinan's Lord Naloper. Did the lightning shadow general return? He could feel the military discipline within the extremely stiff voice. As expected, it seemed like the lightning shadow general had someone supervising him, even though he worked alone. Also, considering the fact that he didn't add an honorific to his name, it was possible that he was talking to someone really high up. And if that's the case, there was a high chance that this person was one of the 12 generals as well. Obviously, showing this guy his identity, even a little bit, wasn't a good idea. He activated acting and disguise simultaneously. It happened in the blink of an eye. The lightning shadow general is Naloper's voice naturally flowed out of Li Xin Wu's mouth, and he heard the other whisper, so he was just late. The sound of his small sigh had to be a sign of relief. He decided to break that apart. The lightning shadow general passed away. What? Li Xin Wu reported, sounding as though he were stifling his tears, and quickly turned the situation around. The other individual raised his voice immediately. Who dares? How a golem? Was it a golem? Kyuyuk, that's correct. Armor Steelwork. We expected the 4 commanders, but to think Armor Steelworker would act in person. Is he starting an all-out war? But it's too early. How can he be so confident? Moreover, how did he conceal his energy and move so secretly? That's right. Armor Steelworker was probably too scared to act in person, as he didn't want to be seen. That's why he had sent someone from the outside, like Li Xin Wu, despite it being an important mission to collect more than 200 cars. Li Xin Wu, who knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to believe it, gave them something to convince them. They on the same side of these guys called Anti-Skull Qwork. Anti-Skull Seagull, tell me in more detail. No, is there someone else there? They're listening in on us. You have to close the connection, Qwork, he said, and forcefully broke the communication line. Plus, the 6 Drake horn lances exploded early, making it so that the sounds of the explosions were transferred through the communication line. With this, they would think that the enemy was watching Niloper, and after communicating for a bit, he resisted at the very last moment. He was hit by one of the enemy's powerful attacks, lost his life, and the communication line was destroyed. Nice. Li Xin Wu's acting skill had improved rapidly. He then walked away from the collapsed facility and laughed. Even from his own point of view, his acting was pretty good. Now they couldn't be unaware of Steelworker or Anti-Skull anymore. Now that I've finished everything up, let's go. You, however, when the party, who were just watching Li Xin Wu, were about to leave, Jin retorted. Why did you drag Anti-Skull into this all of a sudden? Their headquarters is way too hard to find, so I thought I could use the Emperor's side to draw them out. Plus, it would make me sound more credible. Of course, I want the Steelworkers to expose what they're planning as they come outside and act, so I involved Anti-Skull. Why are you looking at me like that? I won't be mad, so tell me honestly, you're a demon, right? Li Xin Wu wanted to pass it off as a joke and laugh, but Jin's burning goblin fire looked extremely honest. He ended up getting slightly hurt. What an amazing act. As expected of Sir Paul Zero. Though the Kai Pauls revered Li Xin Wu, they were likewise shocked. No, had just done something anyone could do, so why were they? Li Xin Wu looked at Kreischer as his last hope. As expected, Kreischer didn't betray his trust and gave him a thumbs up. Nice explosion. So much so that I want to recreate it with magic. Is that so? When he looked back, because of the huge explosion inside, the entire area had caved in. It seemed like the fissure would affect them soon, so they prioritized evading that area first. He decided to part ways with the Kai Pauls there. I'll get stronger no matter what. I'll collect a lot of bones. Call me whenever you need me. I'm sure that if we're with you, Sir Paul Zero, that we can kill the Emperor and Armor Steelworker. I will only follow you from now on. It seemed like his acting had left a huge impression on them, and their attitude towards Li Xin Wu suddenly changed to that of military discipline. Li Xin Wu ruminated over whether he should be happy or sad about that. In any case, he had formed a subordinate relationship with them, so he decided to just accept reality. Go well, Kai Pauls, get stronger, so much so that you can take on a general. The Kai Pauls gathered in one place and quickly sprinted off. Li Xin Wu waved his hand at them as they began vanishing into the distance. Then, Kreischer quietly asked Li Xin-Wu a question. Xin-Wu, how many of these guys have you been catching and releasing? You won't believe me even if I told you. I'm confident that I'd believe you, even if you said you were the hidden 13th general. Whenever you talk with a hero, you just say whatever you want. They exchanged jokes as they moved towards the golem production facility, or in other words, the golem train that led to Armor Steelworkers headquarters. Of course, it didn't take very long for them, and when they reached the top of the hill, they suddenly realized exactly what they had done. Kadanin was wiped out, and the secret facility had blown up and collapsed. There was no way anyone would be able to tell what had happened by just looking at it. Then, I just have to go here and wait. Yeah, you shouldn't take very long, right? Yeah. They temporarily parted ways with Kreischer. She, who was a level 7 and possessed the ability to teleport, checked the designated location and nodded her head. If need be, Li Xin-Wu would test out the bone gate he had received, but she left without saying a word, so he felt a bit disappointed. Then let's get going too. But Xin-Wu, if they've already figured out what we've done and try to kill us, then we can just die a few times and then get out. Don't worry so much. Jin was afraid of Li Xin-Wu's bold plan, as he was marching over to Armor Steelworkers headquarters just to flip him off. But in terms of their results, the golems weren't yet aware of what they had done. No, rather than be aware of what they had done, they actually greeted them affectionately. Did you put them all to rest? I just wanted to let you know how disappointed I am in you guys. If we made a mistake, we would've had to fight against a general. As expected, they're home. We just wanted to know if we could work well together in the future. Listen, you already knew, right? So with this, you've realized that I'm no pushover, right? Of course. We know now that you guys are skilled enough to fight alongside us. I wonder. It seems like you don't really know yet. Li Xin-Wu inwardly mocked Guillotine. Then, Guillotine unexpectedly extended a fist. Is he asking for a fist bump? Without even realizing, Li Xin-Wu extended his own fist. But then, Guillotine opened his hand, revealing the contents within. This is the reward we promised. Treat it well, since it's something that we poured all of our technical skill into making. Guillotine said, and Li Xin-Wu automatically nodded his head. He opened his own hand. Above Guillotine's hand lay a golem that resembled a small bird. LV6 Observer Golem. This quest was now complete. Chapter 27 Part 1. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 1. Once Li Xin-Wu and Jin had parted ways with Guillotine, they wordlessly took the golem train and returned to the Level 2 danger zone. The facility was close to the area where the past city, Kehab, had been. But there was something cheerfully chatting by their side while they were being silent. Please take care of me, Sir Li Xin-Wu. Henceforth, I am in charge of supporting you in battle and scouting. Please give me a name. Please give me a name. I will explain my abilities again. I possess high agility and strength, but my health is incredibly low, so please handle me with care. I have some magic as well. Please give me a name. My most effective ability is the subspace. With the latest techniques that were created through high-rank magic engineering, I can hold a maximum of 4,000 Zeta. Li Xin-Wu finally raised his head. He had almost arrived at his destination, the Care Century Winery. Before then, he needed to fix this guy. Is it a relief that they're misunderstanding us? Misunderstanding? Yeah. They held the unyielding belief that the steelworker seal could only be obtained by a steelworker. That pride. That was Guillotine's sole mistake, and also his worst. Because of that, Li Xin-Wu was able to clear out the entire facility without garnering any suspicion, and even now will give you name, so come over here. I understood. Li Xin-Wu's hand came closer and tightly grabbed onto the observer golem. He could tell that this guy was sent to spy on him, even without seeing its name. But he didn't know who exactly ordered it to spy on him, or whether he should either extract information from it, dispose of it, or try to find some other use for it. To find that out, he had been observing it, so he hadn't acted immediately. If this guy's orders could only be changed through the use of armor steelworker's seal, then I would've had to give up and just dispose of it. However, that wasn't the case. This guy's maker, as well as administrator, were Guillotine. Maybe armor steelworker trusts Guillotine a lot. He couldn't say that this entire quest was due to Guillotine's decision, but Li Xin-Wu was sure that Guillotine possessed quite a bit of authority. And if it's at this level, then I can change it as much as I want with my own authority. Li Xin-Wu no longer had a pure steelworker seal. After countless improvements, he had successfully acquired an independent authority, and it was simple for him to erase Guillotine's order as if it went there and add in his own. And here he hadn't had the observer golem for very long, but right now, he had plenty of time to experiment. Li Xin-Wu made that decision, activated his administrator seal whilst simultaneously infusing in a completely different mana. A name that radiating, gentle gray energy was none other than his high-rank darkness element. Because darkness was the element that controlled contracts, he thought that he would be able to ignore the pre-existing command authority and create a new relationship with it. That's why he had tried it, but the effect was truly outstanding. Recognizing highest command authority. When the administrator seal accepted the darkness element and radiated an even more intense light, a black light spread throughout the observer golem's body. It sounded like it was breaking, and at that moment something seemingly burst out of a part of its body. Then, it spoke in a much more calm voice than before. Pausing record. Deactivating surveillance function. Deactivating information transmission function. Information transmission. So, when were you going to send a report to Guillotine Steelworker? In a week. I'd like to make up a report so that they don't get suspicious, but can you input that kind of information? Of course. More energy surged from Li Xin-Wu's hand and permeated the golem. The golem only processed the information that would be okay for Steelworker to see and which could be transmitted to him, and obviously, it was incredibly difficult work, but fortunately, Li Xin-Wu had a book he could reference. Let's see. Wait just a second, Jin. In one hand, he carried an opened, worn-out book, and in the other, he held the small golem. Li Xin-Wu, who was constantly emitting black energy, looked like he was from some kind of evil cult at best. As always, Jin didn't really know what Li Xin-Wu was doing, but he decided to do as he was told and watch his surroundings. Li Xin-Wu closed the book after several minutes. All right. I can Is this much okay? Any deficient areas can be fixed at a later time. Nice. I'll make some more adjustments after I've studied some more and when the time is right. I understand. However, Li Xin-Wu didn't let go of the golem. He thought that at this rate, when or if armor steelworker intervenes, his authority could get taken away. And the only way to create a firm relationship which cannot be disturbed by anyone is let's change the programming a bit, shall we? I'll program it with the absolute concept that ownership is higher than command authority. It's possible. In order to prevent a few minor bugs from doing so, I will prioritize removing Steelworker's ability to intervene. Go ahead. Jin couldn't understand their conversation at all, and after they spoke a few more times, he saw Marna coming out of the golem's body finally, while Li Xin Wu's Marna filled the vacancy. Li Xin Wu meticulously examined the entire golem once more, and then laughed with certainty. The power of the darkness Marna, both absolute and able to transcend logic, altered the golem's very structure. And at the moment of his success the mode is complete, master. From the outside, the small golem looked like a living, breathing hawk. Its eyeballs, made of gems, focused on Li Xin Wu and shined whilst speaking the word master. This was proof that the absolute authority had been safely created, something which hadn't existed before. What would Guillotine Steelworker think if he knew that Li Xin Wu had completely remodeled the surveillance unit and made it devote itself to him? Of course, he would never know. Nice. From now on your name is Rem. 1. Your naming sense is really too much. With a combination of his golem knowledge and his darkness magic, he had created his first child, so he gave it a proper name. Hearing that, Jin was shocked. As Li Xin Wu's orders were absolute and it had become completely loyal to him, the observer golem could not, unfortunately, even voice its complaints, as it didn't even have that function. I understand, master. Li Xin Wu gave it a name, and right at the moment when it accepted its name a large quantity of Marna was released from Li Xin Wu's body, and automatically changed into the darkness element. He felt that deeply, and suddenly realized just how important a name was in a master-servant contract. No, maybe his Marner had responded like that because he thought the name was important. The observer golem, Rem, has been completely subordinated because of your achievement. You have caused a huge change in Rem. Huh. A message similar to when he had established a master and servant relationship with the Pauls or the Kai Pauls appeared, and at the same time, Rem's body was engulfed in darkness Marna. Li Xin Wu heard a cracking sound from within the Marna, and gritted his teeth at Rem's changing appearance. If I knew this was going to happen, I would've named it Rem Paul. Yeah. The transformation process wasn't very long. Rem's now exposed form was truly shocking. What had originally looked like a living hawk from the outside had changed into bone. Though its body was made up of bones, they went thin bones. On top of its tough, bony frame was another layer of bone, covering it like skin. It resembled a hawk, and its lovely ivory curved bone looked like it was chiseled by a sculptor, making it look extremely refined and beautiful. It looked as though it weren't even a golem or an undead. It gave off the feeling that it was a living being made up of bone. I'd be happy if I got to look like that. It's definitely pretty, but when Guillotine asks for it, how are you going to show it to him? Li Xin Wu was both in awe and concerned as he looked at the transformed Rem. However, a message appeared in front of him that he hadn't expected in the least. Through your ability and Marner, this golem has been bestowed with a karma. By acting as though it were an ally, it will approach other golems, implant your darkness into them, and ultimately cause them to change and be reborn. It has awoken this ability called Marner Parasite. You have created a Joker's pet, a cuckoo. The cuckoo will share a portion of your innate skills, and based on its role, its abilities will become even greater. Perhaps an even more dramatic evolution awaits it in the future. LV6 Cuckoo Golem Rem. I thought it was a bit small. It wasn't a hawk, but a cuckoo. Why did you make something weird again? Yeah, and it's really strange this time. The skill that Rem had awakened was much too amazing for him to dismiss it as weird. It seemed as though him using both the administrator seal and his darkness Marna, as well as acquiring the ownership authority had had a considerable effect on Rem. To be honest, Li Xin Wu himself didn't really know how this kind of change had occurred. It probably wouldn't work on the steel workers, though No, it's nothing. From now on, Li Xin Wu thought he would use the same process that had used on Rem on any high-rank golems he encountered, level 6 golems or greater that were under steelworkers' direct control, but with this, things got a lot easier. He was especially pleased by the fact that Rem could share a portion of the Joker's innate skills: acting, disguise, instigate. It meant that, at the very least, it wouldn't be discovered by Steelworker. Moreover, based on this guy's growth, it may be able to do something more amazing in the future. Please call me Rem from now on. Master, please take care of me. All right, Rem. Take care of me too. He didn't know if Rem was aware that it had done a 180 and gone in a completely opposite direction from its original mission, as it naively perched upon Li Xin Wu's shoulder. That looked a lot better. It had gotten a lot stronger in various aspects when it transformed into a cuckoo golem, so he could actually use it in battle, and it also possessed a subspace, so it would help in various ways. Above all, the best part was that it had gotten smaller, so it was easier to carry around. The reason he had refused the Pauls, the golems, and the Kai Pauls from accompanying him was not only because they wanted to change the empire, but because they were way too big, so they would get in the way of his work. Wait a sec. If this guy has a subspace and can move quickly, then can't this guy collect loot? It is possible to change the location of my subspace, as well as automatically send anything inside to that location. Ooh. They marveled at Rem's subspace ability, the newest addition of their party, and hurried towards the winery. Rem's Marner parasite ability, which came from Li Xin Wu's calm. Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu didn't know just how amazing that ability would be in the future. And the character here is the same Rem as the one used for Rem in Re:Zero seems like a loose reference due to being a servant. Chapter 27 Part 2. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 2. When Li Xin Wu arrived at the winery, he found that, surprisingly, Kreischer had gotten there first. He told her about the lock on the winery and opened the door whilst going down. Kreischer couldn't hold herself back and asked a question. What's that? My name is Rem. I am a golem who serves Master Li Xin Wu. I told you about it before, that they would try to use me. It was intended to be a surveillance unit. Tell me more about that. Kreischer was different from Jin. Jin completely gave up on understanding Li Xin Wu, but Kreischer, once she learned that Li Xin Wu possessed a unique ability that she didn't have, somehow understood it, opened her mind, and attempted to invent a completely new technique, even while knowing that it wouldn't be able to replicate Li Xin Wu's ability. Li Xin Wu wasn't the stingy type who withheld information, and told her in fair detail about how had reprogrammed Rem and created a new command authority of ownership. The darkness element had already heard about the ability that Li Xin Wu had gained from God, though it's more accurate to say that it was awakened. But when Li Xin Wu explained that had achieved a new feat by using the remodeled Steelworker seal in tandem with the darkness element's Marner, Kreischer smiled bitterly. That's impossible for me, though I can think of a few ways to defend against it. Nice, tell me. So I can make it even better. Sure, as much as you want is what I'd like to say, but before that. Kreischer stretched out her hand and pointed at the corridor behind them. It was filled with equipment designed to preserve wine. It was originally a winery, so it seemed obvious. Help me clear all this up first. I'm not going to clear those out. You see, I'm going to dig up a new space right next to it for the golem making equipment. Still isn't this equipment useless? Kreischer was cutely tilting her head. That's right. Li Xin-Wu realized that he hadn't given her a proper explanation regarding this winery. Of course, it would be fine if he didn't explain it, would probably be fine before that. Shall we form a new contract, Kreischer? It's scary, so don't come over while spewing black Marner. There was no way she wouldn't be afraid of a skeleton approaching her whose eye sockets blazed with a blackish-red goblin fire, and spewing out black Marner with one hand. However, he had made the bilateral contract fairer, so that she would agree to the terms, and she soon realized that Li Xin-Wu was trying to help her make a solid contract. It's a promise with Marner, right? Then we're partners now too. No, not really. You're colder than the Winter Queen. Partners would be the best word to describe their relationship. They would help each other when they were in range of each other, and they would combine their abilities for joint research. Of course, there was a chance that that relationship became even deeper later along the line. We'll keep each other's secret, and if we're in range, we help each other out. This is good enough, right? Yeah. Once she consented with the terms of the bilateral contract, darkness Marner spread from Li Xin-Wu's hand and intertwined both their hands. Soon, the darkness Marner just melted away. A simple message appeared before Li Xin-Wu. You have formed a cooperative relationship with Kreischer Melee. When you stand on the same battlefield as her, the effects of the rebellion still are partly shared with her. How many abilities do you even have? How many species live in this world? I'm joking. Had formed a proper contract with Kreischer, so he didn't need to hide anything from her. Kreischer and Jin went past the winery and entered the underground passageway. Because Li Xin-Wu had increased the security on the underground passageway the other day, Kreischer still wasn't aware of its existence until he opened it. I'm so frustrated. I just moved these security devices, which hid and maintained the facility even during the time of the Empire, so it makes sense that you didn't notice it. But you said you're the one who moved them. Moreover, he didn't just move them. Li Xin-Wu had remodeled and reinforced them. It was originally very complex, but he had made it even more so. Therefore, it seemed obvious that Kreischer wouldn't been able to spot it. And whenever Li Xin-Wu's abilities grew, the security system would only grow stronger. What exactly were you hiding here? A vineyard. Kreischer remembered that Li Xin-Wu didn't want to clear out the wine facilities, as well as when he gave her an overwhelming quantity of grapes, and quickly made a conjecture. However, she soon tilted her head. You haven't been growing grapes here, have you? Yeah, I wasn't growing grapes. Then were the grapes you gave me from the winery? It didn't seem like it though. Probably. On Earth, grapes were definitely divided between those for wine use and eating. Grapes meant for eating would make the wine tasteless, and wine grapes, which would create a heavenly sweet-tasting wine, were bitter when eaten. But in Heguror, or at least the Underground Empire, Hiter, there was a very thin line dividing the two. Brewers had repeatedly experimented so that they could create a delicious wine regardless of what kind of grape they used. This was because they used magic, which didn't exist on Earth. But there are two other factors influencing our vineyard right now. First, the power of an elf. There was a time when an elf was nearby. The reason you were able to eat those delicious grapes was because of our elven senior hero, Irian Rupert. So the elf's power still remains in the vineyard. Yeah. And the second one is then, they arrived at the end of the passageway. had already exterminated all the insect-type monsters that had crawled into the passageway before. Li Xin-Wu checked to make sure, nodded his head, and at the end of the passageway, released the lock that he had set up. Once he did that, the vineyard was revealed, as well as what is it. Who is it? Paul Zero. It's Paul Zero. Paul Zero. Did the Centuries superstar arrive or something? Kreischer looked puzzled and looked around, but she soon received confirmation of the identity of that superstar. More than 300 dryads lunged for Li Xin-Wu altogether. At the beginning, Kreischer thought it was an attack and prepared to cast her magic, but she soon realized that was unnecessary. What took you so long? Paul Zero, your elemental power has gotten even stronger. Everyone, look, Paul Zero is using the darkness element. As I thought, you really are an elementalist. It really is true. You've become even cooler. Your head looks even smoother than before. Look here. Squeak, squeak. That's probably just you, misunderstood Paul Zero. Master, shall I attack? No, please hold back. Soon, Li Xin-Wu's body was buried underneath the dryads and he could no longer be seen. What was so good about this skeleton that caused them to shriek and latch onto him? Kreischer, who stood beside Jin and had become a third wheel, froze at the overwhelming sight, but then asked Jin a question, who wore a tired expression and looked familiar with the situation. What are these guys, dryads? Xin-Wu, Paul Zero's die-hard fans. Kreischer's eyes narrowed even further. Jin sighed and whispered to her, giving her a rough explanation of what had happened. While they were doing that, Li Xin-Wu had finally gotten out of the aggressive welcoming, and was able to speak with the Dryad Princess, Sinya. She nodded her head and listened as he spoke to her about Kreischer, who he said was a trustworthy ally, as well as the real reason he had come to the vineyard grape harvesting. Paul Zero, you can take as many grapes as you want. We've had a huge effect on the grapevines, as we've been showering them with affection. Thanks. Then I'll take a look at them first. Li Xin-Wu followed Sinir's hand gesture, stretched one of the grapevines and grabbed a bunch of grapes. They were much livelier than the ones he had harvested with Irian a few months ago. It's almost like the grapes are shining with the power of an elf, and the dryads, as well as the magic facilities that maintain the vineyard. It had resulted in a masterpiece. He would need to check later if he could use these to create great wine, but at the very least, he was sure that these grapes were of greater quality than any normal grapes and would be hard to find anywhere. Paul Zero, this is just a basic question. But what'll you do by making wine? You can't even drink it. As expected, Kreischer asked the straightforward question. Li Xin-Wu calmly acknowledged her without looking the least bit hurt. Although he regretted not being able to eat or drink, he wasn't stupid enough to take it out on a person who had nothing to do with it. But I can sell it. What are you at an extremely high price too? So, how could I not try to make my own wine? Would you like to try some grapes? I've already eaten plenty because of you, but I'll try some. Li Xin-Wu gave Kreischer some grapes as his jawbone clattered. She carefully plucked a grape and placed it into her mouth, and at that moment her eyes shined in an all-natural color. The only thing he could tell was that it was incredibly delicious. But that wasn't all. It's abundant in magic. I'm sure. You can use it as a material for potions. Really. But unfortunately, Kreischer didn't know how to make Marner potions. From the start, he had only one course of action available to him. Everyone, please harvest the grapes. I understand. In the time that he hadn't seen her, the Dryad Princess, Sinir, had become much firmer. Once she gave the order, The dryads moved in perfect order and collected the grapes. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu realized that all those grapes wouldn't fit in the winery, even if he used all of the free space. As I thought, we have to expand. Paul 0. Is there anything else we can help you with? Not yet. I'll tell you later when I need your help. Okay, until then. You still have the twig I gave you, right? It felt weird looking straight at the Dryad Princess, Sinia, as it felt as though his every thought was right out in the open. He knew her feelings were pure, so it felt even more awkward than when he had met with God, who he and his fellow heroes were affiliated with. Li Xin Wu tried his very best to not look her straight in the eye, and nodded his head. I'll be in the area for a while. You see, I plan on making wine. Then we'll be able to see each other often. Sinir laughed softly, as though she knew everything Li Xin Wu was thinking, and kissed his cheekbone. Seeing that, Kraysher flushed and lightly applauded. The romance between a skeleton and a spirit, how romantic. Oh, stop spouting such crap. While Kraysher and Jin quarreled over something trivial again, the other dryads began to shower Li Xin Wu with kisses, as if they were saying that they wouldn't lose to Sinir, even though he told them that he would be in the area, and that they would see each other often. It was no use. They were extremely faithful to their instincts. Glittery squeaky. Paul 0, don't go and play with us. Let's stay here together. Master, shall I attack? I told you to hold back. It took Li Xin Wu 4 minutes before he could escape the dryads. But by the time Head escaped, Kraysher and Jin had disappeared. Were they jealous? Li Xin Wu reminded himself to ask the dryads to be affectionate with Jin later as well, and followed after them. Master, behind you. Hey, don't follow me. You juke. 3 days later, Li Xin Wu had finished with expanding the winery, and could begin manufacturing. Chapter 27 Part 3. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 3. In order for Li Xin Wu to set up golem manufacturing equipment, he first needed to poke a hole through the passageway that was connected with the winery. Just in case, he strengthened the passageway's foundation so that it wouldn't collapse. He then placed a sturdy pillar in the center, allowing him to expand the corridor. It wasn't as easy as it sounded to make more space in a dungeon, but Li Xin Wu and Jin were assisted by Kraysher, a level 7 magician, so it actually wasn't that difficult either. Moreover, I just need to make it here, right? Yeah, thanks. First, I'll toss it all right, grow. Because the dryads realized that Li Xin Wu was doing something underground, they kept coming out of the vineyard and meeting with him since they were there. He asked them to help out with the construction. They were surprisingly helpful. He used their power to cut off a branch of the grapevine, plant it, and make it grow, causing it to support the ceiling whilst supporting the ground as well. It was extremely durable and reduced the construction time significantly. In fact, it was so tough that he couldn't believe it came from a grapevine. Dryads, as I thought, they're amazing. Compliment us more. The environment down here was much too different from that of the surface. Technology was much less efficient than magic. Li Xin Wu cheered at the reduced estimated construction time. As long as he came up with a proper design, it seemed like he would be able to expand the dungeon about 10 times more without worrying about collapse. However, he didn't have any plans on expanding the dungeon that much as of yet, so he stopped at a suitable point. There's a lot of space left over, even if we put in the golem equipment. Yeah, there's a lot of space remaining. Then how about a bedroom for me? Li Xin Wu wanted to snort at her wishful thinking, but unfortunately, he didn't have a nose to do so. Seeing how hard she was trying to get her own room, Li Xin-Wu could only shrug. "I'm thinking of making the remaining space into a waiting room for my subordinates. Of course, I told them to roam around the Empire and hunt undead, but we need a place for them to store the loot they pick up on the way, as well as a place to meet for emergencies. When they do gather, and the other heroes accidentally find this place, I wonder what they'll think if the other heroes were to see this mixed force of skeleton golems, chimeras, and dryads. They might assume that they are the Undead Empire's secret task force and may make a huge fuss over it. All right, this way. The wires will go through the walls. This is heavy. Is the device broken? I'm going to kick it softly." "Hey, don't." After Li Xin-Wu had finished setting up the equipment and tested them, he had brought the equipment that could manufacture golem cars, but he didn't have the resources to use it right now, so he would have to leave it alone for a while. He worked on the entire area's security, so 3 days just flew by. "Is that it? Nice, we're right on time." "What do you mean?" Li Xin-Wu took a look around the facility and muttered in satisfaction. Seeing that, Kreischer tilted her head. He grinned and led his party outside towards an empty area outside of the winery. A ferocious wind was blowing. Where did this wind come from, and where did it go? Kreischer thought absent-mindedly, but then just tilted her head. She saw something that she hadn't seen before the winds had started blowing. "Is that no way?" "You're right. I told you I'd use it as a waiting room." Li Xin-Wu lightly nodded his head. He spent 3 days organizing the facility, but at the same time, he was waiting for them. "So, who were they?" "They were Captain. We've come. We've gathered just like you asked." Complying with Steelworker's call, the Pauls and the golems who were spread out through the Empire's outskirts, aside from the Kai Pauls, who had just sent away, all of his forces had gathered here. Aside from occasionally calling a portion of these guys and reinforcing them, they'd never fully gathered before. While Kreischer just laughed at the sight of a force exceeding 1,000 at the very least. Of course, the limited order bone core that Li Xin-Wu had let her borrow allowed her control golems, but she couldn't even imagine that it would lead to something like this. "Sir Zero Paul, it's been a while." "Yeah, it has. Thanks for coming." The Undead Avenger, Shino Rendu, was there as well. Had made him the commander-in-chief of more than 800 Pauls, and Shino Rendu had taken the elite Pauls who were close to level 5 with him and hunted in the danger zones. Though his strongest subordinate was technically the level 7 Chimera Avenger, Kai Paul, Shino Rendu possessed an ability that quite closely resembled his authority as a hero, so it would be laughable to say that one was stronger than the other. "But is that girl next to you? I met her by chance." "She's a hero. Since she's not as rigid as the other heroes and I could actually talk to her, we've decided to cooperate." "As I thought. You truly are amazing, Sir Paul Zero. And did you meet any other heroes?" "I couldn't even think of myself doing so, since Li Xin-Wu had given him that command. However, even if Li Xin-Wu hadn't given that command, Shino Rendu wouldn't have attempted to make contact with another hero, because he, as a hero in the past, knew exactly how heroes reacted to the sight of an undead. Not all heroes are like her. Try to avoid other heroes from now on if you can." "I understand." "Hi," Li Xin-Wu said, and then Kreischer greeted Shino Rendu, who was nodding with a clear voice. It seemed like he had flinched for a moment, but he soon nodded his head and greeted her back. "I'm an Undead Avenger." "Yeah, you're that magician from back then." "I'm awed by your open mindset of working together with humans, Captain." Yeah. Just follow me. Around the time the past hero and the current hero finished exchanging pleasantries, the other Pauls cut in and began praising Li Xin Wu. Because he was already used to this, Li Xin Wu just nonchalantly ignored it and led them all to their new meeting place. In the process, he taught the team leaders or hire the magic password necessary to enter. It was hard figuring out something from nothing, but memorizing a magic pattern wasn't hard, so they were able to memorize it without much difficulty. This is your meeting place from now on. If I call, you just need to gather here. Also, all the loot you gather from around the Empire should be stored in the storehouse here. I understand. Ooh, it's a truly secretive facility. After gathering all of his subordinates, Li Xin Wu's first agenda was using bone reinforcement on the Pauls, with the bones that they and the golems had gathered thus far. Of course, level 1 or 2 bones were pretty insignificant, so he gathered them separately. He was planning on using these bones as consumables for the gate that would transport him to other places. Ooh, Sir Paul Zero, because of you, I feel my bones becoming tougher. The acid within me is becoming strong in the process. The Pauls grew to level 4 elites, and dozens of Pauls starting from Paul 41 became level 5 elites. The Pauls who were once Doom Factors gained a new, cool name, Doom Soldier. Even so, their growth is way too fast. Isn't it because you awakened your darkness elements, Marner? The darkness elements Marner had an effect that strengthened one's ties with a contracted target. Thus, it was safe to assume that his darkness Marner had a positive effect on them, who were contracted with him through a master and servant relationship. Moreover, his use of bone reinforcement on them was like a type of baptism. He was sure that the darkness element strengthened the effect of bone reinforcement. After he pushed the joyous Pauls to one side, he called over the next hitter up to bat. Now, next up are the golems. I understand, Steelworker. Rem, let's start. I understand, Master. Contrary to the Pauls or the Kai Pauls who completely recognized Li Xin Wu as their superior, the golems only followed him because he possessed the Steelworker seal. If another Steelworker were to appear, then he would have to terminate them. That's why he had been ignoring them, so that he wouldn't catch their attention. But now the situation's different. Rem, which had been infused with Li Xin Wu's darkness Marner, flew between the lined-up golems and spread the Marner. Its ability, Marner Parasite, was an absolute ability that was effective so long as its target was a golem, but because these golems obeyed Li Xin Wu's commands, it didn't take much of his Marner. With just a small spray of Marner bug modification complete. It's a pleasure, Master. I await your orders, Master. Scrapping Steelworker's authority. Modifying program hundreds of level 4 bronze golems, as well as the dozens of level 5 iron golems, recognized Li Xin Wu as their sole master instantaneously. With this, even if they were to meet Steelworker later, or were destroyed, they would never obey Steelworker again. Nice. Since we're scrapping the unnecessary code, they should be able to disperse their magic and ultimately increase their average amount of magic. These guys can't even level up, so I have to at least strengthen them like this. You do such ridiculous things as if it were nothing. Unfortunately, he couldn't expect regular golems to grow. They were puppets that followed inputted orders and acted accordingly, and they weren't autonomous. That was one of the reasons that the Emperor wanted to implant night souls into the golems. Golems don't accumulate karma, thus one couldn't expect them to change. But in return, when they hunt, they gain a large amount of perium. It's as if the karma that should've gone to them is turned into perium instead. But will it still be like that in the future? What? These golems, can they really not grow? That's one of the prerequisites to a golem. They obviously shouldn't be able to, right? Kracia didn't immediately reply to Li Xin-Wu, and she just gazed at the cuckoo golem, Rem, which had finished its mission and had returned to Li Xin-Wu's shoulder. Rem, as if knowing that she was staring at it, tilted its head, its appearance like bone craftwork. It awakened a skill it didn't have before, so I thought maybe they could grow too. Huh. Li Xin-Wu thought what she said wasn't entirely wrong, and observed Rem, but like with Kracia, it just tilted its head. Now that he thought about it, he definitely remembered seeing a message saying that the Marner parasite ability would grow. I just have to wait and see, I guess. If it was the involvement of the darkness element's Marner that brought about the change, then he would be able to figure it out immediately. Li Xin-Wu thought that would be entertaining and clapped. Then, shall we start in earnest? Finally, Kracia's eyes shined. Li Xin-Wu vigorously gave out commands. Pauls, you guys have to find an underground mine. Silver or gold is best. I understand. A gemstone mine is fine too. In any case, you need to find a mine with metal that can contain a large quantity of magic. For the time being, you guys won't be fighting, and your main priority should be searching. I'll keep that in mind. The Pauls responded vigorously, and they soon departed, but contrary to Li Xin-Wu, who looked at them imposingly, Jin and Kracia looked on vacantly. They were expressions that seemed to indicate that they couldn't understand why he gave them that order. Li Xin-Wu shrugged his shoulders and explained. Did you really think we'd be able to make golems right away? We can't make them with just the cause. We obviously need the metal that makes up their bodies. How can you not make them with the materials you have on hand? Li Xin-Wu knew exactly what Kracia was talking about. She wanted him to make golems with bone. Of course, Li Xin-Wu knew that it would eventually come to this. And thus I have to use the high-leveled bones to strengthen the Pauls. So, I'll change metal or gems into bone and create bones that way. The right man for the right job. He didn't know if using high-leveled monster bones would be beneficial in the construction of golems, but to be blunt, it was a huge waste of resources. One golem would require hundreds or even thousands of bones to create, so using those high-leveled bones on the Pauls would be much more effective in comparison. However, what if he were to transform the gemstones or they were inefficient to use on skeletons, but they should be effective in the creation of golems. I'll definitely be able to create golems that won't lose out to the ones Aramir Steelworker has. Then what are you going to do while the Pauls are looking for a mine? Kracia, who thought they'd be able to manufacture golems once the facility was complete, was disappointed and asked. Li Xin-Wu grinned and turned around. It was there. The Care Century Winery's equipment that was used for the best wine in the Empire. We have to make wine with our obedient golem friends. Kracia wanted to back out, but she realized that Li Xin-Wu's cooperative contract forbade her from leaving whenever she wanted, and bitterly hit the ground. That was the moment that the newbie hero, Kracia, had realized that she couldn't recklessly sign a contract. Chapter 27 Part 4. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 4. Because of Li Xin-Wu's job on Earth, he had quite the diverse skill set, and his competence was praised by those around him. But even so, that didn't go into producing wine. The reason he even attempted to make wine was because the winery kept the technicians' records. And in addition, there was someone he could trust. Low plane. Here. Uten Morgan. Oh my. Now that I think about it, it hasn't been that long since we last met, Mr. Li Xin-Wu. Plain greeted him enthusiastically, waved her hand at him, stopped, and tilted her head. Soon, her eyes moved in a crescent motion. She was laughing with a satisfied expression, so she was definitely thinking about something weird. Did you make some money in that short period of time? No, there's no way you did. No matter how badly you want to see me, you can't waste your permits to the secret shop. Didn't I tell you that each and every permit was like a portion of God's grace? I have a lot of money, though. You don't need to try so hard to lie, Li Xin-Wu said calmly, and his lips curled upwards at some point. Plain, who had been probing him, blinked quickly. Was she trying to brag about her eyelashes? Of course, it didn't have much of an effect on Li Xin-Wu. Then her eyes shined. She let go of her chin, and asked seriously. This would be unbelievable, but the one who defeated one of the 12 generals, oh, that was me. Oh God, it had been a long time since Plain had looked to God for help, as it seemed like she didn't even really like God that much. She should've heard about the general's death from God herself, so it seemed like she just didn't know who had killed him. I believe that your growth is incredibly fast, and that you have abilities much greater than your level might imply, but to think you already defeated a general. What are the other heroes doing? I'd like to ask the same thing. Li Xin-Wu sighed and replied, but recognized that it was tough to expect the same things from the other heroes. He utilized his commerce's unique properties to infiltrate the city, borrow the strength of several undead, and had even manipulated the treasure eater, which had come at an opportune time, to defeat Hansen. That's good news. You see, I heard that someone had killed a general, but I didn't know who exactly did it or how. To think that you were the one who killed him. You're free, right? Please tell me all the details. If you want to hear about it, then you need to help me. You see, I have something I really want. All right. So hurry up and tell me all about it. It might have been the vibe, but Plain seemed a bit rushed. Li Xin-Wu tilted his head, picked out the core details, and told her about what happened. She looked intrigued at around the midway point. Hansen von Dorth, I see, he is indeed someone that you could face. Most were reluctant to face him one-on-one, but you possessed a similar ability to him, Mr. Xin-Wu. To be honest, certain parts of his ability were strange. At that final moment of their one-on-one fight, and then experiencing those dense memories by absorbing his bone. At the time, Li Xin-Wu felt that his swordsmanship was a bit familiar. He wasn't just talking about Hansen's ability to use lightning. Though Hansen had been debuffed, he had been able to predict his sword's course and the power behind it, so it wasn't very difficult for him to dodge. In other words, that meant you're right. God created bursting thunder by gathering several skills. The Lightning Shadow General's swordsmanship is also in there. As I thought. Now he understood why he could absorb so many of Hansen's memories. It was because he already knew swordsmanship that was closely related to Hansen's. He had solved the puzzle, so he sported a refreshed expression, but was faced with a truly mysterious expression. He didn't know whether Plain was looking at him in wonder, or if she was relieved. I can understand why God was so excited now. I thought you'd die several times against a general and would have to aim for their weak spot to win. Of course, that in and of itself is plenty amazing, but God raising the maximum level of invisible heart was to take that into account. To think that he would take down a general without losing a single life, rather than using any lives, had just increased his maximum lives with invisible heart. Moreover, whenever he defeated an undead hero and put them to rest, the maximum level of invisible heart would increase, so it wouldn't be impossible for the maximum level of invisible heart to continue to increase. What's the point in even stockpiling them? Please just save them. They'll be really helpful later when you're faced with a lot of danger. And if he managed to save them to the very end, Li Xin Wu let it go, shrugged his shoulder, and discarded such thoughts. His abilities were still lacking, and the chance of that was quite slim. In any case, my goal is to have a quiet and peaceful life, no matter what it takes. How can a level 6 hero who took down a general say that any hero passing by would laugh at that? Of course they would. They would say, what kind of hero is that? In the process of defeating Hansen, Li Xin Wu realized that his actions and his plans weren't all that praiseworthy. Of course, he didn't feel anything like embarrassment, and although he never really cared about other people's opinions and was satisfied with the joke calma, but you're probably the most hero-like out of all the heroes I've seen. That's quite surprising. Did you actually hear my explanation? Plain spoke with such a serious expression, so it became a bit embarrassing for him. Because it was embarrassing, he decided to just accept the compliment and move on, but Plain added more. Since you can't hide your good-heartedness, no matter how cynical you may act, I really hate human drummer. That's quite a coincidence. I really hate human drummers as well. However, Plain smiled mischievously. My friend once told me, there is not one person loved by spirits who is a bad person. You're completely covered in the marks of the Dryads, so I guess that's not really persuasive. As expected, this misunderstanding was because of the Dryads. He needed to explain how he got involved with the Dryads, but that would just prove that he was rotten to the core, so it felt kind of weird. However, he then thought back to Sinir's pure gaze and felt that it was complicated, so he decided to just let it go. Just sell me some stuff. How embarrassing. I want the bone of a wine manufacturer. Please cooperate like you promised. A wine manufacturer. Plain, whose head had been filled with ways of teasing Li Xin Wu, changed immediately. She pushed her body across the counter in an instant and tightly grabbed Li Xin Wu's bony hand. Are you going to create a winery? Now that I think about it, you told me that you cleared out an entire winery. There's a vineyard that's still alive. Are the winery's facilities still intact? Correct answer. But you usually wouldn't even think to create wine from there. Again, I have some manpower. Care Centuries Wine. They're renowned for their extremely sweet and delicious wine that's created through their special ripening process. Ripening them for dozens of years may be impossible, but if you continue to go in that direction, I have to find that bone no matter what. No matter what. Plain seemed to talk a lot more than usual, and eventually, she was lost in her own little world. However, when Li Xin Wu engaged her in conversation, Plain stood up suddenly and yelled, "I'll find it no matter what. We'll give you some books on wine. So please read those while you're waiting. You know how important theory is." I understand. Li Xin Wu, who was frightened by Plain's sudden drive, meekly sat down and perused the books she'd given him. Before he could work on replicating Care Century Winery's technique, he needed to have a basic understanding of wine, so these books, which laid out the basics for him, were incredibly helpful. He quickly read through a few volumes, and when he thought about buying these books and going home, he raised his head. I found it. Plain's eyes glimmered and stuck out a few bones towards him. There were 2 level 1 bones, 1 level 2 bone, and surprisingly, 1 level 4 elite bone. Fortunately, I had these in storage. Why are you so surprised? The reason for the Care Century Winery's groundbreaking technique and security was because it was protected by a renowned family of magicians for generations. I see. Thank you. So how much is it? 30,000 perium. No matter how he thought about it, that was a really low price for a bundle including a level 4 elite bone. However, Li Xin Wu just decided to pay at her asking price. Absorbing a LV4 skeleton wizard's skull through bone reinforcement. Absorbing a significant amount of memories and experiences. This facility is alive. That is how we made it in order for it to be in the optimum environment for fermentation and maturation. Unknown magic master craftsman. Plain, who had been watching him, snorted once he was done absorbing the bones and asked, "How is it? Do you know how to do it?" "No, the information is too complex, so it seems like you'll have to learn by doing. Do your best. The revival of the Care Century Winery lies in your hands, Mr. Xin Wu." Plain grabbed onto his hands tightly and yelled desperately. It seemed as though she thought the Care Century Winery was more important than killing a general. Li Xin Wu just responded with a smile. "Please let go, so I can go and try." Once Li Xin Wu had left the shop, amongst all those waiting for him, a Dryads reacted first. It was one of the Dryads that really liked and followed Li Xin Wu. "I smell another woman's scent on you, Paul Zero. You know you can't do that." Is third on my personal ranking of lines I want to hear a woman say at least once in my life, so thanks. "What are you always doing over there that makes you come back so late?" That woman seemed quite unpleasant. They kept showering him with complaints, and once Li Xin Wu checked the time, he realized that 4 hours had already passed. He told them about what Head talked about with Plain, and explained that Head come back late because he had to wait for her to find the bones. "You may understand if you watch what I'm about to do." Could you call a few Dryads over? I feel like I'll need your help to make wine." "Of course, just wait sec. I'll bring some." The Dryad rushed over to the vineyard. Li Xin Wu gathered all of the golems, took out a large container, and poured all the grapes out. "All right. Then shall we start with mashing the grapes in order to create this year's Care Century Nouveau?" "You just said nouveau, right? That's French." Li Xin Wu completely ignored Jin's retort, and started mashing the grapes. The level 4 golems followed his lead and began moving diligently. The bronze golems and up had the basic ability of synchronizing with each other. The fact that you're using this many golems to do this is Xin Wu. You're always so surprising and exhilarating. That's not enough. Watch and follow me more closely. Li Xin Wu was saying something strange again, but Jin and Crasher, who were both used to his eccentricity, didn't say anything in response. No matter what they said, the golems would just continue to mash the grapes. The Pauls were searching the Empire for a mine, and Li Xin Wu and the golems were making wine. Work was in full swing. Chapter 27 Part 5. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 5. Li Xin Wu mashed grapes with its skin and seeds, and placed the gruesome-looking contents safely into an oak barrel and then placed the stopper into it. After that, he sighed and declared that their work was done. That was their last oak barrel just now. "We don't need to worry about these for about 2 days. Bring all of them to the fermenting room." "I understand." The hundreds of golems moved the oak barrels to the fermenting room one by one. Due to the magical equipment set up by the winemakers, the temperature was thoroughly regulated 24 hours every day, all year around. Thus, it was one of the 2 facilities that served as the core of the winery. The other was obviously the ripening room, which was used after the fermentation process was complete. The other processes are helpful, But if I master how to ripen and bottle the wine, I can just keep a few golems here to make sure everything goes smoothly. That to be a real wine factory at the very least, the golems possessed a good grasp on how to copy a human's movements. Moreover, they were strong and possessed infinite stamina, so only a few golems had been needed to manage this huge winery. Moreover, so long as he had the Dryad's aid, he had an infinite supply of grapes, and he could keep the winery's equipment semi-permanently active. Let's say that we can sell that wine at a good price. What are you going to do with that money? Are you going to buy the secret shop? You bring up a good point. To be honest, there wasn't really much for Li Xin Wu to buy in the secret shop. Skill books were so popular that whenever they came in they were immediately sold, and he didn't need food from the very beginning. Bonze might work on the pawls, but Li Xin Wu and Jin had grown too much to develop further through the secret shop's bones. Then equipment. Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu had already absorbed a variety of level 2, 3, and even level 4 equipment. Of course, when he absorbs a new and unique piece of equipment, he does gain some stats, but the more those types or characteristics overlap, the less he gains from them, so even they were limited. What about finding a way to use Pyrium independently? Unfortunately, Li Xin Wu's abilities were still lacking for him to do so. Li Xin Wu had already made up his mind from the start. I'm planning on buying materials for golem cause. Since I want to start that properly first, it'd probably be a good idea to buy other materials that make up a golem's body. Though it would be best if the Pauls find a mine, a wine factory, and a golem factory. It was the collaboration of the century. If he were to successfully create wine and sell it, and obtain golem cause and create golems, what would be the result? Even the very thought of it was scary, so he decided not to think about it. Crasher, let's begin in earnest. I've been waiting for you to say that. Because he was fermenting the grapes, Li Xin Wu used the remaining time to study golems with Crasher. They read all of the books that they took from the secret facility, and remodeling the techniques that were out of their reach was their first priority. Next, Li Xin more thoroughly analyzed his transformed bone ka, and would adjust it to design golems. He decided to form a broad plan that could respond regardless of what material was used for the golems. In the end, you're going to make them with all bones, right? The materials have the same core properties, so it shouldn't be very hard. Let's assume I turn them all into bone. It feels like we won't need this part, but I feel like this joint region should be reinforced. How about making specialized armaments that are split into various patterns, depending on the characteristics of the transformed bone? That sounds good. Cool. Jin felt alienated as their uninterruptible conversation progressed. He saw Crasher's face, who was excitedly chatting with Li Xin Wu, and he felt a feeling that was difficult to describe. But if you do that, then the movement formula over here is Jin. I'm going to go for a walk. Jin remained still, and thought he might end up venting his anger on Li Xin Wu again, even though he was innocent, and went outside. Contrary to the inside of the dungeon, which overflowed with life energy, the outside was still filled with a bleak and heavy air. The curse that permeated the empire. Though the mana and essence Li Xin Wu had gained was similar to it, it had manifested in a completely different form, and Jin absorbed it. Li Xin Wu had taught him the know-how, so if he wanted, he could absorb the curse 4 to 5 times faster than before. The curse's mana rushed towards his body, and during the duration of the absorption, he felt refreshed. Because of that, he could get a hold of himself. Seriously, what the hell am I doing? He remembered how much Head overreacted when he saw his partner interact with someone else and sighed. No matter how preposterous Li Xin-Wu's actions or words were, he was only focused on becoming stronger. That was the whole point of making wine as well as creating golems. And he didn't really think about his relations with the dryads, Kreischer, or the shopkeeper Plain. That's because he was nothing more than a bony skeleton. Thinking about it doesn't help me at all. I have to work harder. Head pledged several times that he wouldn't slow Li Xin-Wu down. Yet, whenever he seemed to catch up, Li Xin-Wu would already be a step ahead, which made his efforts seem laughable. However, he couldn't allow that to happen anymore. They'd already taken down one of the 12 generals. All Head done to contribute in that battle was allow Kreischer and Li Xin-Wu to ride on his back and run. Li Xin-Wu told him that that was plenty, but Jin couldn't accept that. If he was just going to run fast, then he wouldn't be any different from his past life. He wanted to be a bit more helpful to his partner. If you've decided to give it everything you've got to keep up with him, then this ability will surely shine brighter. It'll make it an ability for you alone. Then, Jin remembered what God had told him. When Li Xin-Wu had acquired a new element from God, Jin obviously gained a new ability from her as well. Head wanted a powerful ability that would be effective against the powerful opponents Li Xin-Wu faced, and God refined his skill. That was Jin's first high-rank skill. Good. Let's surprise him. He grinded his teeth and began to run. Because Li Xin-Wu was busy with his manufacturing, Jin decided to use his free time to practice this skill so that he could use it freely in battle. High-rank Magic Breath LV1. You draw magic to your body, change it into destructive energy, and shoot it in a straight line. It can contain the power of an element, and if it does, the destructive force increases. The skill was one of the two skills Head gained from the Treasure Eater's Jawbone. The other skill was LV1 high-rank Lightning Resistance, and God had reinforced it with her power. Because the skill was originally only usable by those who could wield lightning, it was completely useless to Jin at first. God had processed it so that Jin could use it. It's funny, an undead breathing, but alright, I'm gathering it. Huark. Qhack. Once Jin had gathered enough mana, he opened his mouth and spewed the energy. A highly compressed, soft blue mana laser was shot out in a straight line after he emptied about half his energy. A undead panther roaming around the plains was completely melted away, creating a giant hole in the ground. It's pretty weak for high-rank skillets like him firing a blank. He could use the skill like this, but the skill could only unleash its full power by using it in tandem with an element. Jin couldn't use the elements, but if Li Xin-Wu were to help him a little, he would be able to contain acid, fire, ice, lightning, everything. It would be completely useless without Li Xin-Wu. Jin was finally able to gain a skill like this. Had grown significantly since he had first been dropped into the Empire, just running in order to escape reality. Alright. Let's make sure I got it down and then go. Jin steeled himself and began to move. First, he needed to be able to freely control the output of magic breath, and then, he needed to be able to use it whilst sprinting, or at least several times in battle. He considered every application of the skill and went through intense training. If it were Xin-Wu, he wouldn't allow it to feel unnatural. Li Xin-Wu was both hot-blooded and calm during combat. How could he contribute in a way that removed all the variables and achieved victory? Jin kept those in mind and moved his body around, losing track of time. 3 weeks had passed in no time, and then, Li Xin-Wu contacted him. Li Xin Wu, we're about to make history here. Where are you? It's my fault, so come back. Make history? Are you finally making a golem? Li Xin Wu, no, the wine's done. This guy, he's definitely making wine to get stronger. Right now that he thought about it, Jin remembered that this was just the type of guy Li Xin Wu was, sighed, and returned to the winery. Jin, who had run everywhere and practiced his skill, had even gone through a level 3 danger zone when Li Xin Wu wasn't riding him. He could run at a speed akin to light, so he was able to return in just a few hours. You're not late. What about the golems? We finished adjusting the basic equipment just yesterday, but the Pauls haven't come back yet. Recreating the technique of making golems, considered the most difficult field in magic engineering, in a few weeks was quite impressive, but Jin didn't really understand any of it and just nodded his head. Then let's put the wine into the bottles I bought from the secret shop as you command, master. His assistants, no, the golems followed Li Xin Wu's demonstration and busily moved around bottling the wine which had finished ripening. Li Xin Wu raised the first completed wine bottle and checked its information. Care Century Elemental 451. This wine was created by Care Century Winery's successor, with grapes that thrived with the love and affection of the spirits and an elf. It's still somewhat lacking in terms of technique, but the raw materials, which are extremely difficult to obtain, emit a rich smell and have the right acidity to mask that flavor. It is a masterpiece that shows the quality of the ingredients. Even after it was bottled, the magic within the materials causes the wine to ripen gradually, so the longer you leave it, the more valuable it becomes. Huh. Did you fail? No, that's not it. Li Xin Wu had put his heart and soul into the gathering and juice extraction, and then the fermentation and the ripening, so there was no way he could have failed. He saw the quality of the grapes, and they would make a great nouveau, so that's what he made, yet the completed product wasn't a nouveau. Is it because they're grapes affected by the dryads, but it just means that you can sell them for more, right? Yeah, you can say that. He was still tilting his head, but he decided to let it go as it had turned out well. No, before that. Kreischer, I'm counting on you to try it. It's an honor. Kreischer, looking slightly anxious, held out her wine glass, and Li Xin Wu poured the wine. She took a sip of the wine, and Li Xin Wu, Jin, the dryads, and the golems all focused their attention onto her. How is it? If it sucks, you can spit it out. I want to try it too good. A brief moment passed, and Kreischer, who'd swallowed down the wine, quietly gave him a thumbs up. Then, she carefully pushed her glass forward once more, so it seemed like she really liked the wine. Through the power of the spirits, the Care Century Winery had returned. Chapter 27 Part 6. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 6. He was able to earnestly start making golems around the time he finished making the wine. His elite troops, led by Shino Rendu, had found an abandoned emerald mine. Li Xin Wu couldn't help but be excited. There was nothing more I could hope for if it were silver or gold, but to think they would find an emerald mine. In this world, gems can generally store a large amount of mana, and was much easier to infuse mana into compared to regular metal. That was the reason most magical devices were created out of gemstones. Of course, because gems were so valuable, Li Xin Wu had previously thought that finding a mine with enough gems would be impossible, yet we found a mine shaft, but it feels like it hasn't been long since it was mined. I believe it should yield enough for you to build hundreds of golems. All right. Just start collecting. Li Xin Wu led the Pauls and the golems, finished with making wine, towards the emerald mine. Who could stop them When his troops were at least level 4 elites, they pushed ahead and went into the mine immediately. It seemed like there were monsters that were inside originally, but Shino Rendu and his group had killed them all without a trace. Fear not at the entrance. If you come in a bit more, then you'll see something like this. The gemstone, radiating a green light, was the size of Shino Render's fist. If he cut it a bit, then it would probably emit an even prettier light, but it wasn't like he was going to sell it, and their ultimate goal was golem production. He planned on getting rid of any unnecessary steps. But it seems like there's a small problem. Do you see the thick curse energy that has gathered inside? You're right. Mines went dungeons, which meant that they were continuously exposed to the curse. As emeralds absorbed any sort of mana, none of them had become weak or broken apart. However, they were filled to the brim with the curse's energy. Emerald gemstone. A gemstone capable of containing a large amount of mana, as well as distributing it. But because it was exposed to the curse for hundreds of years, it is filled to the brim with a curse, and will not be easy to process. It's not really such a big deal. It might take a while, but I just need to absorb it all. Above all, I've become able to use the darkness element, He had definitely forgotten what his ability was for a moment. By the time Li Xin-Wu realized that, the emerald was already changing. In other words, it was ossifying. But that process was quite dramatic. The curse within began to resist, but it soon seemed to realize that it was an unwinnable battle, and all at once became pure darkness energy. Magic spread throughout the ossifying gemstone, and radiated a calm, dark green light. It was an incredibly capricious and charming light. Dark emerald bone. A bone created by compressing the gemstone's essence. It is charged with a powerful darkness energy, and is now unmatched in terms of hardness and magic. I don't know what really happened, but it seems like you've taken care of it. You're always like this. Kraysher, as though she had already expected this to happen, was given the dark emerald bone. Though it was smaller than the original gemstone, its hardness and magic were much, much higher, so it had become a different class of material altogether. It's probably because this gemstone previously contained the curse's magic as well. Yeah, it seems like it responded to my darkness element, and the curse energy changed into pure darkness. The darkness element, I see. That's the reason you are able to fight against the curse that's covering the empire. It seemed like Shino Rendu, who was listening to their conversation, was having a huge misunderstanding, but since it didn't matter what he thought, Li Xin-Wu just let it go. Then, shall we begin mining? Everyone's ready, right? Of course. We're ready whenever. Good. Start. And so, 800 pals and 400 golems began the extensive mining. There was no way the mining wouldn't progress quickly, as there were 1,200 of them that were at least level 4, rather than being level 1 miners. Even if the mine shaft collapsed while they were at it, they would be able to get out unscathed due to their strong bodies, so there was no need to progress safely. What do we do in the meantime? Should we help with the mining too? We've never been here before, so let's explore and clear any nearby dungeons we find. If there's a city nearby, it'll become a pain in the ass, so look into that as well. Okay. Li Xin-Wu's party left the mine and began exploring. Fortunately, there wasn't a city in the vicinity, and he thought that might have been the reason that this emerald mine hadn't been properly developed. It's an empty area. We were lucky. The closest satellite city is an hour away with Jin's speed. Then, for the time being, we won't be getting into any fights. Because there wasn't a city nearby, there was a high chance that there weren't any other heroes in this area either. However, as if waiting for him to say that, Rem, which was on top of Li Xin Wu's shoulder, suddenly shook. Master, I sense golems. You're not talking about the ones mining, right? No. I sense golems that are under stake steelworkers' control. What a delicious sounding name. One. The movement of golems under one of the four commanders' control. Why were they here? Li Xin Wu thought that their objective might be the same as his. They were looking for gems so that they could make new golems. Fortunately, Li Xin Wu's party had made the first move, but if they had encountered the golems on the way, it would become a bit troublesome. They definitely don't know about how I cleared out the hidden facility and destroyed it. If not, then they might sent a collection team over there, and simultaneously sent golems over here as well. He did several things that hurt them, but there was no way he could just let them go. Stake steelworker, has he shown up personally? No. 20 level 6 elite golems are moving secretly in a group. If you say so. He didn't need to think about it anymore. Li Xin Wu raised his hand and removed his equipment, starting from the helmet all the way down to his boots. Then, his armor turned blue, and he held the bifurcated spine whip, so he didn't look anything like his pre-existing image. Rem, you go first. We've found some rare specimen, so there's no way we can kill them. I understand. Armor steelworkers' golden army usually moved stealthily. The reason Li Xin Wu was even able to notice them in advance was because he had Rem, who possessed a specialized ability for sensing their presence. I think this is the first time I've seen his level 6 golems act. That's just how cautious Armor Steelworker was. That meant that this mission was important enough for someone as cautious as him to mobilize his golems. But why did they have to run into Li Xin Wu? Perhaps Armor Steelworker was giving him a freebie. There's nothing more I can ask for if I can study a level 6 golem personally before making them. Want help? No, I'm good. Though it hadn't been very long since Head turned level 6, because Head achieved so many feats, Li Xin Wu's stats were greater than 4,800. Plus, when he took into account his rebellion skill, which passively increased his stats, no level 6 would be able to threaten him. Plus, it's not like I'm staking my life on their capture. They're golems. So they're not very dangerous. So just relax and wait here, Li Xin Wu said, and with his other hand, softly stroked Jin's back. Jin was shocked and his body shook. Juik, hey. Don't make such strange noises. You're good now, right? He wasn't being crabby for no reason. With his soft hand movement, Li Xin Wu had activated his disguise skill on Jin as well. His armor was covered in ice, and Li Xin Wu and Jin, as a matching set, looked like an ice spirit. Still, you should've told me something. Oh, my bad. Jin had been indifferent until now as he realized that patience and introspection were pointless with Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu reacted a lot stronger than he thought he would, which confirmed that he did indeed realize that he was in the wrong. When working as a team members will often not need to speak their mind and will move without being told, as they trust their teammate. Though they faced life and death together, that may have been too much to ask for from Jin. In the future, I'll tell you beforehand. You see, I only recently thought about the fact that I could use disguise on you as well. That's not the problem here, whatever. Seeing that, Crasher chuckled, but when her eyes met with Jin's blazing goblin fire, she closed her mouth shut. Jin thought about giving Crasher a good kick when he got back, and changed his back feet into springs. Now he could change them into springs in the blink of an eye. Venom going. Hey, you're too fast. Li Xin Wu and Jin were soon able to see the golems that were moving slowly from afar. Even in the cloudy weather, their bodies shined, and they possessed an overwhelming magic. They were unmistakably level 6 golems. He gazed at their bodies, shining in silver, but even if he didn't see them, he would be able to figure out what they were. LV6 Silver Golem. As I thought. Is it okay if we just leave them be until the cuckoo infects them all? If we wait for that, then they'll find the mine. The lower the magic, or the weaker they are, the more effective Marna parasite is. So, we have to suck out their magic. And they ran towards them, unintentionally going at an outrageously fast speed. Encountering unknown enemy. Intercepting. Preparing magic. Long-distance attacks are impossible. The enemy is approaching. The golems noticed them, and each raised their weapons and magic, but before they could even attack, they were struck by a whip and stopped moving. Li Xin Wu continuously attacked with his whip, which was clad in ice energy in order to quickly lower their magic resistance. Status ailment. Tempting to remove it by infusing Marner. Failed. Trying again. Judged as an intermediate status ailment. It is only minor damage, but it will take a long time to recover from the status ailment. Self-recovery is impossible. Yeah, just keeping talking. The bifurcated spine whip emitted a horrifying sound and stretched out. It was as if two snakes were moving through the air and had found their prey. In an instant, Li Xin Wu snapped the whip and swung it. It bent flexibly, and in a short time, battered the golems dozens, if not hundreds of times, causing ice flowers to instantaneously spread on the 20 golems. Situation critical. Impossible to continue mission. Reporting to superiors. Cannot connect. The reason they couldn't connect was because Rem had infiltrated into their ranks and disabled their reporting program while Li Xin Wu and Jin were fighting them. If they prioritized disabling their means of communication, then Li Xin Wu would be able to take his time. Going through their command system was next. Nice. Then, shall we finish this up quickly? At last, Li Xin Wu summoned another whip and gripped it in his free hand. He turned all of his magic into ice energy and began whirling around his two whips. Jin could feel that and requested, "Let me assimilate that." So the ice. Yeah. Wait, why I got it. Li Xin Wu constantly swung his two whips and the golems, which were slowly approaching from all sides, were slowed. On the other hand, he shared his Marner with Jin. He could do it easily if he were to just apply a portion of the lightning sprint's Marner pattern. Hew up. Huh. Then Jin used that ice as a medium and gathered Marner in his mouth. Li Xin Wu felt the instantaneously amplified Marner and his goblin fire swayed. Breath. Hup. A thick cylindrical cannon came out of Jin's mouth. No, that's what it looked like at first, but soon, it curved outwards. It looked like a trumpet, and the large quantity of ice within Puark. The Marner was discharged through the trumpet-shaped cannon, spreading everywhere. The 20 golems were well within the attack's range, and were instantly frozen solid. How is it? It wasn't just a simple magic breath. He could create a varied cannon to adjust the attack to match the situation. This was Jin's first combined skill. Li Xin Wu automatically clapped at the boasting Jin and said, "If you had just told me about it from the get-go, I wouldn't have had to rush in." Shut up. Li Xin Wu really couldn't understand Jin. So Jin acted like it was a rodeo and shook his body. Then, Rem finished with his Marner parasite. By attempting to resist the ice, they had completely used up all of their Marner. so Rem could use his Marner parasite without any resistance whatsoever. Awaiting your orders, master. Please command me. Seeing the 20 level 6 golems that had become his subordinates, Li Xin-Wu realized that he was just one step away from actually creating golems. Wantian Li Xin-Wu thinks Rem is saying stake, rather than stake. Stake makes more sense, as a stake is a metal worker's small anvil. Yen Stake Steelworker is another of the 4 commanders under Aramer, Guillotine being one of them. Chapter 27 Part 7. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 7. Stake Steelworker won't come here himself. He has commanded us to make use of all our abilities and collect as many emeralds as possible. Silver, like gold, was an ore renowned for its ability to absorb Marner. But the way it was used was a bit different. For example, gold was more geared for offensive magic, while silver was used for more practical magic. So the magic that these silver golems focused on was subspace, They were trying to clear out the entire mine with just these guys. It's a lower rank subspace than the one I have. It seems to be the limits of the material, Rem added. That's right. The subspace that these silver golems possessed was larger than Rem's own, but in exchange they were much larger. In terms of efficiency, Rem's was much better. It wasn't a difference that resulted from pure technical skill. The material that Rem was made of was an incredibly rare metal. It pissed Li Xin-Wu off, but it would be difficult for him to acquire it right now. In any case, we've gained moving storehouses because of them. These guys were elites that were probably sent after much deliberation. Kreischer recollected Jin's ice breath and smiled bitterly. Of course, she could always do something similar if she used the same type of magic, but it would be difficult for her to gather all the Marner in the surrounding area, change it into an element, and shoot it straight forward. It's a combination skill. Impressive. It's not like that, you know. Whilst Kreischer had fun teasing the embarrassed Jin, Li Xin-Wu acquired all the information he could from the golems, nodded his head, and returned. Of course, he had sent them to the mine so that they would help his other subordinates mine for emeralds. They definitely have no idea that I've cleared out the secret facility. And they probably wouldn't expect me to have stolen these silver golems as well. How arrogant. That was their overconfidence in the steelworker seal. So long as they remained confident in it, Li Xin-Wu would always have an absolute advantage over them. However, I can't be complacent. Of course you can't. If the silver golems don't return for some time, then their superiors might take action. So we have to clear out the mines as soon as possible and leave. However, you're thinking of something bad, aren't you? Jin pointed out sharply like a drake's canine, and Li Xin-Wu flinched. I was just thinking. When the steel workers send golems to a certain area, and we know where they're sending them, then we could get there before them and acquire more golems like this. You really are a demon. If you figure out their departure point, then it will be easy to ascertain their destination. Since it is possible for me to sense a golem's Marner pattern. Then, Rem intervened. Li Xin-Wu had known about Rem's detection abilities ever since Rem, a level 6 golem, had noticed the golems approaching before even Kreischer, a level 7 magician, but it really was amazing. From what he heard, it was a secondary ability that was a part of Rem's Marner parasite skill. Li Xin-Wu just naturally nodded his head. But understanding and astonishment were two different things. Xin-Wu, what kind of monster did you make? My secretary did everything. I know nothing. Kreischer, who had been snickering at Li Xin-Wu's deceit like always, Jin just remained speechless. Suddenly thought of something and nodded her head. Her eyes shined clearly like ice. "If we do well, we may be able to grasp all of the golem's movements. You say some amazing things like it's nothing, you know that. There was an item that could make that possible if Rem is able to use that." Li Xin-Wu made a look with his goblin fire at Kreischer and seemed to ask what item, and where is it, and Kreischer replied vigorously. "The Royal Magician Leader's training facility. It seems like they left the main area, but there were magic traps set up everywhere, so it was a great place to train my magical ability." It seemed like Kreischer had reached level 7 in a short period of time, not because she thoughtlessly hunted monsters, of course, she probably did her fair share of that, but because of her experiences in the training facility after following the traces of the Royal Magician Leader. Li Xin-Wu remembered her explaining that she had found a lead on one of the 12 generals, and nodded his head. There was definitely something like that. It's still there. It hasn't been broken through yet, so I'll go with you, Xin-Wu. Oh, the artifact is there. Let's go together. I'm not a magician though. It'll help you train your other abilities too. Her explanation just made him feel more anxious, but it didn't seem like a lie. It seemed like she had wanted to drag him over there right after she helped him take down Hansen, but because he had so much work with the golems and whatnot, she had pushed it back. It seemed like Li Xin-Wu didn't have the right to refuse. "All right, then I suppose we can go together." "Who?" Kreischer's sigh of relief confirmed that she was still hiding something. However, Li Xin-Wu decided not to question her and turned around. He wanted to go through the hardship of getting involved with a general too. There was no reason to doubt her, considering the fact that had grown to level 7. But right now, we have to make sure the group is safe. One of the 12 generals' troops might be nearby. Why would his seniors, who were at least level 6, die because they were met with unforeseen danger? Even a level 7 couldn't relax in a level 3 danger zone, as it was filled with dangerous elements. A hero shouldn't put their focus into battle, they should be focused on their survival. "Oh, I found a dungeon." "Where?" "It's hidden over there, on the edge of the rock cliff with a raging wind." Of course, that was somewhat meaningless to his party. In the past, he was much weaker than the other heroes, so he had to tread with caution, but now that he had gained so many abilities and had so many lives, he moved calmly and boldly without being impatient. Therefore, there were many cases like right now where he would find a hidden dungeon. There really is one. It's hidden by the naturally formed wind magic. The fact that you can keep thinking of Xin-Wu as a rival makes me jealous. Let's first mark that on our minimap. Let's go over here next. They had discovered a dungeon, but they didn't enter it immediately, since they were still in the middle of reconnaissance. Their first priority looking for anything that might approach the mines and endanger their operations. For the next 2 hours, they scoured the entire area. Ultimately, they faced a few large level 6 and level 7 undead. TCH, you're too loud. Be captivated by the Winter Queen's hands. Qwok. They weren't elite monsters, but when they get to around level 7, they become huge. Even though they weren't giants, most of them were at least several meters tall. But Li Xin-Wu and Kreischer struck a balance between close range and long range, so the monsters weren't strong enough to be a threat. While Kreischer was casting a debuff, Li Xin-Wu approached and cut the monster into pieces with a few powerful strikes. You have acquired 74,150 Pirium. You have acquired the LV7 Venomous Steel Snake's Fang. You have acquired the LV7 Venomous Steel Snake's Leg Bone. It's just a normal mob, but it's still a level 7, so what's with this Pirium? Pirium doesn't increase with level. This guy was really weak. That was definitely true. Li Xin-Wu complained and absorbed the fang while he gave the leg bone to Jin. Though it was level 7, his strength only increased by 2 and his health and agility by 1. Jin was quite happy, so he must have increased his stats much more. My strength only increased by 1, but in exchange my agility increased by 6. Yeah, you must love that child of light skill. No matter how he thought about it, Jin possessed an imbalanced skill. Li Xin-Wu complained like crazy and collected the Pirium. Let's go to the dungeon now. Shino Rendu told me that it would take about 2 more days to completely clear out the mine, so let's go clear the dungeon, and then Xin-Wu, what's wrong? He knew roughly how to get to the dungeon from where they were. He closed his eyes, called the minimap, and spoke in a doubtful voice. Jin tilted his head and asked what was wrong while Kreischer waited for him to continue. There's a group of our undead seniors moving together. Can't you just call them undead heroes? There are about 7 or 8 of them moving together in a group. That means that are they working together? Does that mean these undead heroes who, like Shino Rendu, retained their sense of identity, had created their own clan? Kreischer thought that it was cool in its own way, and Li Xin-Wu retorted, "It'd be great if that were the case, but if we were to logically consider it, the chances of that are low." That's why was it at that moment, Li Xin-Wu recalled Ethan Cruz, who had treated him kindly. What was he trying to do by approaching promising heroes, and what was his ability that had to do with darkness and curses? To be honest, he had guessed early on, but he just didn't have confirmation. Let's go back to the mine. Kreischer, is it possible to hide the entire mine, erasing our presences and making us look like a mountain is plenty? I'll need your help, but I can manage. All right. Then let's go right now. They were still quite far away, but they would pass by the mine in a day. They hurried and returned to the mine, and as Li Xin-Wu had requested, Kreischer cast a large-scale magical formula on top of the mine to disguise it. It was a spell that not only used Li Xin-Wu and Jin's Marner, but also Shino Rendu and the rest of the golems, and created a huge barrier that hid the existence of the mine. Then, exactly 16 hours after they had returned, so long as the enemy doesn't intend to attack first, I can make it so no traces of magic leak out. As expected of a magician. It's a relief that Kreischer isn't our enemy, Li Xin-Wu thought and smiled bitterly. Even though the royal magician leader had turned into an undead, he would probably wield extraordinary magic, so if he were to fight him, Li Xin-Wu decided that he would make sure that Kreischer was in his party. How is it are they coming this way? Fortunately their objective wasn't the mine. After Li Xin-Wu had told the Pauls to continue with their work, he looked outside. Though they were physically quite far away, he was level 6. If he were to use his magic to improve his vision, he would be able to see several kilometers away. How many hours did he wait like that? He was finally able to observe the group of undead heroes moving. That Jin and Kreischer watched from beside him and had their own respective reactions. Li Xin-Wu could understand what they were feeling at the same time. He was sure that his assumption was correct. There's a living person in the middle of them. All 0, that means or right. To be exact, there were 8 high-rank undead gathered together, and the man, riding atop a spectral horse, was a cool-looking, middle-aged man with black, curly hair and purple eyes that seemed to suit him. They felt life energy linger around his cheeks, but they could recognize the black energy that wrapped around the rest of his body even several kilometers away. The dreary and deep energy that would make one shudder felt like a concentrated version of the Empire's curse. Ethan Cruz. The words just naturally came out of his mouth as he confirmed his identity. He's a necromancer. Chapter 27 Part 8. Chapter 27. New Golem Maker 8. A necromancer. A magician who raises the dead and controls their bodies. And because the Empire was teeming with the undead, one could say that an individual who could control them was a necromancer as well. Li Xin-Wu had his suspicions early on, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he himself was also a necromancer. But the way in which he controlled them differed. Rather than using magic, he used a variety of innate skills to control them. But it doesn't feel like he found those undead heroes through luck. Are you saying that he deliberately killed heroes so that he could make them his subordinates? Maybe. If not, then he couldn't explain why Ethan Cruz had directed him to a special area. He wanted to help him level up quickly probably. Since he didn't want weak undead. Then can you really call him a hero? I wonder. At the very least, God considers him a hero. For now. Disgusting. So much so that it makes what you've done thus far look cute. Why are you getting me involved? They remained on guard and maintained the barrier until they could hide thoroughly from Ethan Cruz and his group of undead heroes. When they were about an hour away with Jin's running speed, they let go of the barrier. They had noticed their opponents advance beforehand and had completely avoided them, but even so, Li Xin-Wu couldn't hide his bitterness. As I thought, I'm still too weak. No matter how many skeletons had become his subordinates, or the fact that he could now manufacture golems, he still had to put in this much effort just to avoid one person. Even if he took into account that Ethan Cruz was special, it was still quite frustrating. But this'll be the last time. It won't be long before I come for you. Li Xin-Wu had discovered Ethan, while Ethan still knew nothing about Li Xin-Wu. This would become a deciding factor in their fight later. Li Xin-Wu was sure of it. In the close future, Ethan Cruz would stand upon his stage. If that happened, he would pay him back for treating him like a chess piece. It seems like their goal is it's where you died. Me. They had been so busy maintaining the barrier until now, and Shino Rendu, who was on standby beside them, replied in a truly bitter voice. Until his death, he had respected and followed Ethan Cruz, so Li Xin-Wu could understand how he felt. Yeah, it seems like he just figured out where you died and came here. Then that means that there's someone who's following his orders and scouting around for him. If he got the chance, he would catch and extract some information from the scout. Li Xin-Wu nodded his head and Shino Rendu was still unable to accept reality, wrapping his large fists around his head. Why would a hero not care about following God's command? It must be more entertaining that way for him. He's strange. He looks like he'd be able to easily defeat 1 or 2 generals. The undead he brought along with him were at least level 6. There were a few level 7s mixed in as well, and Ethan Cruz's own magic was quite extraordinary. If that's the case, then he should be able to defeat generals like Hansen. Then why wasn't he doing that? Moreover, why does he only use undead heroes? Does his necromancy only work on other heroes? It's likely. Though Darkness Marner is the power to link the living and the dead together, I've heard that if the previous relation is of enemies, then the link won't work well. However, just by them previously being heroes, their karma is quite similar. It makes sense that the darkness element would work then. Crasher, who would talk at length whenever the subject was on magic, explained, and Li Xin-Wu acknowledged her. If that's the case, then it made sense why Ethan Cruz wasn't actively hunting the 12 generals. He would continuously wander the Empire, waiting for the heroes to die so that he could make them his subordinates. There was no need for him to hurry and attempt to kill the 12 generals. Rather, they were a precious fighting force that would kill heroes for him. Are you saying that they're the reason that I died and became an undead? Yeah. In any case, he's still a hero, no matter what anyone says, and he's fighting against the Emperor, so when he thinks that his army is ready, he'll fight against the Emperor. If you look at it that way, you could say that he's definitely an outstanding hero. Everything else about him disgusts me, so I can't help but laugh. The goblin fire within Shino Render's eye sockets blazed intensely. He was a special species of undead that fed off feelings of vengeance. With just their conversation about Ethan Cruz, Li Xin-Wu was sure that the next time they met, Shino Rendu would be stronger than before. However, if Li Xin-Wu were in Ethan Cruz's shoes, he might have done the same thing as him, so he couldn't say anything more. If there was a more effective way to get stronger, then it was obvious that one would take that approach. But then, Shino Rendu added something surprising. It's such a relief that I became your subordinate, rather than his. What? Paul Zero, you accept us as we are. You didn't lead us, you gave us the will to go where we want to go ourselves. Huh. What the hell is he talking about? Head only said that to them so he could better control them. While Li Xin-Wu was taken aback, Kreischer chipped in from beside him. You can tell by just looking at the quality of Paul Zero's manner. She was talking about Li Xin-Wu's darkness element. Indeed, Li Xin-Wu was capable of forming contracts with regular undead heroes, golems, or even humans like Kreischer through the darkness element, which was definitely different from Ethan Cruz's application. Just by looking at another darkness element user like Ethan Cruz, one would be able to tell that that wasn't normal. I feel like your karma's affecting it too, since the way in which magic of a similar element is used depends on the individual. Yeah, you could be right. It seemed like the Joker karma was outside the norm in many ways. But it was ultimately because of his Joker karma, not his consideration for others, that caused people to follow him. However, it would look bad if he were to correct Shino Render's misunderstanding by explaining his wickedness, so he just kept his mouth shut. This seemed like something he had thought about just a little while ago. Then, get back to work. We'll return to our base once we've completely cleared out the mine. I understand. The golems immediately returned to mining. At longest, it should take about another day for them to completely empty the mine. With so many raw materials, he should be able to create golems with a cause he had and still have a lot of materials left over. Then I have to go to Plain to sell my wine. Though I wonder how many cause you can make with the money you get from selling the wine. I should be able to make a lot. Kreischer spoke, not knowing just how much the Care Century Winery's wine had increased in value, and Li Xin-Wu replied with a grin. Then, he took his party to the dungeon that they had found 2 days ago and cleared it. Level 6 dungeon. You have acquired a permit to enter the Eagle's Cliff. All stats are increased by 20 within the dungeon. The dungeon's information will be added to your minimap. All actions will be buffed within the dungeon. Surprisingly, it was a level 6 dungeon with large flying monsters. However, by keeping in step with Jin, who turned his hooves into springs, and fiercely swinging his whip around, they were able to safely clear the dungeon. They couldn't forget about Kreischer, who cast a large-scale debuff on their enemies, which slowed down all of their movements. Executing bone reinforcement on Jin Taylor by consuming the LV6 Shadow Cliff Eagle's wing bone. A considerable amount of the effect is shared. Agility has increased by 2 and magic by 1. Kyuru King of Eagle's Cliff. How is it? Does it feel like y'all grow wings? Nope. TCH. As I thought, it had to be a level 7 elite for that. Nope. Anything between 3,200 and 6,400 stats constituted level 6. In a level 6 dungeon, the dungeon boss would possess stats much greater than the ordinary monsters, yet they would often not reach level 7 and would still be level 6. So it made sense that bone reinforcement's effects were getting weaker. But contrary to Li Xin-Wu, who was disappointed that Jin didn't sprout wings, Jin looked at him with frigid eyes. It seemed only Kreischer was allocated a reward that she actually wanted. Then let's go back. It seems like the golems are finished mining. How much did your stats go up, Xin-Wu? If I include the stat gains from my ice element and my intermediate elements, my stats increased by 50. You really are a cheater. Li Xin-Wu thought that they might encounter troops under a general's command, or another hero on the way back to their hideout, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Instead, on the way back there was one topic of interest in the chatting channel. Lloyd H. It feels like the high-rank undead are on the move more. Prince Altair TCH, why now Lloyd, do we need to group up? Lloyd HK. I'm fine, since I'm with Irian right now. I'm actually worried about you. Ments Oran, those bastards periodically make a huge fuss, so don't be so worried. The Emperor probably ordered the 12 generals to go on a larger-scale patrol. Jin Ugh, danger level 2 zones should be fine, right mister? Xin-Wu, are you okay? Li Xin-Wu, no problem as of yet. Li Xin-Wu replied as he sweated profusely. It seemed like they hadn't noticed his unease and went on with their conversation. Ethan Cruz, even so, their movements are a bit excessive. Would I be overreacting if I were to say I feel like they're going to war? Ments Oran, war who's fighting who? Ethan Cruz, I wonder. I don't know that much. However, you know that there are several groups that move independently aside from us. Lloyd HK. The 12 generals' agents are already too much for us, but you're saying that there are other groups out there. Prince Altair Hain. Lloyd, wait a bit. I'll come over after I get to level 7. Lloyd HK. Yeah. You're really reliable. I trust you. Sarah von Rietaden. Everyone, please keep yourselves hidden and do not make any large movements. It isn't the right time yet. Prince Altair, you be careful too, Sarah. Though I have no idea where you are. Sarah von Rietaden, please call me Rietaden. Li Xin-Wu couldn't take it anymore and exited the chatting channel, including the questions he wanted to ask Sarah, which made his mouth itch. There were many things on his mind right now. It was too clear that Li Xin-Wu was a cause of this war that Ethan Cruz was talking about. Was his misinformation making the Emperor uneasy right now? For the time being, we shouldn't go to the Golem main base. I really like your way of causing trouble for others, and then getting out of the situation by yourself. It seemed like his misinformation regarding the secret facility that both the Emperor and the Golems wanted was in full swing, and causing chaos within the Empire. The reason Li Xin-Wu hadn't known about any of it was because he had been concentrating on making wine and golems. In any case, let's think positively. They can't just ignore Anti-Skull anymore. How can you be so evil? Li Xin-Wu led his party, including his recently acquired silver golems, and safely returned to his base without anyone knowing. Regardless of whether or not the Empire's undead found the golems or anti-skull and caused chaos, Li Xin Wu wouldn't get himself involved. Chapter 27 Part 9 Chapter 27 New Golem Maker 9 Dark Elemental Bone. A bone gem with all the unnecessary elements removed and contains the essence of pure darkness Marner. It is a never-before-seen treasure that can contain a much larger quantity of magic than its appearance might suggest. Nice. A lot more was removed than I expected, but now I'm done processing the raw materials. The cores are ready too. Li Xin Wu and Kreischer had spent a few days after returning to base processing the materials, and would finally be able to start producing golems. Looking back on it, it seemed like it had taken so long to get to this point, but it had actually taken less than a month. He hadn't been able to hunt much, but there had been so much to do going from here to there, so it was obvious that it felt like it had been so long. Pauls, you did well. Form your groups and go out hunting again. And don't forget to report if you find a mine. Whenever you call us, we will come. Shino Rendu, who had become more dependable than when he was human, said his goodbyes and left with the Pauls. Almost 1,000 troops had left in an instant, so it looked like the base was completely empty, but there were still hundreds of golems left. You guys, go too. You know what to do if you meet a steelworker, right? Only you are our master. He said his farewells to the golems which had their minds tampered with by Rem. He left behind 10 golems in order to manage the winery and produce the wine. As they continue to do their job, fail, make big and small mistakes, and eventually become specialists in making wine. The silver golems were on standby for now. Paul 0, you're not done yet. Now's the important part, so just keep watch. Then I'll come by to play when you're finished. The Dryads, who didn't know that Li Xin Wu was leaving the winery as soon as he was finished, returned to the vineyard. Li Xin Wu and Kreischer then began to produce golems in earnest. They called it making golems, but they already had everything mapped out, so all they had to do was follow the plans in order and make the golems. Normally, just inserting the raw materials and the core in separate facilities was enough to manufacture a golem, but he needed to try doing it once manually. There's a partial floor. Kreischer, wait a sec. Do as I thought. It was a problem with a knee joint. I'll fix it right away. Wait just a sec. No. Let's get rid of this and instead use the magic in the raw materials to fuse it. During the manufacturing process, the two engaged in a conversation that Jin couldn't understand once more. However, he decided that he wouldn't leave this time, since he wanted to at least be there when Li Xin Wu created his first golem. Fortunately, the errors in their plans went too big, so they could progress without much issue. There used to only be a core at the center of the worktable, but in no time, there was a body attached to it, and then limbs as well, which was quite the spectacle. Done. The legs are moving. But is the cause AI okay like this? You don't need to imprint anything else. We have the darkness Marner. Look. Perhaps because the dark elemental bone's very birth was affected by Li Xin Wu, it naturally absorbed Li Xin Wu's darkness magic. It looked as though the golem would be fully loyal to Li Xin Wu before it was even finished. Kreischer just sulked a little bit. But I'm making it with you too. Then come back after you've learned how to use darkness magic. Wu. From the very beginning, Kreischer had been interested in manufacturing golems, not taking ownership of them. Honestly, in the process of studying the magic applied to golems, she had increased her knowledge of magic theory beyond her imagination, so she did achieve her objective, but it feels weird. It's like the feeling a mother has when her baby, that was born through a joint effort between parents, only follows the father around rather than the mother. Did you have a kid in your original world? No, I didn't. I'm talking about our kid, ours. The process went smoothly. It felt like it wouldn't go this smoothly when armor steelworker made golems. The speed at which the golem's magic, which had fused with the darkness magic, circulated incredibly fast, and the connection between the core and its body was quite solid. It'd probably be hard to use the magic in a different way. It doesn't have that ability and it wouldn't be efficient. Since these are weapons for combat, then I think it's done. Xin Wu, the assemble is done. They'd only started building the golem less than an hour ago, yet there was a 4-meter-tall humanoid golem laying atop the work table. Though it was a similar height to the level 5 iron golem, its abilities were incomparable, at least in terms of design. Will it really move? It'll definitely move. I'm more worried about whether this thing is a level 6 or not. We used a level 6 core, so it should be. The raw materials and the process were perfect, so it could be an elite as well. He couldn't help but shake. Li Xin Wu had only focused on a singular goal: creating a golem. However, if they actually succeeded in creating a golem, then their status would change in an instant. That's because he would be able to control hundreds of level 6 elite golems, entities that made even the other heroes nervous. Li Xin Wu softly closed and opened his eyes. His heart was pounding, and he wanted to sigh, yet he couldn't as he didn't have any respiratory organs. Not having any means of breathing never hurt so much. Xin Wu, try activating it. All right. I'm doing it. In the end, he steeled himself and placed his hand atop the core. Of course, the core was protected by an especially durable material, but if Li Xin Wu were to just let out his magic, it would reach the core immediately. That's how impressive the mana conductivity of the material was. Activate. He unconsciously spoke a word that was strictly unnecessary, and emitted darkness magic from his fingertips. A skeleton and a golem normally, these two entities couldn't easily be linked, but the darkness magic made it almost too natural. Activating his powerful will was transmitted along with his magic, and the core seemed to prioritize its absorption. The core, which emitted a gentle light, vibrated like a heart suddenly pounding, and emitted darkness magic everywhere, filling each and every part of the golem's body. Checking to see if all parts can be activated, there was an operating organ located within its brain, and its arms could attack in a variety of ways with magic, while its feet had boosters that could increase its speed through magic. Once that process was complete, a gentle green light radiated from the dark green, translucent golem. Despite being an inanimate object, it seemed to give off vigor that it didn't have before. Activating. The golem spoke in a mechanical voice, and simultaneously, the golem's body bizarrely wriggled. This was the process of the core regulating all of the body's magic. And eventually, it slowly, very slowly stood up. Recognizing situation, the golem turned its head slowly and looked around. Because its upper body was 2 meters by itself, it had to look down to see Li Xin Wu and Kreischer. It was so overwhelming that Kreischer instinctively grabbed her orb, and Li Xin Wu kept Rem on standby. However, that was honestly quite pointless. The moment it had turned its head and seen Li Xin Wu, it felt like the darkness magic he had released formed a deep link between them, and the golem spoke thusly. Master has been recognized. The moment Li Xin Wu heard that, it felt as though the tension had left his body. Kreischer staggered and even fell towards Li Xin Wu, but fortunately, Jin caught her. And who am I? Li Xin Wu tried his very best to not act excited and asked. The golem's response came immediately. You are my master. Master, please give me a name so you can differentiate me from the others. Li Xin Wu clenched his fists. Kreischer just remained vacant and was just waiting for him. In a calm voice, Li Xin Wu gave him a name. Rem Tuno, let's go with Irem. Recognized. Regardless of whether it was Rem Tu or Irem, his naming sense didn't involve an S. However, Irem happily accepted its name. But was it normal to give golems a name? He thought and tilted his head. Then, a message appeared before Li Xin Wu. You have created the elite LV6 Dark Emerald Bone Golem, Irem. You have succeeded in creating a unique golem by stealing techniques from various places. These Dark Emerald Bone Golems, which were created with darkness magic as their foundation, not only possess high strength and can emit powerful magic, but have a high elemental resistance as well. But their greatest strength is their ability to draw in this world's darkness magic and store it in their bodies. Through that, there is a chance that they can become even stronger. One problem with these golems, however, is that they have no value as commercial products. They will be absolutely loyal to you as you possess darkness magic. You have acquired the title Puppet Master. All stats have increased by 5. The command skill's effect is increased, and the power of the darkness element increases slightly. He had somewhat expected this to happen. How could he not get a title when he had just created a golem? However, something that he hadn't expected was added on. Your strength stat has surpassed 1000. You have acquired the title, He Who Dreams of Giants. Strength has increased by 10. Your body is evolving so that you can exhibit greater strength. It seems as though the 5-stat bonus from Puppet Master had caused his strength to surpass 1000 and got him a new title. When his magic had surpassed 1000, his body had changed as well, so it was happening this time too. Xin Wu. Wait just a sec. Although it was a title related to his future growth, his body didn't change dramatically, but his body had certainly gotten stronger so that he could exhibit more of his strength. The feeling of his body being heavier and sharper wasn't bad. He was wearing armor, so one couldn't see what was underneath, but Li Xin Wu could feel the changes. But Kreischer told me that you would only get a title like this once. He remembered clearly. At the time, she said that the first stat strength, agility, health, or magic to surpass 1000 would come with a title, and that title would determine their level 5 job and the direction of their growth. Therefore, he looked back at Kreischer, but it looked like she had no idea what was going on. In the end, he decided not to say anything and move on. This is probably due to the Joker karma. Well, I just got a title from making the golem. Did you get it too? Li Xin Wu feigned ignorance and asked. Kreischer tilted her head and obediently answered. Yeah, one who walks the path of new magic. Nice. Sure we succeeded, so shall we finish making all of the golems from Irem to Irem 277. So you really are going through with that name? They had succeeded in making the prototype, so there was no reason to hesitate anymore. Li Xin Wu and Kreischer activated the manufacturing equipment that had been standing by, meticulously scanned Irem, set the fine controls on the equipment, and added the materials. The initial activation will require my mana. So it's still a problem that I have to put my hand atop each and every one of them. Xin Wu, activating it. Yeah, go ahead. Roger. Kreischer's eyes shined and activated the manufacturing process for all the equipment. The dark emerald bones and the cause that were piled together like a mountain were placed into the devices one by one, radiated a blinding light here and there, and began the fusion to form the golems. Li Xin-Wu was anticipating the moment that Irem too was finished and gathered his darkness marner. Unfortunately, no one knew that Li Xin-Wu was making an army that could threaten a part of the empire. Chapter 28 Part 1 Chapter 28 Kreischer's Quest 1 They had made one mistake in creating golems. Measuring out the materials that they would need for the golems' bodies. He had originally thought that the emeralds that Fade mined would be enough to create all 277 golems, but because of the transformation, the dark emerald bone was slightly reduced in size. Plus, in the process of slightly carving the bone, as well as combining them, there was some bone loss, so he ultimately ran out of raw materials when building Irem 250. Master, please command me. Irem 178 is here. This Li Xin-Wu moved on from the 250th Irem and looked futilely at the pile of dense, dark green powder that resulted from carving the dark emerald bones. He didn't have enough raw materials to make the next 20 or so Irems, but had more than enough powder. I guess it can't be helped. I suppose I'll have to use this for my bone gate or for regenerating. They're much too valuable to use for that. Give me half. I feel like I'll be able to use it for some special magic. If not, then maybe I can use it to make an artifact. You make artifacts? It's actually a specialty of mine. Yeah, alright. I'll give you some. Li Xin-Wu didn't have the time to listen to her boasts, so he obediently gave her half the gemstone bone powder. When he considered her contributions in making the golems, this was nothing. Now what are you going to do with the golems? They're like the other golems. I'll split them into a few groups and send them off to hunt. Kreischer gaped at Li Xin-Wu, who had created 250 level 6 elite golems. It might make sense if he were to send them after one of the 12 generals, but why would he split them up? You're just going to send these guys off to hunt. Then what? Do you want me to just leave them to rot? No, but even while flustered, Kreischer gave her opinion, telling him that the vibe in the Empire was becoming increasingly uneasy, that the Emperor's undead were probably gritting their teeth at the golems, and that it would be dangerous to send the golems out right now. Everything she said was correct, and her interferences were correct as well. However, Li Xin-Wu was the one who originally told her all that. He just told her that they would have to take that risk. Yeah, it's dangerous, but sending something away from my grasp will always be dangerous. But Kreischer, you have to invest for that capital to grow. And the more danger there is, the more there is to gain. Capital. It frustrated her, but he was right. That same principle applied to them. Heroes couldn't grow if they didn't endure danger. Kreischer acquiesced to his logic, and Li Xin-Wu smiled bitterly. Well, I don't really like investing in a loss. I made this decision after considering our chances of winning, so just watch. Li Xin-Wu created 10 groups of 21, consisting of 20 dark emerald bone golems and 1 silver golem. The silver golems were a precious resource, as they possessed a moving warehouse. You've probably already heard, but you don't need to fight against opponents that are much too strong for you. If you find troops under the steel workers, or any of the 12 generals' command, don't fight and report to me at once. If you cannot win and you're about to be destroyed, sending me that information is paramount. I understand, Master. A group of 21 level 6 elite golems would be able to tread through a level 3 danger zone without being on the receiving end. Moreover, even if they were discovered by heroes, the heroes wouldn't attack easily as they would be on guard against them. Oh, and never go over here. I'll keep that in mind. Once he told them to go in the opposite direction of Ethan Cruz, they all dispersed. The silver golem not only possessed the subspace ability, but could also move stealthily, so they should be able to teach the Irems the fundamentals of moving stealthily while leading them. He didn't send the silver golems along with them just for their subspace ability. You sent that many away. Yet you still have 60 level 6 golems left. All right, then you guys will. There were 10 silver golems and 50 Irems left. These guys would patrol inside and outside the base and would be on standby in case they were needed as emergency reinforcements. Even a level 7 elite would have difficulties getting through them. Then Xin Wu, what are you going to do with the remaining cause? Are you going to make more golems after you procure the materials? Nope. Let's just leave them be for now. He had said that he would sell the wine to the secret shop and buy materials to make cause if he had any materials remaining, yet he didn't have any materials remaining, nor could he absorb the cars. Li Xin Wu was sure that it wouldn't be a good idea to scrape by buying the materials he was lacking from the secret shop to make the remaining golems. In any case, I can always make golems whenever I want. I'll think about making more golems when I get my hands on some materials. In other words, the solar fossil. He thought about making golems with this unique and precious treasure, but Li Xin Wu and Kreischer didn't have the knowledge to make golems using the solar fossil. When he thought about that, he calmed down a bit. He still needed to work hard. And you never know, there might be a way to further strengthen these original cause. I can't even imagine that, but in any case, if we go there, it might help improve your knowledge of magic. Xin Wu. You're talking about that magic training facility, right? Yeah. It seemed like she really wanted to bring him over there. Li Xin Wu smiled bitterly, nodded his head, and spoke. Had fermented the wine and made the golems as well. He supposed he could follow her now. Li Xin Wu looked around the base one more time and prepared to leave. He didn't know how they knew, but the moment he was about to leave, the dryads came out. Once he finished with his goodbyes, he left their base. Where do we have to go? This way. Kreischer shared her minimap with Li Xin Wu and pointed towards a specific spot. Coincidentally, their destination was in the opposite direction, but if they took the golem train and departed from where it stopped, they would be able to reach it rather quickly. Then are we going to take the train? No. Not only are you with us right now, we also have to avoid the golems for the time being. But it's not like there's no way of getting there. Li Xin Wu smiled. Of course, from an outside view, it just looked like his jawbone moved downwards a little bit elatedly at Kreischer, who was tilting her head and took out a precious item from his inventory. It was the level 8 Bone Gate. Bone Gate. LV8. Durability 1501,550. A treasure that sacrifices bone to create a gate that leads to a designated point. The gate can only be linked to a location that the user is completely familiar with, and it is impossible to cross dimensions. It is imperfect, so the amount of people who can utilize the gate is very limited. From the outside, the bone gate just looked like an oval-shaped bone bracelet. But Kreischer's eyes shined as she could grasp a portion of the magic within, and asked, "This is the bone gate. This is my first time using it." The reason he had suggested that they not use the golem train was because he wanted to use the bone gate. Li Xin Wu looked at the bone gate with severe anticipation and gripped it. Was it because it was an item that was made of bone he knew how to use it instinctually? Li Xin Wu needed to focus on the image he wanted to go to and then infuse his mana into the bone gate. Gee. The bone gate accepted his magic and he felt it demanded a bone prior to activation. Because it felt like it would eat away at his hand if he let it be, he hurriedly opened his inventory and fed it the bone powder created from grinding level 1 and 2 bones. Damn, how long are you going to keep eating, huh? The bone gate stuffed itself for quite a while, perhaps because the quality of bone was so low, and let out a bizarre sound as if it was saying give me more. If the bone powder wasn't enough this time, too, then Li Xin Wu was ready to sacrifice the gemstone bone powder, but then, it suddenly began to emit a white light. He was taken aback. When he lifted the bone gate, the radiating light formed a giant oval shape. It looked like around 2 people could easily fit through it. This is gate magic. It's ridiculously high-rank magic. Even if it's a temporary gate, the level of magic is similar. Kreischer gaped and verbalized her astonishment. It seems as though she'd seen this kind of magic before. All right, then shall we? Wait a sec, Xin Wu. It seems like only 2 people can go through. What it eaten that much bone powder and it would only let 2 people through, but if they did nothing, then the gate would close on them and no one would be able to get through. Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth and sent Kreischer and Rem through the gate first. As he thought, Rem was considered a person as the gate became faint and vanished. Immediately after, Kreischer sent him a message. Kreischer Melway, I arrived. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. He weakly replied and fed the bone gate bone powder again. Although he had collected a large quantity of bone powder from the few large battles he'd been in, as well as the bones that the Pauls and Golems had brought him, opening the gate twice had consumed 25 of his bone powder. I should probably just use high-level bones instead. No, I shouldn't. I can always get my hands on low-level bones. Damn it. In any case, I need to find a solution soon. Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth and at the same time, entered through the gate with Jin. Rem, who was waiting for them from beyond the gate, flew and perched itself on his shoulder, while Kreischer rushed over to them, looking incredibly excited. A gate amazing, the bone gate's amazing. Yeah. Why is it that Kreischer's personality does a 180 whenever magic is involved? Li Xin Wu replied roughly, and when he was about to put the bone gate into his inventory, Kreischer suddenly spoke. If you absorbed that, can't you use that ability, Xin Wu? You can't? No, well, you're probably right. Then, but there was no way Li Xin Wu wouldn't have thought of that. Moreover, Kreischer probably wasn't aware of this, but he possessed the bone armory ability. If he succeeded in absorbing the bone gate, he would be able to reproduce its effects without fail. If he was sure he could absorb it, he wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, if he could, that is. You cannot absorb the bone gate through bone reinforcement. The level of bone reinforcement, bone armory, as well as your own level is much too low in comparison to bone gate. Don't look at me with such disappointment. He placed the bone gate into his inventory, and Kreischer rode behind him. He couldn't thank Jin enough for allowing both him and Kreischer to ride him. You just need to go this way. Let's hurry. Roger. Wait a sec. You're too fast, Suiake. You can vomit if you want, but just don't vomit on my back. Jin's speed increased day by day. If he felt like he'd barely adapted to his speed, then Jin would get faster the next day. The scary part was that even though Jin had 2 people riding him, plus a golem. He didn't seem to run any slower. Instead, he seemed to gradually pick up speed. We should arrive within 5 minutes at this speed. So Crasher, how do we get in? It should have a secret code like our winery. It does. We can't just go in like this, we ache. The effect of his sprint was amazing. Crasher was completely nauseated. Because Crasher was the only one with a permit, Jin had no choice but to slow down. Crasher slapped Jin's ass a few times since he was garbed in steel armor. Crasher's hand was the only thing hurting, and after barely calming down, she checked her surroundings. She then ordered, "Go a little more forward. Slowly. You can't even get used to that speed. You're just too fast, Jin." After 5 minutes of detailed adjustments, they barely arrived at the entrance to the training facility. While they did arrive, it was just an empty plain. It's not inside of a city or a dungeon, so where are? I found it. Yeah, I thought you would say that about now, Shin Wu. Though he said there wasn't a dungeon around, its system was exactly like one. How did they hide a subspace? It wouldn't be wrong to say it was a type of dungeon, but its size, as well as the concentration of magic, was incomparable to a normal dungeon. But it's all ugly concealed, right? This is the royal magician leader's ability. That means that there's no way I can fight him. Then can we really just relax and go on in? If you don't invest capital, then it won't grow. The more danger there is, the more there is to our fine. I got it. At least in terms of enthusiasm for magic, Crasher had him beat. Well, if things went bad, they could just get on Jin and run, so it wasn't that big of a deal. However, the moment they decided to enter the training facility, welcome new trainees. There are a total of 5 trainees, including the other trainees. 5. Shin Wu. Li Shin Wu's goblin fire twisted at the mechanical sound that surrounded them, and the moment that Crasher yelled, "Who are you?" Cute. Someone appeared before them. He had lustrous, lively silver hair, pale skin, and rosy cheeks that shined a bit more than plains. "Who are you, and how did you get in here? This is a place that I, Prince Altair, have conquered." "Hey, you, take off your helmet." A rude magician boy pointed his antique wooden staff at them and yelled. He had met the one senior he really didn't want to meet. Chapter 28 Part 2. Chapter 28. Crasher's Quest 2. A human. You're a living human being. Yeah, I'm human. Human. Crasher hurriedly nodded her head while replying stutteringly. But it was clear that she was flustered, and her acting wasn't good enough to hide Li Shin Wu's identity. As proof, Prince Altair quickly pointed his staff at Li Shin Wu. "Then what about you? Are you an undead?" "I only felt it for a moment, but I definitely felt powerful death energy." "Don't try to fool me. If you're caught by the genius magician, Prince Altair, then even a general would fall in one hit. There's no way I'd be able to fool you, senior." "Huh." Li Shin Wu's voice, which flowed out from his helmet, caused Prince to flinch. Once Li Shin Wu took off his helmet and revealed himself, Prince Altair froze. Crasher, who unintentionally looked back, froze as well. At some point, Rem had disappeared from his shoulder, but that wasn't really very important right now. Li Shin Wu. "It's a pleasure, senior." "That's right. It's me, Li Shin Wu." Li Shin Wu replied with a refreshing smile. Prince Altair was temporarily unable to respond and remained stiff, but he soon cleared his throat and withdrew his staff. "It's strange. It was just for a moment, but I definitely felt death energy. I believe it might be due to the energy flowing from the gate as we opened and entered it. That's I assumed as much. I was just on guard because you were wearing that weird armor of yours. You got it. You truly are a hero. As expected of you, senior. The boy's cheeks flushed, and he attempted to put up a strong front to hide his embarrassment. Li Xin-Wu smiled gently and agreed enthusiastically. He was even able to sweet-talk a general, so Prince Altair quickly moved on. You're not bad. I'll recognize you as my junior. Then who's that woman over there? This is Crasher Melway. I met her a short while ago, and we've gotten quite close. It seems like she's still wary of you seniors. Yeah, Crasher Melway. She confirmed his statement by nodding her head, yet she was still unable to hide her anxiousness. Crasher kept glancing at Li Xin-Wu in disbelief, and fortunately, Prince took that as her being shy. He nodded his head, made a sudden sound, and furrowed his brows. Crasher Melway, wait a sec. You're the one who went into the channel and then left right away, the one who met with Lloyd a little while ago. Yeah. The one Lloyd said was stronger than him. Cute. You said you were a magician, right? Let's spar. Once Crasher nodded her head, Prince raised his staff once more. However, Crasher didn't give him the time of day. She was completely busy glancing at Li Xin-Wu. Li Xin-Wu could understand how she felt, but it was becoming troublesome, so he re-equipped his helmet, covering his face. Only then did Crasher get a hold of herself, gasped, and slapped her cheek. Her once pale cheeks soon turned red. Jin sighed and spoke with Li Xin-Wu through their connection. How did you disguise yourself so quickly? That's what it means to be a pro. That's right. The moment someone outside of their party noticed them, he had immediately activated disguise. The reason that Prince Altair just moved on, and Crasher was so astonished, was because of his disguise. It had only taken 0.01 seconds to change into his human appearance back on Earth with his level 6 disguise skill. It was so fast that even if he were to disguise himself right in front of someone, they would think they were seeing things and let it go. Hey, I said let's spar. Crasher finally turned her attention away from Li Xin-Wu and towards Prince Altair. She noticed that Prince was pointing his magic staff straight at her, but she didn't really react. Why, that's right. In a joint operation with a magician you've met for the first time, you're supposed to spar so that you can assess each other's abilities. You didn't know. A joint operation. It seemed like his joint operation was referring to challenging this training facility. Crasher couldn't understand what he was talking about, and tilted her head. As a rational magician, she couldn't understand Prince's actions. Whatever, Simon. And if you lose, don't go near Lloyd ever again. I don't like wasting my energy. I'd rather focus on the traps here. And I'm not interested in this Lloyd guy whatsoever. If you're not going to attack, then I will. Crasher furrowed her brows at Prince's persistence, and the moment she responded, an overwhelming amount of flames erupted from his staff. Li Xin-Wu didn't think Prince Altair would actually attack another hero, and just gaped while watching on the side. Had gotten that vibe from him in the chatting channel, but he really was an idiot. Who, despite the wave of flames that threatened to swallow her whole, Crasher sighed and waved her hand. Once the orbit was a lot smaller than last time, which was stuck to the back of her hand, shined and soared into the air. Prince muttered something, as if to stop her from casting a defensive spell, and cast another spell, but freeze. With one word, everything froze. Whoa. In an instant, the area had become silent. The flames, the new flow of mana that the prince had created, and even Prince Altair himself were frozen. Li Xin-Wu ended up clapping, as he saw her do something so ridiculous, yet she retrieved her orb with a single gentle hand movement without breaking a sweat. He's not dead though, right? He has magic, so he won't die. I held back. Yeah, so you did hold back. Once Crasher softly waved her hand, the frozen flames completely vanished. Then, the marner that had formed in the air vanished as well. And lastly, the frozen prince was thrown out of the subspace. Li Xin Wu offered up a silent prayer for him, and Crasher tilted her head and briefly spoke her mind. He was weird. Well, I feel like I can understand where he's coming from. You can understand him. Jin, rather than Crasher, was shocked and yelled. It made sense that he would point his staff at them since he had thought they were undead, but for Li Xin Wu to understand him, when he had attacked another hero with a shitty reason like assessing her abilities. When did Li Xin Wu become such a saint? However, Li Xin Wu shrugged his shoulders and explained. We were given all the clues. Like the magician that Lloyd said was stronger. In other words, Prince was pissed that Lloyd thought of Crasher so highly. Why would he get pissed over that? Because Lloyd would want Crasher more supposedly. Crasher and Jin both looked confused. He was positive that they still didn't understand how what he was saying was related to the situation at all. Li Xin Wu thought about how he could explain the pride of a person with a large ego, or Prince and Lloyd's strange relationship that had observed a few times in the chatting channel, but he quickly gave up and went with the easiest way of explaining it. Prince likes Lloyd. He's jealous of Crasher since Lloyd thinks so highly of her. They're both magicians, so it must have been even worse for him. He's a guy, though, but I suppose a man can like another man. Yeah, I agree, but that's not the case here. Prince is a girl. The effect was tremendous. Jin and Crasher were confused. But this time, Li Xin Wu was speechless seeing their faces. How can you not know that beautiful outer appearance, the way she puts up a strong front? Yet the delicate gestures, and the deciding factor was the fact that there are traces of Marner around her body that indicate that she's using a disguise-type magic. Now that you mention it, it all makes sense. Plus, the name Prince is clearly being used to show her masculinity. In cases like this, there's a high chance that she's actually the opposite gender. They ruminated over Prince's appearance. It was exactly as Li Xin Wu said. When they thought about it like that, they felt like it was weird that they had actually thought of her as a guy. It's hard to hide your gender. Prince is the type who thinks that as long as she hides what she looks like on the outside and changes her voice, then she'll be okay. That's why she gets caught so easily. That's true. But it really pisses me off to hear it from you, Greta. Why, he thought had explained it quite amicably, yet Jin and Crasher gazed at Li Xin Wu as if they were let down. Li Xin Wu couldn't bear their anger, especially since he didn't know why they were mad at him in the first place, and turned his gaze. Then Crasher suddenly grabbed him. By the way, what's with that face from before? That's my face from when I was still on Earth. Though my disguise skill has leveled up, I can only disguise myself this much for now. Disguise, that's a disguise. How's that even possible? Even I'm not sure how it works. So why don't you ask God later? Crasher grabbed onto Li Xin Wu even tighter. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Show me one more time. We came here to go through the training facility, not research my disguise skill, right? Just once. Who? Li Xin Wu sighed and took off his helmet. Crasher exclaimed with a ooh, approached him, and rubbed his cheek. That fresh feeling, and the heat that was unmistakably human, caused her to blush slightly. Li Xin Wu looked down at her and spoke to her with a bit of a chilled voice. That's not what I look like right now. It's just a disguise. Then is your true appearance that of a bony skeleton? Who determines what's fake and what's real? He could easily say that his disguised appearance was fake. However, his Joker karma stopped him, since there was no one who recognized him as a fake. Kreischer nodded her head as though she understood how he felt and continued. One day the boundary between what's fake and what's real will come crashing down. You'll have to think hard when that time comes, Xin Wu. Kreischer's words left a deep impression on Li Xin Wu. If Li Xin Wu were able to make a perfect fake, fool everyone, fool himself, and even fool the entire world, could he really call that a fake? He believed that when he could answer that question clearly, he would become a true Joker. You really are a magician. That's the ultimate goal of a magician, deceiving the world and creating what's real. I told you, I'm not a magician. Kreischer, you're getting way too close. Jin gently pushed Kreischer away, who had been continuously rubbing Li Xin Wu's cheek. At the same time, the barrier opened and someone entered the training facility. It was obviously the prince. Why you? Prince aimed her staff at Kreischer while water melted and dripped from the ends of her trembling hair. Li Xin Wu thought she'd be frozen for a few hours, but it seems like she didn't completely lack in the talent department. He was secretly impressed. I won't go easy on you this time. The orb floated into the air and violently rotated, drawing in the surrounding mana and creating ice crystals. Seeing that, Prince recoiled but soon grit her teeth and spoke. Joint operation. I've seen what you can do, so we should clear it together. Li Xin Wu saw Prince's cheeks get so red that he thought they would explode and erupted in laughter. Chapter 28 Part 3. Chapter 28. Kreischer's Quest 3. Prince recognized the fact that she was weaker than Kreischer, and it seemed like the situation was somehow resolved, but unfortunately, the situation didn't progress so smoothly. The joint operation, she hadn't even asked Li Xin Wu's group to work together with her. Yet she insisted that, as heroes, they had to clear the training facility together. We're going to the next level. Train by yourself. I don't like you. The next level, don't lie. You came here before me. You came to the Empire a lot later than me, so how? I can prove it to you. That's a seal of completion. How? Li Xin Wu let Kreischer and Prince bicker, and went to explore the facility alone. No, he and Jin moved secretly and explored with Rem. There were two things that was surprising about this facility. One, it was huge, and two, Marner was filling it to the brim. It looks like they used golem techniques as well. It cannot carry out specific commands, but a simple core was inserted that can carry out simple repetitive commands. Looks that way. That looks like you could use it to train knights, too. There was a corner of the facility that made him think of an amusement park. Starting from the entrance, he followed the guide through the facility and would go from one building-shaped training ground to another. The difference between it and an amusement park was that there was a specific order one had to go through. And it seems like there's no safety equipment till get scared, so don't say stuff like that. But Kreischer's right. It'll definitely help in controlling Marner. Li Xin Wu secretly glanced back. Kreischer and Prince looked like they were still arguing, so he left them behind and entered the first facility. Then, he heard a mechanical-sounding voice in his ear. It was a similar sound to that of a golem activating. Beginning first training exercise. Testing how quickly the user can gather their Marner. 3 participants in the training exercise. Beginning training exercise. Please gather enough mana to use intermediate magic at minimum. So they do start with the fundamentals after all. I have to do this too. Master, if you give me the order, I will destroy the facility's central hub. Probability of success 80. For now, just do as it says. I understand. If it just wanted him to gather his mana into one spot, then he could've done this when he was level 1, but by adding the intermediate magic stipulation, they were probably testing how fast one could gather their mana, as well as one's maximum capacity. To be honest, it wasn't all that difficult, so he did it immediately. Beginning second training exercise. Testing ability to infuse mana, as well as how much is lost during the transfer. 3 participants in the training exercise. Beginning training exercise. Please infuse mana into the rock falling from above and stop it. The message ended, and at the same time, a giant rock suddenly fell from above their heads. Jin was taken aback, but Li Xin Wu fired out mana that was accumulated in his hand and concentrated it into the rock. In addition, he used his connection with Jin to transfer the mana Jin had gathered to the rock as well. Rem could control mana well, as it possessed the mana parasite ability, and was easily able to infuse its mana into the rock. The moment the three's mana was completely infused, the once falling rock stopped in place. It was set up so that if an adequate amount of mana was infused, then the rock would stop falling. Thus a limit to how inhospitable you can be there trying to kill us. Get a hold of yourself, Jin. You won't die if you get hit by a rock like this anymore. You're right. Past. Beginning third training exercise. Testing rapid concentration and multiple infusions of mana. 3 participants in the training exercise. Beginning training exercise. Please infuse a sufficient amount of mana into each and every rock that comes flying in every direction. The third training exercise was even more ridiculous. There were cannons that seemed to spring out from everywhere within the vast facility. They aimed for Li Xin Wu's party, and sharp rocks were shot at them from every direction. Moreover, their mission objective was not to destroy or evade the rocks, but to infuse an adequate amount of mana into them to stop them. Jin was astonished once more, but Li Xin Wu immediately progressed with the mission. To be honest, this was nothing compared to the complexity of making the steelworker seal. All I have to do is calculate how much mana they need before they stop, and divide my mana and infuse it into them. The amount of mana he needed to use to stop each rock was identical. But before the rocks came close, he would have to sense them, fire his mana at a long range, and infuse it into them, which was a bit complex. However, Li Xin Wu was capable of this level of mana control when he was level 3, so he was able to do it easily. But Jin was the problem. Hey, why aren't you stopping the ones coming at me? Hey, you have to practice too. It may look like it doesn't apply to you, but if you become able to control mana in a multitude of ways, then all of your abilities will get stronger. Li Xin Wu said provokingly as he shot out his mana everywhere and accurately hit the rocks. After that, Jin was struck by quite a few more rocks. It didn't hurt much since he was covered in steel armor, but he felt quite bad and gritted his teeth, then tried his best to imitate Li Xin Wu. Of course, it wasn't that easy. No, not that way. You have to control it a bit more thoroughly. It seems like they won't stop if you infuse too much mana. How is this even possible? But after continuously getting hit by the rocks, Jin concentrated more on his magic control, even if he was doing it out of anger. After 7 minutes of being struck by the barrage of rocks, he finally succeeded in infusing the right amount of mana into a rock. At that very moment, the rocks that had once been flying at them vanished. Ending training exercise. Passed 2, failed 1. Would you like to kick out the failure and continue with the next training exercise, or would you like to retrain with a failure? This guy is doing this on purpose, isn't he? He ended it here on purpose, didn't he? Calm down. If you get too excited, then you'll forget what it felt like. I don't care. I'll just destroy it all. Right when Jin was about to destroy the facility with his mouth cannon, the training was suspended and Kreischer walked onto the premises. Prince was with her, though it looked like she still didn't understand what was going on. Shin Wu, we don't have time to waste on the basic training facility. Yeah, if you want to assess this frustrating kid's ability, then you have to go further in. So wait, you decided to work together. So long as they follow us and don't say anything. Puke. Oh, it seemed as though an individual who had previously passed the training exercises can skip those facilities. It looked like companions could go with them as well. Hearing that, Li Xin Wu thought briefly and got down from Jin's back. You're going to follow them. I trust you. Plus, you need this training. Well, see you later. He Jin was so surprised that he leaped up, but Li Xin Wu just grinned and patted him. Once Prince entered, Rem went into stealth mode and hid itself. Li Xin Wu placed Rem atop Jin's back so that it wouldn't be noticed. Rem, just make sure this guy doesn't die. I understand. Kreischer, who had been watching that interaction, noticed that Rem went into stealth mode but didn't say anything. That was because she realized that Li Xin Wu was trying to hide a few facts that stemmed from him being a skeleton. But unrelated to that, Kreischer was slightly disappointed in Prince as she didn't notice Rem going into stealth mode. To be honest, it was only possible because Li Xin Wu had added in his assimilation and disguise skills. If one couldn't grasp Rem's original mana, then it would fool anyone. A horse will just get in the way of your training. But if you just leave it like that, it won't leave. He's extremely smart, so it'll be fine. Then again, it does seem quite impressive for a horse that you got in the Empire. It's just like that elf said. Now, let's go forward. Kreischer, you lead. When Prince saw Jin, who was wearing steel armor, she briefly admired him, but other than that, she paid him no mind. Of course, Li Xin Wu had slightly used his ability here as well. He had succeeded in completely tearing her attention away from Jin and Rem. The further we go, the more complex it becomes. There are also sections that require combat. Since this is a dungeon, monsters are led and restrained through magic. As expected. Li Xin Wu then understood. Regardless of how amazing the royal magician leader was, he wouldn't have been able to create this large of a subspace in a place that had nothing there. In other words, he had created this facility by using pre-existing dungeons. Though it is amazing that he tied together several dungeons into one. That's not something a human being can do. While they talked, the group used Kreischer's free pass to get through the various facilities. As he passed through, Li Xin Wu saw the hidden, bloodied iron maces hidden here and there, the thorn floor, the spears that were set up in the ceiling that threatened to fall, as well as the areas that were completely destroyed and rebuilt into the facilities with magic, etc. And he couldn't figure whether the royal magician leader wanted to train magicians or to bury them. This facility also has a system that measures the level of magic, and whether one can use magic or not. It's not an ability inherent to the dungeon, so it's definitely an artifact. I was sure after I retraced the Marner. Are retraced? Prince's eyes shook. Yeah, Li Xin-Wu had roughly expected that she wouldn't know anything. We came here to clear all of the training exercises and take that. Don't touch it. But as a fellow hero, I should you agreed to follow us and not say anything. Cute, but if you want the artifact, you can compete with us. Though it would be 2-on-1. Kreischer dragged one of Li Xin-Wu's arms towards her and hugged it, and laughed at Prince. After she had figured out that Prince was a girl, Kreischer's way of teasing her had changed. It seemed like her teasing was quite effective. I wouldn't need your help if Lloyd was here. If you needed help, you should've brought him. But I couldn't stand the sight him enjoying that elf sticking to him. So hey, why am I telling you this? It's fine. You can take it all I need is an increase in my magical abilities. Li Xin-Wu watched as Prince got caught up in Kreischer's simple trick as well as her self-implosion, and couldn't bear how cute she was. It felt like he was watching a couple of girls playing together. However, that soon came to an end. With Kreischer's free pass, they passed through 70 of the facility and finally stopped in front of a large building. Starting here, it was impossible for me to do alone. A lot of monsters, and I mean a lot of monsters come. There are a lot of traps as well, and you have to control your magic during all of this. There's no time to even follow the commands. You just have to get through. Of course, the reason that the royal magician leader had created this facility was to give the trainee a specific task, and in the process of passing, they would become better at controlling magic, thus becoming a better magician overall. But because the danger of this facility was so high, anyone would pass if they got through the facility as well. Do I just need to take care of the monsters? If you can, it should be fine if I just burn the entire facility. That could work. Alright, then let's start. Wait a sec. Kreischer stopped Prince, who was about to enter the facility. Compared to when she was teasing her before, Kreischer spoke in a quite serious tone. Since so much time has passed, the facility has developed in a completely different direction from the original creator's wishes. We have to prepare as much as we can. So you want to use tricks instead of doing it fairly? I can't do that. My pride as a magician won't allow me to. You had a free pass all the way here, and yet all the more reason that I have to prove myself here. If you're afraid, then I'll go in first. You can follow behind me. He knew this would happen eventually, but it happened at a crucial time. Prince didn't heed Kreischer's warning and charged. Kreischer clicked her tongue as she saw Prince charge into the facility alone. Li Xin-Wu spoke carefully. Do we not need to follow her? She'll come out soon. You get a chance to do that. Kreischer ended up being right. Once she said that, Prince rushed out of the facility while shivering and looking as though she would cry. She had only been in there for but a moment, yet her clothes were in tatters and beneath her ripped robes he could slightly see her lingerie top. The monsters, there. It'll be fine. She had received such an extreme shock that she temporarily reverted to a preschooler, so Li Xin-Wu comforted her. Above all, the scariest part was that the facility was still extremely quiet, even at this very moment. Li Xin-Wu comforted Prince and waited for Kreischer to explain the facility to them. She smiled slightly and said honestly, despite it being a subspace that was creating by connecting several dungeons together, it wasn't managed properly and was neglected for dozens of years. So there are a lot of monsters clumped up in that limited space. They're all at least level 6. How many? I could only count about 50,000. Plus, It's frustrating because whenever you mess up, the monsters are all buffed. Ho! The moment he heard that, Li Xin Wu equipped his sword, the breath of the lightning god. One in each hand at that. That sounds really interesting. Li Xin Wu hadn't understood why he had to come to a facility designed to train magicians, but now he did. Crasher, thanks for bringing me here. Then, shall we go in when we're all ready? I really like that about you. The mana that once flowed throughout his body was redirected into his two breath of the lightning gods. As if responding to him, Crasher concentrated mana into her orb while bringing out magical devices that had never even seen before one by one. Prince, who was silently watching them from the side, said, "Can I go after I change my clothes?" End Vol 2 Part 1.